Hello again, friends. The great Brian Last here, you there. It is Omnibus season, and here we are with another big Omnibus, Volume 3 of Jim Cornette's look at AEW's ratings, going back to 2024, when there were ratings. And of course, here he is, the man who covered it as it happened, the leader of the cult of Cornette, Mr. Jim Cornette.
Well, but now, Brian, you're sort of the Ralph Cramden on this thing because you're the base of knowledge here that holds the whole thing together. And yes, we used to have ratings, and so did AEW. They've lost a lot more of theirs than we have of ours. But the point is, we enjoyed checking in weekly with the ratings to see who was the winners and who was the losers. And of course, in modern times, we're not getting as much information. So we go back and compile the origination of the downfall and bring us up to closer to the downfall.
That's exactly right. Volumes 1 and 2 are on YouTube right now, but here we go. Volume 3, Jim Cornette's look at AEW Dynamite ratings, January to June of 2024. Let's get going. Well, Jim, I have them right here. The AEW Dynamite ratings on TBS Wednesday, January 3rd, 2024. On average, was watched by 801,000 viewers.
Oh, so usually it's 840 something or 820 something or maybe even 860 something, but now it's just 8. So where did we start and where do we wind up?
Well, we started with quarter one. These were compiled by WrestleNomics. A recap of Samoa Joe winning the championship and a promo interspliced in. The Adam Cole and the Undisputed Kingdom live promo, and their angle with Bullet Club Gold and the Acclaimed. 1,063,000 viewers.
Holy Jehoshaphat. So they're up over 1 million to start, but wait. Their average is 250,000 less. Where the fuck is this going?
And I actually do want to say something, because I watched this live, and then I went back to watch certain things after the fact on my DVR. The first minute of my DVR at 8 o'clock is the final minute of The Big Bang Theory.
Well, you know, I always see the same thing, and I just, as soon as it picks up, I just fast forward till they get into the AEW show. But you're right, they are lagging a bit across the top of the hour with the big bangers. Are you suggesting skullduggery is here? Manipulation behind the scenes of these numbers?
Well, I'm suggesting I don't think 150,000 viewers jumped off when they saw the first thing on the show. I think it started 150,000 viewers less than 1,063,000 viewers. That was the last minute of The Big Bang Theory. And then those viewers going to do whatever they do with their night. What else makes sense that many people every week, or not every week, but specifically this week, immediately tune out? They don't even know what the show's going to be yet. They're not there for the show. They're there for the other show that goes 1 minute long into the next show.
So what is the formula these days for getting credit for a quarter hour? Because back in the old days, back 20 or 30 years ago, it used to have to be a certain number of minutes before you got credit for the whole quarter.
I guess also, well, I was going to say the question would be what happens if you DVR The Big Bang Theory, but it's in reruns. I mean, I don't know who's DVRing it right now.
I think you could probably find out the finish fairly easily.
The other question, and we'll get to the rest of these ratings in a moment, Jim, how much more successful do you think AEW would be if Seinfeld was the lead-in?
You know...
Or The Office?
Because I love Seinfeld. I don't... not interested in The Big Bang Theory. I've tried to watch it and love Seinfeld to death. What was the other one you mentioned?
The Office.
The Office grew on me, even though I didn't see it from the start. And now I love that. But they've been shown over and over and over. I'm astonished that reruns of The Big Bang Theory can get 1 million people when it's constant. And I don't know what the numbers are on The Office or on Seinfeld, because Seinfeld's now on Comedy Central, I believe, or is that The Office? And where's Seinfeld's on something else? But they air constantly. How can each individual episode, do people just like potato chips? I guess I do the same thing. I just put it on.
Well, let's go to quarter two and see what the rest of this show, what the story it tells is. Quarter two, 8:15, 8:30 p.m. The Eddie Kingston video, the Daniel Garcia promo, and the start of Orange Cassidy versus Dante Martin with picture-in-picture. 858,000 viewers.
So again, there's 205,000 viewers in 15 minutes. So it's the same thing. This is just a more egregious case this week.
Quarter three, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m., the continuation of Pockets versus Martin, the post-match with Private Party, Tony Storm's promo, an ad break, House of Black's promo, and Swerve Strickland and Prince Nana's promo. 808,000 viewers.
Oof, and another 50,000, and there goes 255,000 in the first 45 minutes. But that the first number, as we said, has to be artificial, because then we come down to the 800s that they normally place in each week for an average. Go ahead. And by the way, boy, howdy. Even if they did care about what Adam Cole had to say, none of it had a bearing on whether they stuck around, did it?
Well, we go to quarter four, 8:45 to 9 p.m. Mariah May versus Queen Aminata with picture-in-picture ads, and the post-match with Mariah May and Deonna Purrazzo. 780,000 viewers.
That's kind of a gift to only lose 28,000 when they didn't know who almost anybody involved was. And it wasn't very captivating.
Again, what got on this show this week is questionable. The big 9 o'clock hour.
Top of the hour. Remember, they were in break for a minute.
That's right, the big 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m., quarter five. An ad break, Christian Cage and his family live promo, Saraya, Ruby Soho, and Harley Cameron's promo, and the start of Konosuke Takeshita versus Darby Allin. 777,000 viewers.
I'm about to say they lost 3,000. That's about the same, but this is not going in a good direction, is it?
No, it is not. We go to quarter six, 9:15 and 9:30 p.m., the continuation of Takeshita versus Darby Allin with picture-in-picture ads, an ad break, and the Don Callis family promo. 733,000 viewers.
43,000 more. No, 44,000. I'm sorry. Darby and Take was, had a lot of potential, but it wasn't anything different than anything they normally do. And these people are not caring about this program in general.
Well, we go to quarter seven, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. Trent Beretta versus Brian Keith.
Good Lord.
Versus Brian Cage.
Good Lord.
Versus Hijo del Vikingo.
Good Lord.
With picture-in-picture ads. And the post-match with Eddie Kingston and Matt Menard and Adam Page's promo. Oh, no, this is the other segment. Adam Page's promo also. 729,000 viewers.
I was going to say, if they stayed over 700,000, I was going to say they should be doing cartwheels. So they're officially down 334,000 people from the start of quarter one. Where do we go in the final chapter?
Well, the final chapter also has a 5-minute overrun.
A 5-minute coda.
9:45 to 10 p.m., quarter eight. An ad break. Daniel Garcia versus Swerve Strickland with picture-in-picture ads. 690,000 viewers.
Wow.
And finally, the 5-minute overrun, 10 to 10:05, Garcia versus Strickland continued, with Adam Page coming out. 713,000 viewers.
And we can obviously throw that out like we do every week, because 23,000 people didn't just go, oh my God, they've only got 3 minutes of their match left. We've got to watch instantly.
That 801 is misleading.
Yeah, well, if you do what we started doing last week and you take out the first quarter and you take out the overrun, they still went from 858,000 to 690,000. But their million people in the first quarter artificially inflates them to an average of over 800,000. But good Lord, if you take the people that were legitimately trying to watch this show, they still lost, like I said, 160,000 people. And if you take the first number seriously, by the end of the regularly scheduled time period, they had lost 375,000 people.
Well, Jim, on average, taking out quarter one and not quarter, but the overrun, so quarters 2 through 8, the average was 767,000 viewers.
Yeah, and that sounds about more like it.
And there are people defending it. There are people saying there's always strong competition. There are people saying, hey, they were still number 2 on the night. Hey, the network is still happy. You hear all these things. How much of a decline do you need to continue to see, both in terms of what's on TV, but in terms of data you can't dispute? People tune out the show. They see what's on or what's next, and they say enough, and they leave. They're not going anywhere. They're home. It's Wednesday. It's not Thursday or Friday or Saturday. It's Wednesday. People are home.
It's Wednesday, and you know what that means.
I mean, these numbers are awful, and there's no star power. There's no star power.
That's what I was going to ask you is, I know MJF is hurt and they have other injuries, but where did everybody suddenly go that we would give a shit about watching? Am I missing? So who am I not thinking about?
Bryan Danielson is someone we've considered a top guy. I don't know if he's going to really pop anything right now. I mean, I guess he's done good in his main event matches on Collision, but that's still a smaller number. Moxley's probably been overexposed. The Young Bucks are away for a reason. Omega's on the DL. Ibushi's on the DL. Ospreay signed, and then said he signed so he could spend more time at home with his family in England. So I really don't know. So I really don't know exactly what's happening there.
Gives billionaires money, so I wouldn't have to go to Japan and actually work for it.
FTR are a tag team, and they're main eventing on Collision.
And again, Ospreay is going to, unless they build him, nobody knows who the fuck he is except the people that are already watching this show. And not all of them, to be honest. They could build him, but they could build anybody. If they tried, they don't know how to do that. So Ospreay is not going to be a solution to the ratings malaise if he's treated like every other schlub in his company.
I have some friends of mine that were in Newark for the show. They were there live. They all said that the crowd treats Swerve Strickland like the biggest star there.
Well, then they need to give him some kind of focus and direction and support. And stop trying to... They're fighting against the tide. They're bailing water back into the sinking ship. If he's that popular and they keep making him an outright heel, Steve Austin wasn't an outright heel. He wasn't fucking people for the fun of it and terrorizing babies. He was standing up for himself at the expense of people who were trying to fuck him. So, and again, have somebody try to fuck Swerve around that the people are supposed to be on his side and let him do something about it. Instead of having him do all these heinous acts to cripple people and scare children, are they just cheering him because it's so preposterous?
They like his in-ring moves, and they like his attitude, and his coat, maybe. I don't know. Not his dancing. But he's the most over guy there in a company of a bunch of people that aren't over, or people that used to be over and aren't over as much, people that were over with their crowd that aren't over as much, people that were over and then Tony booked them, they're not over. He's over.
So move over, Rover.
Hey, that's
let somebody else take over.
That's from Bitch Slap. I know Bitch Slap. Well, those were the AEW Dynamite ratings for the 3rd of January. It can only go up from here. On the topic of what have you done, Jim, let's talk about AEW Dynamite's ratings this past week, January 10th, 2024. They are
okay. What have they done for us lately?
Well, I just want to mention something because Just recently saw it again for the first time in a little while. It's on my mind. One of my daughters was watching Freaks and Geeks, a show I loved when it was originally on. Never in the same time slot, but I loved it. I've always had it around, always liked it. My kid's now watching it. The last episode, two of the kids, one who's kind of getting into punk, the other one who's kind of getting into comedy, they go to the local bowling alley where they're having disco night. And this is I think 1980 maybe, 81 it takes place. And at the back of the bowling alley, there's a little dance floor, and there's a DJ playing some music, and there's a few couples dressed like you would think, dancing disco style. And the two guys come and they yell, "Disco sucks!" And the DJ says, "Rock and roll sucks. Disco is alive. It's alive." And one of the guys points out to him, he says, "This place is empty." We've been saying for a while that you could love a lot of these guys that you're putting on this show, and they keep putting them on this show, but they're not getting new fans. They're not getting a lot of people into the buildings in a lot of cases. They're not getting their fans to stay around. Jim, AEW Dynamite's ratings this past week, TBS 8 to 10:04 p.m., 797,000 viewers on average.
Ouch! And I have a feeling there's going to be even more to this story from the glee that I hear in your voice.
It's not glee in my voice, but it's just, what point do you acknowledge reality instead of doubling down over and over again on everything that's wrong? And I know there was strong competition. Trump was on one channel, the Republican debate was on another channel. Whatever.
Oh, yeah, a lot of the AEW fans are going to be watching President Pig shit and the rest of his fucking criminal flock.
But on the other hand, there was a new moon about to happen, so there wasn't really anything to see in the sky, so a lot of people were inside not watching the stars. Jim, 8 to 8:15 p.m., quarter one, these were compiled by WrestleNomics. Claudio Castagnoli versus Adam Page with picture-in-picture, 1,001,000 viewers.
Okay, so they open again over 1 million, and now I see from their average that things are about to get bumpy.
Well, and once again, I paid attention this week. The first minute of the show, not just on my DVR, but at actual 8 o'clock, when every other network at 8 o'clock went to their other shows,
right?
I still had one more minute of Big Bang Theory.
Yeah.
Quarter two, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m. Claudio Castagnoli versus Adam Page continued, an ad break, and the start of Adam Copeland, Dustin Rhodes, Orange Cassidy, and Preston Vance versus Lance Archer and the Mogul Embassy, 895,000 viewers.
To quote the late, great Percy Pringle, "Oh, sweet Jesus."
And again, coming off quarter one, which was a minute of the Big Bang Theory, you have to think the starting crowd may have been somewhere in the 900s for AEW, just to see what it was going to be.
Yeah, one would think.
Quarter three, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m., the continuation of that 8-man tag, I'm not listing all them again, with picture-in-picture and an ad break, 795,000 viewers.
Another 100,000 people in another 15 minutes, so now they are 206,000 down from the top of the hour, the last minute of the Big Bang Theory. They've lost 206,000 people.
I don't know if any of this data is out there, so I'm just going to throw it out there in case one of the listeners hears this and can get back to us. In terms of the type of matches, singles match, tag match, 6-man tag, 8-man tag, men or women, is there a study that shows in the last few years which match drove off more viewers off these shows?
It's got to be the multiple 8-man's battle royals. That has to be the
I would think too. That's why I want to see if there's any actual data there, because you would think so too. But let's go back to this quarter four, 8:45 to 9 p.m. The Bullet Club Gold and Acclaimed and Billy Gunn backstage angle. Samoa Joe's confrontation and promo, or promo and confrontation, I should say, with Swerve Strickland and Adam Page. The angle with Hook and Samoa Joe, and Tony Storm's timeless backstage promo. 915,000 viewers.
Wait, what?
Also, the high point in the key demo, it jumped from 380 to 465.
Now, how have they ever done a quarter hour where they gained 120,000 viewers?
Samoa Joe. Confrontation with Swerve Strickland. I don't think it was the Acclaimed and Bullet Club Gold thing, and I don't think it was Tony Storm's brief promo. It was Samoa Joe. People are more intrigued by what Samoa Joe's going to do coming out of that main event than Adam Cole. I'll put it that way.
So, are these people just clicking back and forth every once in a while, hiding and watching to see when somebody actually shows up they want to see?
Now, again, there was competition. I think it is important to note this week. But the big 9 o'clock hour, Jim, quarter 5, 9 to 9:15 p.m. Ricky Starks versus Sammy Guevara with picture-in-picture, and the post-match with Big Bill, Chris Jericho, and his music, and an ad break, 774,000 viewers.
Jesus Christ! So they lost 26, 34, 141,000 after quarter 4 was over with at the top of the hour. They said, well, okay, fuck it. So now they're at their low point right after the high point.
But wait, there's more.
Okay.
Quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. Anna Jay, Chris Statlander, Thunder Rosa, and Willow Nightingale versus Julia Hart, The Outcasts, and Sky Blue with picture-in-picture, 689,000 viewers.
Oh, no. All right, there went another 85,000 people. So now we're, from the second quarter, which is a more legitimate number, we're down 206,000 people. And from the point that they started at the top of the hour at the last minute of the Big Bang, we're down 312,000.
Well, Jim, we go to quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. Wheeler Yuta's video, Roderick Strong versus Brian Keith, and the Adam Cole and Undisputed Kingdom Live promo, Deonna Purrazzo confrontation with Red Velvet, and an ad break.
Oh, that's what that was.
And an ad break, 702,000 viewers.
Good Lord, that's kind of insulting that a quarter filled with jobbers actually picked up 13,000 people.
Well, we go now to quarter 8, and I remind you we have a 4-minute overrun. Quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m. Darby Allin and Sting versus Konosuke Takeshita and Powerhouse Hobbs with picture-in-picture. 636,000 viewers.
Oh.
With a 4-minute overrun, including the return of the Young Bucks to challenge, without words, Sting and Darby Allin. 688,000 viewers.
Could have, with menacing glances. So they finished up at 636, which is 365,000 people below where they started. And then the 4-minute overrun was basically a bunch of people staring at each other, and that was whatever they were tuning in for the following program. So, good Lord, did we do an average for the actual numbers, quarters 2 through 8?
Oh, no, hold on. Let me get the old calculator out here. So we are going to start with quarter 2, 895.
You don't have to be so aggressive on those numbers.
Oh, no, I hit the wrong number.
You
distracted me. I hit the wrong number.
Oh, it's my fault. Okay.
Sing or something while I'm doing this. No one wants to hear this sound.
Well, you don't know what you got till it's gone. They paved paradise and put up a parking lot. Oh, Tony Khan's about 15 minutes away from becoming a parking attendant if things keep going this way.
The average without the first quarter and without the overrun was 772,000 viewers.
Ouch. So they picked up, well, really, they only picked up 25,000 in their overall average by fudging the numbers. So they go through all that trouble just to get an extra 20,000 people.
Once again, no star power. I mean, no real star power. No Moxley for AEW. No MJF. Jericho wasn't announced, and he showed up, and maybe a falling star or shooting star at this point. I'm not sure. But you had Wheeler Yuta in a video. I'm looking at the lineup here. Sting and Darby in the main event did nothing. They've done nothing to build up Takeshita and Hobbs that wouldn't just appeal to AEW's hardcore fans, doesn't make sense to anyone else.
And they were plugging that match with Sting and Darby, and they still wouldn't hang around for it through the rest of that brutal program.
You know, again, I've said this in the past, and I'll say it again, and I thought about it again this week. Don't diminish the problem that is the commentary, and how the same way Michael Cole, in a lot of ways, was detrimental to everyone. His style, the way he was being produced, and the way he decided to do things was detrimental to everyone except Vince and Kevin Dunn. Excalibur and Shivani and Taz gets dragged right into it. It's not an effective group. They aren't commentators you could stand unless you're like, you know, again, really deep inside with AEW and loving it.
Well, that's
it's
a
struggle.
With Goofball Sockface, he's like one of these really dedicated tape trading marks of the 90s doing commentary on, you know, outrageous indie matches in his basement. Because imagine this, that's the way he started. And people are not going to listen to that shit. And he's not a good broadcaster, and he can't tell a fucking dramatic story without using 15 Japanese move names. He's not a communicator to a mass amount of people. And Tony is just yelling how great and funny everything is. He's not doing anything, because what's he gonna fucking do with this shit in front of him? And you know, he's certainly not gonna suddenly turn into Jim Ross or Bill Watts or Lance Russell or Gordon Soley or whatever the fuck. And you can't analyze as a legitimate sports announcer. You can't analyze most of this shit anyway.
Bad commentators make it tough to care. That's my point. When you have bad commentators, it makes it tough to care about the show. It makes it tough to listen to the show and want to hear what's going on and want to hear explanations. When shit's going down and these three are just laughing about who they're popping each other like during like hardcore matches and shit.
Yeah, or you know, on a crazy bump, they're laughing like, "Oh shit! Oh, look at that!"
There's so many problems there, and again, you blame the two guys in the corner yelling "Disco sucks." You say it's alive. It's empty. It's empty. They'll get a bump next week because there won't be a Republican debate, and you'll maybe get Moxley or someone back. But they're not picking anyone up. They're losing people. And this isn't the first time they've had big competition. They're not holding up at all. Now, if there's any competition, they're losing more people. And yeah, the cable universe is shrinking.
And think about this. How fucking miserable was this program when people would actually think, I'll switch this off and go watch fucking Trump or a bunch of fucking Republicans talk?
Do you think Tony would have thought that because of those programs being on, which you would think, zap a portion of at least your over 50 audience for wrestling? If you know you have competition like that, is that the reason why you have, again, 2 8-man or 8-person tags, Claudio versus Adam Page, which doesn't mean anything right now.
No, I think he still thinks this shit's good.
Starks versus Guevara at the 9 o'clock hour? He thought that was okay?
I think Tony's doing the best he can, and I don't think that, he was thinking about having competition. And once again, the over 50 audience, anybody over 50 watching this television program that's ever been a wrestling fan and not getting paid to watch it or making money somehow watching it ought to be ashamed of themselves. This should be for fucking juvenile delinquents and people with some type of personality disorders under the age of 25 or 28.
And that main event with Sting is going to be interesting because I've seen feedback already from people who they want to support the event because of what they remember Sting as being years ago, even Surfer Sting. Putting the Young Bucks in that match did nothing to make that audience happy. It's the exact opposite. It's, someone getting stuffed into a situation you don't want them in.
Sort of like when the Buckaroos were growing up getting stuffed in lockers, and now they're lashing out because they've got a billionaire at their beck and call.
Well, Jim, let's stop talking about eating and let's talk about digesting these ratings. AEW Dynamite for January 17th on TBS, 8 to 10:04 p.m.
All right, and this is where we're going to find out what were they trying to watch on this program that the number should be up?
And that number, on average, was 891,000 viewers.
Which is up, what, 40 or 50,000 from, it's always 800 and something, except that one week it was 700 or whatever. But this is up 50 or 60,000 from their norm lately, isn't it?
Well, according to WrestleNomics here, this is the highest audience since October 18th, the highest in the key demo since September 20th. Last week was 797, so this is up 12%.
Well, there you 12 whole percent. What were they interested in?
And 11,
what was the
and 11%, by the way, above the trailing 4-week average.
Well, you know, that trailing 4-week average, if you get enough supplements in you and some vitamins, you can start moving that thing without having to drag it.
Well, Jim, once again, these were compiled by WrestleNomics, patreon.com/WrestleNomics. Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. Samoa Joe and Hook video, and the start of Christian Cage versus Dustin Rhodes with picture-in-picture, plus an ad break. 1,007,000 viewers.
So up over 1 million again from the Big Bang Theory. And Big Bang apparently does over 1 million viewers. So a rerun of a situation comedy beats their first run program. But that's where we normally start. Where are we going?
And again, the key demo, they started at 467. The second quarter, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m. Continuation of Cage versus Dustin. The Swerve Strickland backstage promo. An ad break. And then the Chris Jericho, Matt Sydal backstage angle. 997,000 viewers.
Okay. And that's something that never happens. They only drop 10,000 viewers. And would you turn off Christian Cage and Dustin? No, if you're already watching it, it was good. Dustin has not been featured on a regular basis, but it's not like one of these other matches where it was just repetitious shit over and over. So I can see if you were watching that, you might see what the fuck happened.
And again, they stayed pretty steady in the key demo, went to 461. That's why I brought it up before, just because at least that was steady this week. Quarter 3, 8:30.
And this is the first time I can remember where there wasn't a major loss coming out of quarter 1 to quarter 2. So they've already got that going for them.
Well, they ended quarter 2 at Chris Jericho's backstage angle. Usually that affects the next quarter. Quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. Commander and Penta El Zero Miedo versus Orange Cassidy and Trent Beretta. And the post-match with the Undisputed Kingdom. 897,000 viewers.
Oh, boy, just exactly 100,000. Okay, so, I mean, my God, that was a gift to them, though, because take it on its own. Almost 900,000 people watched that rotten, stinking match with jobbers. That's a gift.
Well, I guess so. We go to quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. The Adam Page backstage promo, the Mark Briscoe ramp promo, the Jay Briscoe video, an ad break, and the Young Bucks backstage promo, or backstage interview, I should say. 907,000 viewers.
And they came back up 10,000. Boy, that's first quarter to second quarter, they dropped 10,000. Then they drop 100,000, and then they gain 10,000. These are awfully fucking even numbers.
Well, the next quarter, the big 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15.
After the Buckaroos, where do we go from here?
After the Buckaroos, the big 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m., quarter 5. The Mogul Embassy versus Bullet Club Gold with picture-in-picture. The post-match with the Acclaimed and Billy Gunn. The Adam Cole Wardlow promo, and an ad break. 833,000 viewers.
Okay, so they lost 74,000, but still they've just now got to where they normally are in quarter 2 after they lose 100 and something thousand people. They're down to 833,000, but this has been an excellent pattern so far.
And we want to apologize for any technical difficulties. Any of you listeners here, there's some issues on the line due to the weather. But back to this, Jim.
Am I having issues again?
Slightly, but we want to make sure in case they are a little worse than we anticipate, or just even if they're there, we want to let the listeners know that we know about it and we're on it, and hopefully
we're going to do nothing, but we know about it.
Well, let's go to speaking of do nothing, let's go to quarter 6. I shouldn't say, that's rude. I didn't even look to see what was in here. 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. Deonna Purrazzo versus Anna Jay with picture-in-picture, and the post-match with Toni Storm and an ad break, 795,000 viewers.
Ouch. Honestly, not again. They're almost at 800,000 for what you just described. That's a blessing.
The blessing continues in quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. Top Flight versus Private Party with picture-in-picture, 754,000 viewers.
Ouch. Okay, there went another 41,000. So now we are down 253,000 people from where they started, and 243,000 people from quarter 2.
This was also the low point in the key demo, 398,000 viewers. You would think almost something like this would boost it because of the high-flying nature of it. But down in the key demo, quarter 8, and we have an overrun, 9:45 to 10 p.m., the Sting and Darby Allin video, and the start of Samoa Joe versus Hook, 869,000 viewers.
Wow!
And 451,000 in the key demo. So the younger viewers, if you call 49 young, came back.
So 115,000 people, they were interested to see what they were going to do with Joe and Hook. When was the last main event that they presented on this program anytime that gained over 100,000 viewers in the last quarter?
I don't recall, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think it's happened.
And finally, the 4-minute overrun, the finish of the match, and the post-match with Adam Page and Swerve Strickland, 931,000 viewers.
So, so if they'd have kept the Buckaroos and the little amateur gymnastics class with Top Flight and Private Party and the girls match out of there, they would have averaged over 900,000. And you can see immediately after the Bucks, they dropped 70,000. Immediately when the people see the trampoline exhibition with Top Flight and Private Party, they're at their lowest point of the show. It's not like these things are unusual. It happens all the time.
No, Jericho lost them 100,000 people. The Young Bucks lost them a big chunk. Samoa Joe, the people are interested in. And again, like I said, not a conventional build for the match with Hook. But it worked like a hook. Hook, line, and sinker. People were interested to see what would happen. So much of wrestling used to be about what would happen as opposed to how will they work.
Yeah.
What will happen?
I wonder if they'll do a Hurricane Rana off the top rope. It was, I wonder who's going to win. Will so-and-so get the belt? Oh, well, they got one. A good number this week for once. We should give them some applause. Where's my applauder thing? Yeah, there you go. Sounds like an FFA meeting over at the ballroom at the Holiday Inn.
All right, well, with that, it's my show, and I say... Game over.
Dynamite. Did anybody watch this thing?
Well, I'm dropping stuff all over the place here. Let's talk about the ratings this week, Jim.
Talk about dropping.
Well, talking about dropping, let's talk about the AEW Dynamite ratings for this past week, January 24th, 8 to 10:05 p.m. AEW Dynamite was watched on average by 837,000 viewers.
The same people, the same numbers. But the only question is, how high do they start and how low do they go? Limbo, limbo.
Well, quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. These were compiled by WrestleNomics. Samoa Joe's live confrontation with Hook, leading to him going to commentary for Penta El Zero Miedo versus Adam Page. 1,007,000 viewers.
That was almost identical to last week, wasn't it?
Well, the Big Bang Theory has a good run of shows going right now.
Yeah,
That's the Big Bang.
but I mean,
Listen, it's every week now because I've been paying attention to it. The first minute of Dynamite, technically 8 to 8:01, is the Big Bang Theory ending.
yeah.
So anyone who's watching that show is staying, and that's boosting that number for that first quarter every week.
Quarter two.
8:15 to 8:30 p.m., the continuation of Hangman versus Penta with picture-in-picture, Orange Cassidy backstage promo, and an ad break, 907,000 viewers.
So right off the bat, there goes 100,000. That's not as bad a drop as normal.
Well, quarter three, Jim, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m., the Young Bucks backstage promo, Trent Beretta versus Wardlow with picture-in-picture, the post-match with Orange Cassidy, Chuck Taylor, and the Undisputed Kingdom, followed by an Adam Copeland video, 903,000 viewers.
That's a gift that they only lost 4,000 on that. I mean, the fans said, we want a who's who of wrestling, and they gave them a who's that.
Well, the Who's That continues into quarter four, 8:45 to 9 p.m. The Deonna Purrazzo Tony Storm ramp promo / angle, an ad break, the Johnny TV Taya Valkyrie backstage promo, and that's it. 841,000 viewers.
Ouch. Another 62,000. So now we are 266,000 down from our starting point halfway through the show. That's not a good sign.
Well, we're at the big 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m., quarter five. Jeff Hardy versus Swerve Strickland with picture-in-picture and an ad break, 793,000 viewers.
Oh, the Hardy effect worked in reverse. That's 48,000 more people. That's
48,000 more people.
48,000 more viewers left from to quarter five than quarter four.
You mean less viewers?
Well, 48,000 more departed. They left. They bailed. They got the fuck out of Dodge, is what I'm saying.
Yes.
There were 48,000 more survivors that escaped.
All right, well, let's see who else escapes. We'll go to quarter six, 9:15.
Who else gets to the top of the bottom of the Poseidon Adventure?
Before traffic gets bad in Savannah, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. Quarter six. The Adam Page Swerve Strickland backstage angle, and Thunder Rosa versus Red Velvet with picture-in-picture, 754,000 viewers.
Ouch, and that was all in that 15 minutes. No wonder. There goes another 39,000. Yes, 39,000.
We go to quarter seven, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. The Darby Allin and Sting live promo, an ad break, Billy Gunn and the Acclaim versus the Mogul Embassy with picture-in-picture, 729,000 viewers.
All right, now we are at the low point of the show and 278,000 down from the start of the program.
And finally, quarter eight, and we have an overrun too.
Oh boy.
Quarter eight, 9:45 to 10 p.m. The continuation of the previous six-man tag match. Adam Copeland versus Minoru Suzuki. 737,000 viewers. 5-minute overrun. The continuation of the match. No commercials, by the way. And then an Adam Copeland live promo. 705,000 viewers.
Oh my God. So they got 8,000 people in the last quarter for the main event of the show and with Edge. And then the overrun always does better than quarter eight because you get all the people that were already watching plus the people who were tuning in for the next program. This is the first time I can ever remember. They lost 32,000 people in the overrun.
A lot of it's the trend of the show and what was interesting people and what wasn't. A lot of it, I think, unfortunately, a lot of the overruns we see are with people that are featured regularly on this TV show. Edge versus Minoru Suzuki may not be what holds an audience. Even the key demo
Well, I mean, if you looked at the first 7 minutes of it, you sure didn't want to see any more of it. But I figured for most people that were already there by that point, they'd stick it out. But so they actually were down 302,000 viewers from the start of the program, and 302,000. That means basically they lost 30%. They started with 1 million and they ended up with 700,000, let's say. So they lost 30% of the audience from the start to finish.
Well, that was Dynamite. That was Tony's show, and this is your show.
And it's my show, and it's over. Well, you have some information, because before we just talk about the WWE, which is now, for good or bad, it's like they're hogging all the spotlight from poor Tony. Tony had his, minor meltdown on Twitter last month or whatever, and Jericho got in a little trouble, and then suddenly the WWE comes in with fucking steamrollers and dump trucks full of good news and bad news. We're going to hit you all with it. Bam, 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 bam. And they've just knocked everybody off the front pages, taking all the oxygen out of the room. But the one thing that we have not talked about in AEW was the ratings for last Wednesday night's Dynamite program. We reviewed it on your show, the Drive-Thru, but that was so quickly after the fact that the ratings people hadn't even caught up with us yet. And we continue to marvel every week that anybody watches this thing at this point, and that they're narrowcasting to such a minute niche audience. But where'd they start and where'd they finish, and what happened to Mr. In Between, Brian? What date was this even? Seems like a century ago.
It was a month ago, or last month, January 31st, 2024.
Well, that's what's happened. It's a month has gone by.
Or a few days. It was last month, not necessarily a month ago. I misspoke, but AEW Dynamite.
Well, it was last month.
It was last month, but not a month ago.
January 31st. Well, it's February now.
Well, on the 31st.
It was a month ago, because January is a month before February.
From 8 to 10:06 p.m. on the 31st, AEW Dynamite did 818,000 viewers.
Well, I've lost my pen now. Here, hold on. I got to keep track of this. I want to make sure I know exactly what's going on. 818,000. So they lost about 15,000 of their faithfuls.
And you have to say here at the top, with everything happening in WWE, like you said, it's easy for that to just swallow up all the wrestling news and everything. Before that, you had Tony's meltdown, you had Jericho's stupidity. But there's no buzz. There's no buzz about anything with AEW right now. It's kind of not concerning, but it's amazing. There's no buzz about anything there.
It's a sound. It's not really a buzz. It's more like a beep, beep.
Well, let's see where the heartbeat started.
Beep.
Well, hold on. They didn't flatline yet, sir.
Oh, and by the way, I read in one of the industry publications, I can't remember. Of course, I peruse all the finest documentation in the world today on the ratings, but the Big Bang Theory is doing about 1.2 million people or thereabouts a lot of times. That before, in the time slot before AEW. So they're being handed, more often than not, even more people than their opening quarter reflects. It's just those people are the ones who go, oh, fuck no, and they're gone like that. But go ahead.
Well, let's go to quarter one, 8 to 8:15 p.m. These were compiled by WrestleNomics. The last minute of the Big Bang Theory, I'm going to put that in there because that is the first thing that you see when you tune in at 8 o'clock. Followed by Jon Moxley versus Jeff Hardy with picture-in-picture, 981,000 viewers.
Okay, so they're up there, almost 1 million. Lately, they've been getting right at about 1 million people to start.
Well, quarter two, 8:15, 8:30 p.m., the continuation of Moxley versus Hardy.
Ooh.
The post-match with Mystico, Hechicero.
What now? Wait, what?
I'm not terribly familiar with him, to be honest with you.
Hector Guerrero, is it what you said?
Hechicero, I think is how you pronounce it, or Hechicero? Hechicero.
CC right? I don't know.
Well, him, Mascara Dorado, Volador Jr., Matt Sydal, Matt Menard, Angelo Parker, and Christopher Daniels.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
Followed by an ad break. And the beginning of Adam Page versus Toa Linoa. Is that his name? Now you got me messed up.
His name is Total Linoleum.
Well, it's Toa Linoa. I keep thinking of Tay Leone because of you. 836,000 viewers.
Oh, sweet Jesus, as Percy Pringle would say. So right there went 145,000 people, which one might be able to attribute to Moxley and Hardy going through that quarter-hour milestone. Continue on.
The milestones continue. Quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. The continuation of Page versus Linoleum with picture-in-picture ads. And the Young Bucks backstage angle. 799,000 viewers.
Oh! Gee, so there went another 37, but is that the first time you can remember they've gone below 800,000 in the first quarter or first hour?
First hour? You know, I can't remember the last time it happened. I'm sure it has, but maybe the first time in a while.
Youch. All righty.
Well, quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. Wardlow versus Commander. The post-match with the Undisputed Kingdom, Orange Cassidy, Trent Beretta, and Rocky Romero, an ad break, and the sit-down interview with Big Bill, Ricky Starks, Sting, and Darby Allin, 798,000 viewers.
Okay, so I was going to say, well, maybe they just saw the Buckaroos, Matthew and Nicholas, in the previous quarter and said, fuck it, would come back. But no, they didn't even come back for Darby Allin and Sting here.
Well, we next have the big 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m., quarter 5. Chris Jericho versus Kyle Fletcher with picture-in-picture ads. 786,000 viewers.
Ouch! And they put Jericho on, even if it was Kyle Fletcher. Jericho is the only thing, well, one of the only things they have passing for a name. And they put him at the top of 9 o'clock hour in a match and lose 12,000 people. That's not a good sign either.
He's been off WWE TV for a long time at this point, and they haven't really been doing anything good with him in ever. So, not a big surprise there, but quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. The continuation of Jericho versus Fletcher, the Deonna Purrazzo video, and the acclaimed Billy Gunn, Bullet Club Gold Live promo, an ad break, and the start of Taya Valkyrie versus Deonna Purrazzo. 795,000 viewers.
Oh, good Lord. The fucking potpourri segment gained over Jericho at the top of the hour. That's interesting. Hey.
Hey, what? Who was that, Fonzie?
No, I'm just, hey. Hey. They got 9,000.
Cunningham in my office.
Hey, no, come on.
Well, we go down to what is this now? Quarter 7.
I don't know, Tom Bosley. You tell me.
9:30. Hey, sit on it, Potsy. 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. The continuation of Taya Valkyrie versus Deonna Purrazzo. I'm laughing because of fucking Happy Days. With picture-in-picture ads.
You look more like Anson Williams. So.
A post-match and the Darby Allin Young Bucks backstage confrontation. Another ad break. And the Samoa Joe entrance.
Hold on, wait a minute. The Buckaroos were in this quarter too. I'm going to say this is going to be the lowest quarter in the show so far.
And you would be correct, 759,000 viewers.
Ouch! Oh, boy. So they have, just by random chance, in quarters 3 and 7, they have been in the lowest quarter hour of the program to that point in time that appearance took place.
Yeah, again, it's a harsh reality that a lot of people who love the Bucks and have for a long time have to face about who they are in 2024.
Well, they're doing such important and excellent work, and they're saying such profound things in these backstage pre-tapes that they phone in for their 7 figures a year from Richie Rich.
CM Punk will generate more income for WWE over the next 9 months that he's injured than they will in AEW. Think about that. We go now to quarter 8, and I remind you we have an overrun.
Can we hurt both of them? See if they can make it a contest?
We have the Adam Page backstage promo and the beginning of Rob Van Dam versus Swerve Strickland with picture-in-picture. 792,000 viewers. And the 6-minute overrun, the continuation of the match, and then Adam Page confronting Swerve, 820,000 viewers.
Okay, and, again, do we take that at the end out like we usually do? Because what the fuck? But at least it shows there was some curiosity, not only for who the opponent was going to be, and it's Van Dam, and he's a legend, but also Swerve is now...
He's their biggest star.
He's the one that moves some kind of rating, especially toward the end of the program. If they put anybody else, they just plummet off the precipice. They plummet off the precipice.
Well, if you take out the first quarter and the overrun, the key demo peaks with Swerve versus Rob Van Dam in quarter 8 with 348,000. It's 393 for the first quarter, but that's Big Bang Theory, so I'm not counting that. It bottomed out for the 9 o'clock hour, 311,000 for Jericho versus Fletcher.
Well, if you take out the first quarter and you take out the overrun, you start with 836,000 and you end with 792,000. And the lowest you went the whole time was 759. So really, of the real fans they have probably watching this program, or usually most of their programs, it's around 75,000 that they have a range there of 750 to 830 or whatever.
Yeah, to say 800,000 people every week who are looking forward to Dynamite and give it a chance, and they come in and they go out and who knows where they are, but it's around that number. It's not the 900,000, 1 million number that the Big Bang Theory gets. It's about 800,000.
And, then on some memorable occasions, they plummet even further at the end from that when they've had these real stinkers. But the base people, they're trying to give it a chance, but you can tell where even they zone out in the middle or toward the end. And
other than Swerve,
this week it just happened to be around the Buckaroos.
Listen, other than Swerve, who has always moved numbers for the most part, and people are into, and he seems like he has something going on, and that picked up at the end of the show. Moxley versus Jeff Hardy, the women's stuff, Paige versus Toa Leone, or whatever his name was.
Linoleum.
The Wardlow Commander match, the Orange Cassidy crew being involved in stuff, Jericho versus Fletcher. There's nothing on the show to excite anyone. Unless you're like a diehard AEW fan, like the most diehard. These are bad shows. These are bad lineups and bad shows.
Well, we've talked about it. They've kind of run out of stuff besides Tony's, incessant matchmaking, which just writing down matches and dream matches. And, we can't wait to see this guy that has never wrestled here before come in and wrestle the same fucking match that the last 5 guys that came in have never wrestled here before had. Because nobody knows who the fuck they are and we can't tell the difference.
Well, they have a big show this Wednesday. Big crowd expected in Arizona. Tony Khan has a major announcement. Some big matches, Swerve versus Adam Page. So I expect this week's number has to be significantly up, but we'll see.
Well, we'll see. But what's going to happen with Page? Okay, besides the fact that he drank Swerve's blood, Swerve is beating him every time. But does anybody want to see Page win this and get a title match with Samoa Joe instead of Swerve? Does anybody want to see a 3-way with Page involved to get in the way and be a fucking distraction and a third wheel?
Does anyone truly see Adam Page as a main eventer and not just an upper mid-card guy? And that's not an insult. That's the reality of who he is.
And so, but Tony hates to hurt anybody's feelings, so we'll find out about that. But, he's coming off the drubbing of the 300,000 people that watched Collision on his national cable network. And, he does the same number on Wednesday nights, give or take. And there's nobody buying tickets to the live events except for the guy that's going to retire. So he won't be there to sell tickets to the rematch. So if I was Tony, I would be looking for something to do. By the way, I'd like to say, since we're talking about numbers, Brian, just if I could, just for a second, if I can toot my own horn. Well, it's closest
It's not
I had.
really a toot, but okay.
We want to thank everybody out there. This was the same week, calendar week here. We hit 400,000 subscribers on the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel and 500 million downloads.
Views.
Or views or whatever the fuck, whatever the terminology is. 500 million of those in the same week. That ain't bad. But wait a minute, we're doing audio. How can they be views on the audio?
The Travis Eckle artwork. They find guest artists that we have on the channel. Everyone loves that stuff.
Well, that's true. They're just listening to us in the background where they're staring into those for the fucking meaning of life that's hidden down deep in the fucking duck's ass or whatever.
Those pieces of art, those are 4K. So people blow them up on their screen when they listen to the show, and it looks great.
Well, there you go. They're 4K. Well, they're for you to look at. That's even better than being 4K, but it's not as good as being for me.
We shall see. This was a big show, and they spent a lot of time building it up. How do you think it did?
Well, I've got to just say my comment on what you just said before we go to the ratings is, boy, howdy, I'll tell you what, I don't think Tony got enough oxygen when he was a fetus, is all I've got to say. But nevertheless.
Thank you for jumping in with that expert analysis.
Yes.
It's that kind of analysis you only find here on the Jim Cornette Experience.
I don't know how they could possibly have had as many people watch this program as they did last week's program. It's got to be getting to them sooner or later. I mean, this was a big thing they promoted for quite a while, but it was rotten. I'm sure they started strong and tapered off.
It's a very interesting rating story this week. AEW Dynamite, February 7th, 2024 on TBS, 8 to 10:04 p.m. On average, was watched by 805,000 viewers.
Ouch. Okay, so that's about 30 or 40 down from what they've been doing regularly, which indicates to me people maybe have said, well, we've seen this shit before, but go ahead.
According to WrestleNomics, it is down 2% from last week, which was 818, and it is down 4% from the trailing 4-week average, which is 836.
Well, now we know why their average is trailing. I would almost say trickling.
Once again, these ratings were compiled by WrestleNomics, quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. Adam Page versus Swerve Strickland, 878,000 viewers.
Oh my God, what happened to the Big Bang Theory?
I don't know.
Did the balloon pop on the Big Bang?
Maybe it's an episode everyone hates.
Okay, that was the lowest hand. Well, that was the lowest handoff in the history of this program, I think.
Well, we handed off to quarter 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m. The continuation of Swerve versus Hangman with picture-in-picture, 780,000 viewers.
Ouch. Okay, they lost 98,000 on that marathon dreariness with Swerve and Page. And I don't see, unless something stabilizes, how they're even going to make their average. Go ahead.
The Silverdome just emptied out and everyone walked out of there. Quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. The continuation of Swerve versus Adam Page with the post-match, an ad break, and a Samoa Joe promo, 838,000 viewers.
Okay, so as soon as the all clear was sounded on Swerve and Page, 58,000 came back. Good Lord, that doesn't say much for. Well, Swerve with a better opponent, you could say something for him, but wow, okay.
Well, we go to quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. Red Velvet versus Tony Storm with picture-in-picture. The post-match with Deonna Purrazzo. The Trent Beretta, Orange Cassidy, Rocky Romero promo. An ad break. And the BCC entrance. 833,000 viewers.
And within 5,000, kind of pretty much the same. But at the top of the 9 o'clock hour, I can't see how they'll gain on a match with complete unknowns.
Well, it is indeed the 9 o'clock hour, quarter 5, the big 9 o'clock hour at 9 to 9:15 p.m. Danielson, Claudio, and Moxley versus Hechicero, Mascara Dorada, and Volador Jr. with picture-in-picture, 826,000 viewers.
Okay, they only lost 7,000. That was not nearly as bad as I thought it would be. Nothing to brag about, but they dodged a bullet there.
Well, let's find out where that magic bullet goes in quarter 6, 9:15 and 9:30 p.m.
Thank you, Dr. Ehrlich.
The post-match angle, the Undisputed Kingdom, Chuck Taylor backstage, whatever it was, an ad break, the big Tony Khan announcement, and the start of Chris Jericho versus Konosuke Takeshita, 771,000 viewers.
Yeah. Well, there goes 29, 40, 55,000 more, and I bet you this becomes a trend.
Well, there goes thinking Tony's big announcement is a draw anymore.
Well, they've seen through that. It's a meme now, isn't it? Even with their faithful audience.
Well, Jim, let's see what they memed to do here in the 7th quarter, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. Chris Jericho versus Konosuke Takeshita with picture-in-picture ads and an ad break, 723,000 viewers.
Ouch. Mr. Jericho wanders in and loses him another 48,000. That's over 100,000 in 2 quarters.
The best thing for Chris Jericho is not booking him strongly, it's getting him off TV right now. And finally, quarter 8, and we have an overrun. 9:45 to 10 p.m., Darby Allin and Sting versus Big Bill and Ricky Starks with picture-in-picture, 787,000 viewers. 5-minute overrun with the Young Bucks, 820,000 viewers.
Well, at least, again, Sting, he picked up 64,000. Because they knew that was the main event. They'd been advertising it. People must have come back and said, we'll fucking come back when that starts. And then, then they get the artificial overrun from people. I can't believe 33,000 people just hopped on the last 4 minutes of that. They were tuning in to see fucking Mighty Mouse or whatever was after. But, you've got basically the faithful there. For some reason, they didn't get the big number at the beginning. And so therefore, they didn't lose as much of a percentage of their audience as they normally do. But still, you've got some of the most featured people produce some of the least impressive numbers. And whether it be 100,000 people bailing on the middle of the marathon with hangnail, or whether it be, the Jericho Takeshita debacle at the end, which was the lowest point of the program, practically. Well, it was the lowest point of the program.
Jericho's not going to hold people anymore, especially when you put him against someone who we really like and is really talented, but you've done nothing good with. Like, he's not booked weekly, but he's not booked well.
Oh, yes, he is.
But you know what I mean?
Very weekly.
He's not out there
weekly.
He's not out there losing every week. It's just he's booked like shit nonstop.
Yes. He's booked very limply. But that
was another limp episode of AEW Dynamite. One that their fans were raving about. Dave gave 4.5 stars to a few of the matches there.
Dave gave 4.5 stars to the lowest rated segment of the program.
And said Jericho should win more.
Yeah, that would have saved it. See, all those people tuned out because they got a fucking premonition Jericho was going to lose.
The thing that's hurting AEW is Chris Jericho not being presented strongly enough. That's, of all the things, that's what's hurting AEW right now. You want to talk about the ratings?
Yes. If my faith in humanity could be restored if quarter 8 went to 17 people.
Well, we shall find out. AEW Dynamite on TBS Wednesday, February 14th, 2024, 8 to 10:05 p.m. 811,000 viewers on average.
I thought that was last week.
No, that's this week. Last week was 805.
Oh, they found 6,000 people this week. Okay. But the more important question is, as always, where did they start and where'd they finish?
Well, these were compiled by WrestleNomics. Jim, quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. Jon Moxley versus Dax Harwood with picture-in-picture, 944,000 viewers.
So is the bloom off the Big Bang rose lately? They've been feeding them over 1 million people at the start, which is how they've been able to artificially inflate this average for quite some time. But the last couple of weeks, they're not even getting 1 million. Are the Big Bang viewers turning off the show a minute early because they've smartened up to that thing and they don't want to be in any way involved with the wrestling program, or are people less interested in the Big Bang these days?
Well, again, it's another year that it's in reruns on the network. I'm sure that the ratings may not stay the same as they were, but we'll see what we can do about finding those Big Bang Theory numbers. Again, this was Valentine's Day, but you would think maybe the audience going out for Valentine's Day is not the audience watching the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, well, do you seriously think that any of the AEW fans are getting any pussy?
Let's go to quarter 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m. The continuation of Mox versus Dax. The post-match beatdown with the Blackpool Combat Club. Don Callis' backstage promo. Barrett Brown versus Wardlow.
Oh, that was who it was.
And a Young Bucks video. 905,000 viewers. Also the high point in the key demo, 18 to 49-year-old men. 431,000 viewers.
Now that is shocking. That is much less of a drop. They usually experience 100,000 people bailing pretty quick. Is this a tribute to Dax's ability to keep something, even with the plumber, interesting? Because his shit always loses. Moxley lost 100,000 people last week, didn't he?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we're prepared to call Dax Harwood a ratings draw yet, but
well I'm saying, did he make Moxley palatable?
I don't know. You know, you can't dismiss that Moxley has fans too. But quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m., an ad break, and Adam Copeland versus Daniel Garcia, 762,000 viewers.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, maybe people were just feeling the cold and the arthritis and they were a little slow to get up because they lost 39,000 from quarter 1 to quarter 2, and then they lost 143,000 from 2 to 3.
143,000 lovers. I mean, if you make a 9 p.m. dinner appointment for Valentine's Day, you're leaving in quarter 3.
Who's waiting until 9 o'clock to eat dinner on Valentine's Day? You wouldn't be getting to the good stuff till 11:30.
The working man. They've been out working all day. They got to go to dinner before they have to go to sleep to wake up to get up the next day and jump on the Long Island Railroad and deal with
They're thinking about getting home that night and jumping on their wife.
Well, let's jump on to quarter 4.
The Long Island Railroad. I've been working on the railroad. How many fucking railroad? What, somebody's choking or stoking the fucking fire there and the other guy's the conductor? How many railroad employees you think watching the goddamn wrestling show?
I wasn't talking necessarily about the employees of the railroad. I was saying that the working man would use the railroad as transport to get to the working place.
Oh, I thought you meant they were the engineers and the coal burners and things and such of that nature.
Well, no, not that those aren't working men too, but I don't know their schedules. Let's get back to the schedule of quarter 4 here, Jim. 8:45 to 9 p.m., the continuation of Adam Copeland versus Daniel Garcia, the post-match with Christian Cage, Nick Wayne, and Kill Switch, an ad break, and a Samoa Joe promo, 792,000 viewers.
How the fuck did they manage to get 30,000 to come back for that? That's what I'd like to know.
They left at the end of quarter 2, which affected quarter 3. The end of quarter 2 was the Wardlow match and the Young Bucks video. Quarter 3 is Adam Copeland versus Daniel Garcia. If you tune back in at a certain point, that's how you get people back. Oh, Edge is on. I'll check it out, see what's happening. We go to the big 9 o'clock hour, quarter 5, 9 to 9:15 p.m. The Samoa Joe, Swerve Strickland, Adam Page live promo, the Tony Storm video, the Deonna Purrazzo backstage promo, and Young Bucks versus Top Flight. 838,000 viewers.
Well, for once, they got a bump at the top of the hour. They added another 46,000 people. So that brought them up to about their normal average. But since obviously their normal average, they didn't reach this week, they're going to be dropping. I still maintain that quarter 8 will be the worst quarter in the history of the television program, because how can it not be? You might as well show Mighty Mouse reruns.
Well, for the record, I don't have the record of what is the previous worst quarter in the history of the show, but let's keep going here. Where are we? Quarter 6. 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. The continuation of Top Flight versus the Young Bucks. Picture-in-picture ads. The Young Bucks live promo and Darby Allin's promo to the Young Bucks. 785,000 viewers.
Oh. So again, with the exception of quarter 3, these two little douchebags put up the lowest numbers of the show so far with the various things that they're involved in, because nobody gives a shit. It's kids cosplaying.
It's every single quarter that they're the last thing that's in that quarter. It kills the next quarter. It's every single time. But let's see how they recover here. Quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. An ad break. Bullet Club Gold, The Acclaimed, and Billy Gunn's backstage promo. Willow Nightingale versus Sky Blue with picture-in-picture. 741,000 viewers.
And it begins. So they're down 203,000 people from the start, and that is the lowest point of the program. And now, drum roll, please. Wait a minute.
Oh, hold on.
What? Hold the drum roll? We're quarter 8.
I got a new thing. Hold on.
What? I got a new thing. Papa got a brand new bag.
I got a new cajon. Oh, I have to reveal the rating.
What is that? That sounds like you're just taking your fucking sneakers and drubbing them on the desk.
No, see, it's a cajon, but it has a snare. If I take off the snare...
A cajon?
Listen.
Wait a minute.
This is with no snare. This is the snare, and then I can open up the airway here.
If I was over there, I'd close your airway up. What are you talking, cajon? I thought you were supposed to have 2 cajones anyway.
Well, no,
what is a cajon?
You're speaking of the huevos. I'm talking about this cajon right here. It's a percussion tool, instrument, some might say. I have a variety of them in various places all over the manor.
Yeah.
So I can just stop anytime, anywhere I am, and just start making some music.
Well, I'm thinking of a certain kind of tool right now, so why don't we have that tool provide us with the quarter 8 numbers?
Quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m. The continuation of Willow Nightingale versus Sky Blue, an ad break, and Orange Cassidy versus Matt Taven with picture-in-picture. 725,000 viewers with a 5-minute overrun, bringing it to 785,000 viewers.
Okay, yeah. In the last 5 minutes, 60,000 people were desperate to see the finish of Matt Taven and Pockets. So again, the main event draws the lowest number of the entire show because of the fact that an idiot and somebody that's never been used before was in it. And they thought because they were in Texas, a Texas death match would be just lovely. And then they get an artificial bump from going 5 minutes over for the people that were tuning into the following program. And now, as we find out from the other numbers, 944 was still at least fucking 50,000 or 60,000 of the big bangers to start out. So they did an 811,000 viewer average with an artificially inflated beginning and end. it continues to trickle down and drip away.
Yeah, on that topic, as WrestleNomics on their chart has the 90-day trend line, it is well below the 90-day trend line.
Well, that's because Tony's fucking brains are below his waistline. They're in his ass.
All right, well, that was Dynamite.
Did anybody watch this fiasco this week?
I believe some people did. Let me pull up the numbers here.
We'll run through their numbers quickly, and then just, again, they did have a collision, and we want to try to give you a couple of instances of what they did on national television on Saturday night, and as their, I guess, answer to what the WWE did on Saturday morning, which was have a stadium show in front of 50,000 people. But go ahead, we're still on the ratings for Wednesday.
We are on the ratings. AEW Dynamite on TBS, Wednesday, February 21st, 2024, 8 to 10:05 p.m. These were compiled by WrestleNomics. The overall number, Jim, 828,000 viewers on average. And it's up it's up 2% from last week, which was 811,000.
I was about to say they've made a slight comeback from almost dropping below 800,000 last week, but we're still right in that pocket there, right in that range. They better hope that all these people are in good health.
Well, again, let's go to the quarterly breakdown because this tells the real story. And again, it's the same story every single week. Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. FTR versus Claudio and Moxley, 996,000 viewers.
And the Big Bang has been well under 1 million here the past few weeks, so this is a little bit of an increase they're getting handed as a gift.
Well, the gift continues into quarter 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m. The continuation of that big tag match with picture-in-picture ads, and the post-match, and the Orange Cassidy backstage angle, followed by another ad break, 870,000 viewers.
Ouch. So 126,000 automatically said we cannot watch The Plumber.
Well, quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m., a recap of something, it doesn't say what, a recap, FTR, Claudio, and Moxley backstage angle, and Orange Cassidy versus Mike Bennett with picture-in-picture ads. 799,000 viewers.
Good Lord. So they're below 800,000. It's only 45 minutes into the show. I sense that by their average, they almost have to pull out of their normal tailspin pattern, but lead me on.
We go to quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m., the post-match of Orange Cassidy versus Mike Bennett with the Undisputed Kingdom, and Jake Hager. The Ruby Soho, Angelo Parker date setup. The biggest thing since Ralph Mouth went out with Leather Tuscadero. Ric Flair's backstage arrival. An ad break. Flair and the Bucks backstage angle. I guess part 2 of the arrival. And Daniel Garcia's live promo and confrontation with the Christian Cage Bunch. 819,000 viewers.
So whatever that mess was that you just described got 20,000 back.
Well, let's see where those people can go. 9 p.m., the big 9 o'clock hour.
I think we can tell them where to go, but...
Quarter 5, 9 to 9:15 p.m., the continuation of the Garcia Christian Gang promo confrontation. Adam Page, Hook, and RVD's backstage promo. Tony Storm versus Sydney. Yes, it is Sydney. Sydney Winnelli. Or not Winnelli, just Winnell. There's a semicolon there. I thought it was an I. Sydney Winnell. And Madison Rayne versus Deonna Purrazzo with picture-in-picture ads. 829,000 viewers.
Good Lord, they actually picked up 10,000. Was that just the top of the hour, or was there anything in there that people might have wanted to see?
That's a great question. Maybe the next quarter will answer part of it. 9:15 to 9:30 p.m., quarter 6. The continuation of Madison Rayne versus Deonna Purrazzo.
Ouch.
Including post-match with Tony Storm. And the Darby Allin and Sting tape promo, an ad break, and the Wardlow live promo. 789,000 viewers.
Okay, I have a feeling it might be downhill from here, but there goes another 40,000.
We go now to quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. The Bang Bang Scissor Gang backstage promo, an ad break, the Don Callis Group backstage promo, and the start of Samoa Joe, Brian Cage, and Swerve Strickland versus Adam Page, Hook, and Rob Van Dam. 777,000 viewers.
Well, that's only another 12,000. It could be worse. It could get worse.
Well, we go to quarter 8. I remind you, there's a 5-minute overrun. Quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m. The continuation of that big 6-man match with picture-in-picture ads. 756,000 viewers.
Ouch.
5-minute overrun, 805,000 viewers.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, for that last 5 minutes on purpose, 49,000 people are going to, oh, we got to see the finish. So they started at 996,000 and they finished at 10 p.m. Eastern with 756,000. That means they lost 240,000, which was 25%, almost exactly, of the audience they started with. Woo.
Watch out, WWE. That was a really bad episode, I thought. But the numbers may tell a different story. Let's see what the numbers say, Jim.
800 and what thousand?
This past week, AEW Dynamite on TBS, Wednesday, February 28th, 8 to 10:02 p.m. On average, 822,000 viewers.
Boy, they
minus
still
1%, minus 1% from last week.
They still stay in that pocket. These people would eat the Elmer's glue and thank you for the ice cream. They will tolerate anything.
Well, Jim, we'll see how much they tolerated on this night. So AEW Dynamite, these were compiled by WrestleNomics. Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. Adam Page, Samu, I was about to combine a couple names there. Swerve Strickland and Samoa Joe's live promo.
Samu.
And the Young Bucks backstage arrival promo. 983,000 viewers.
Wow. So again, they start with almost 1 million, thanks to our friend Sheldon.
Well, that's right.
What are they going to do with them?
Well, we're going to do with them, we're going to take them to quarter 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m. An ad break. The beginning of Eddie Kingston and FTR versus Bryan Danielson and Claudio Castagnoli and Jon Moxley with picture-in-picture ads. 804,000 viewers.
Oh, Jesus. All right. So we're back to normalcy. Remember last week, for whatever reason, they held some people, but now we've lost 179,000 people in 15 minutes.
That's a big drop quickly. Again,
You know what? They're going to have to come back. They're going to have to come back at some point in the show to make their average. So I'm interested to see where that is.
And again, that first minute being the Big Bang Theory, it's going to prove every single week. The average AEW audience is in the range of 800,000 viewers, minus that.
Yeah.
So maybe even lower. Quarter 3, the continuation of the 6-man tag match, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. 799,000 viewers. Oh, by the way, picture-in-picture ads, I should add.
Okay. Well, I'm surprised only 5,000 people said, my God, there has to be more meaning to life than watching this.
Well, the meaning of life was still being searched for in quarter 4. How's that for a rhyme?
There you go.
8:45 to 9 p.m. An Atlantis video, a Lionheart Chris Jericho backstage promo, an ad break, Will Ospreay and Don Callis' family's live promo, and then the Young Bucks backstage confrontation with Eddie Kingston. 835,000 viewers.
Well, got 36,000 back, and I can't imagine out of that list you just read what they'd want to see, but good for them.
Well, good for them. Let's see if the goodness continues into quarter 5, the big 9 o'clock hour.
9 o'clock hour, the big top of the hour.
Top of the hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m. Orange Cassidy versus Nick Wayne with picture-in-picture ads.
242,000. Why would you do that? I mean, even if you're not offended by just the presence of pockets, why would you put him against this fucking bland mope-faced teenager at the 9 o'clock hour? Oh, this'll draw him in like flies.
Well, mopiness is in the eye of the beholder, but the number, Jim, is 799,000 viewers.
Wow. So they picked up 36,000 from 3 to 4, and those same 36,000 said, oh, we've made a drastic error and left. Okay.
We now go to what is known as quarter 6.
In some circles.
9:15 to 9:30 p.m. The finish of the aforementioned match. The post-match with the Undisputed Kingdom, Trent Beretta, and Rocky Romero. An ad break. The Bang Bang Scissor Gang's backstage promo. And the start of Chris Statlander versus Sky Blue. With picture-in-picture ads. 767,000 viewers.
Ouch. And that's another 32,000. So now we've gone from 983 to 767. We got 2 quarters to go.
That's right. Quarter 7, 9:45 to 10 p.m. 9:30 to 9:45.
Yeah.
Chris Statlander versus Sky Blue continued with a post-match with Julia Hart and Willow Nightingale and Stokely Hathaway. The Young Bucks backstage finding Sting's room of bats. An ad break. And the start of Chris Jericho versus Atlantis Jr. with picture-in-picture ads. 766,000 viewers.
So Jericho managed to run another 1,000 off. He's not the ratings draw that Pockets is now.
They don't really call him the demo god anymore, do they?
Boy, unless you're talking about Demolition, he's demolishing the ratings.
Hey, Demolition were awesome. Let's not compare Chris
I'm not
Jericho
talking about
to
the
Demolition.
team. I'm talking about the act.
Underrated. One of the great tag teams. But let's go now, Jim, to quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m. I remind you we have an overrun.
And but people had to think there was something going to go on with Sting and something going to go on with these 2 weasels looking for him. And one would think that they would have wanted to see Sting. Certainly to God, they had to come back somewhat.
Well, Chris Jericho versus Atlantis Jr. continued with the post-match celebration with Atlantis, and they all hugged. Followed by the Young Bucks confrontation with Darby Allin, Ric Flair, and Sting's appearance. 810,000 viewers.
Wow.
2-minute overrun, 891,000 viewers.
Okay, all right. For 2 minutes, suddenly 81,000 people said, oh my God, we're almost missing it. Ric Flair and Sting in a segment and 810,000. At least they got 44 back. But you got your calculator over there, Brian. Do what we did before. Add up quarters 2 through 8, leave off quarter 1 and the overrun, and see what the average is when it's just all AEW all through the quarter.
I am doing that right now. Let me restart now that you threw me off.
Well, you got to be able to multitask.
Oh, come on. 799 plus 835 plus 799 plus 767 plus 766 plus 810 plus, oh, that's it.
That's it.
Divided by
7
equals 797,000 viewers.
797,000 people. Take out the first quarter that's artificially inflated every week that we know, and take out the overrun that's ridiculous and that they're fudging the numbers for. And you get 797,000 people this time, which is lower than last time we did this exercise. And out of 7 quarters, only 3 of them were above 800,000 in the body of the show. And it's getting worse because the show is getting worse and nobody can tell him because he won't listen.
The trend lines show it for the overall audience. They hold pretty steady with the key demo right now, but the key demo is starting to get to the point where it's going to be the bigger audience pretty soon. But 800,000, give or take. And literally, in this case, 797, 800,000 is the audience that's going to watch them on TV. And they're locked in kind of at that number. And it seems like they every now and then get a nice little burst, but then they lose a little more breath and they go a little bit they fall a little bit further, and the trend line starts showing that they're not doing a great job of building anything. They may think they have good builds, but they're going to get the same people to buy the pay. I know Dave Meltzer did some kind of study where, all the pay-per-view buys AEW has, it was actually like 90. No, I shouldn't give a percentage because I don't remember it, but it was like the majority of it were different people. Never the same people buying the pay-per-views. All different people.
You know why that is, don't you? Because once that people go on record as buying one of these pay-per-views with the cable company, they change their name. They're ashamed. They're embarrassed to be grouped in that category. So they're trying to hide their identities.
Well, maybe people aren't rich, and you have to find a rich friend that will buy the AEW pay-per-view, but you may not be able to get them to buy a second one, so you got to find another rich friend.
Yeah.
Because, poor people typically don't like AEW, according to Dave Meltzer. But I was saying something, and I don't even remember what it was, actually.
Well, neither does Tony.
I guess that was the point. The pay-per-views, it's the same audience. Like, they're going to do in the range of 140,000 to 110,000. Ring of Honor being a little different. And they're about to introduce more pay-per-views, so it'll be very interesting because they're $50 a pop minimum.
At what point do their most devoted fans have to go out and take a second job to afford all the pay-per-views?
And again, the storylines and everything, nothing's getting better.
There's more of it.
Yes.
It's not good and it's not getting any better, but there's so much more of it.
Well, that was Dynamite. The go-home episode for the Revolution pay-per-view.
Again, I don't know the ebbs and the flows, the ups and the downs, but I know enough, and you're going to tell us the rest, but I know enough to admit a correction here on the program. I've been wrong. And whenever I'm proven wrong, I acknowledge that. I think I've set that track record. And I have been proven wrong again. I'm going to acknowledge it. I made the statement that there were 800,000 people in this country that were going to watch that television program no matter how bad it sucked. And I was wrong. And I apologize. Brian, what were the ratings for this episode of AEW Dynamite from, I believe, March the 6th?
March the 6th on TBS, AEW Dynamite, 8 to 10 p.m., although it went to 10:07. Hold on, let me just make sure this is the most updated version here. Yeah, 8 to 10 p.m. This is from WrestleNomics. 779,000 viewers on average.
Ouch!
That is down 5% from last week.
The pay-per-view the television after the pay-per-view. For the people who didn't get it, what's going to be said? The tag titles changed hands. Sting retired. This guy did that. No, not only no interest bump, but an interest dip after the pay-per-view.
And again, they have a big episode coming up this next week from Boston, Big Business, the debut of Mercedes Moné. And with AEW, a lot of the issue isn't just getting a number for someone's debut, it's finding a way to maintain any of it. But let's go to this. Once again, these were compiled by WrestleNomics. Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. The Swerve Strickland, Samoa Joe, Adam Cole live promo. 930,000 viewers.
Oh boy, so the bottom is gonna fall out of the market very soon, folks. Strap in, it's gonna be a bumpy ride.
Again, a minute at least of the Big Bang Theory to start that off. Quarter 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m. Samoa Joe and Swerve Strickland versus Matt Taven and Mike Bennett with picture-in-picture ads. The Chris Jericho Hook backstage angle, an ad break, a recap, and the Young Bucks backstage promo. 785,000 viewers.
Okay, and see, that's why, because when you start with a number like that and considering the overall average, it had to plummet, and boy, howdy did it with 145,000 people in 15 minutes. That, where are we going from here?
Again, no star power. Jericho star power is gone. They've zapped that, thanks to him. But let's go from there. 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. Quarter 3, Hook versus Brian Cage with picture-in-picture ads, a post-match with the Mogul Embassy, and Jericho, a recap, the Orange Cassidy Best Friends backstage promo, 792,000 viewers.
Fluctuation amongst people getting up to go to the bathroom or coming back from getting a sandwich. So we got 7,000 back.
Quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. Matt Menard versus Killswitch, the post-match with Nick Wayne, Christian Cage, Adam Copeland, Nick Wayne's mom, on the ramp, the Kyle O'Reilly backstage promo, an ad break, and a Sting video. 779,000 viewers.
So we've already, the quarter that featured Edge, one of the major WWE stars of the modern era, lost 13,000 viewers from the pissy quarter hour that featured a bunch of these generic jobber indie guys.
Well, to be fair, the fans didn't know that Edge was going to be there. He was a surprise. It was a surprise to Christian and his stable.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. They thought they were just seeing the dinosaur and fucking dipshit.
But there were other surprises. The big 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m., quarter 5. The Young Bucks live promo, their confrontation with Eddie Kingston, the debut of Okada, and the start of Riho versus Statlander, 865,000 viewers. Also, the high point in the key demo, 411,000.
So taking everything into account, and they haven't lately been doing a bump at the top of the 9 o'clock hour, but in this case, they added 86,000 people. Is that they knew the announcement was going to be Okada because we knew Okada was signing, or was that the fault? In other words, because they brought Okada out as a surprise, but then they kept going in that quarter. I'm wondering if the people suddenly called around to their friends, Okada's out there.
I think a lot of it too is I tried this show for a few minutes. I'll come back after the show I went to instead ends. It ends at 9 o'clock. You go see what's going on the other channel.
More of the normal audience may have just said, well, it's we'll check back in.
Well,
but nevertheless, that's, it's pretty obvious they wanted to see what was going to go on with Okada, if that is indeed the situation.
We go from there to quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. The continuation of Riho versus Statlander with picture-in-picture, the Tony Storm Mariah May backstage promo, an ad break, and Willow Nightingale's backstage promo. 726,000 viewers.
Oh, geez. And then 139,000 people said, fuck, we missed Okada. Oh, God almighty. They lost everybody that they got, plus another fucking 50-something thousand.
They came back at the 9 o'clock hour to see what was there to hold them, and it didn't come. It didn't happen. We go from there to quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m., the Darby Allin promo and confrontation with Jay White, the Julia Hart backstage promo. The wind is blowing in the background. I don't know if anyone could hear that. Oh boy. The House of Black's backstage promo.
Oh, mamma mia, mamma mia.
There was an ad break and also the Mark Briscoe Jay Lethal backstage angle. 747,000 viewers.
Good Lord. They actually aimed. They actually added people for backstage malarkey.
And finally, Jim, quarter 8, I remind you, we have a 7-minute overrun. Quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m., Will Ospreay versus Kyle Fletcher with picture-in-picture twice. 654,000 viewers.
Oh!
7-minute overrun, including post-match confrontation with Bryan Danielson. 676,000 viewers. Final quarter did 306 in the key demo. They drove away those fans too.
Oh boy. 'Cause it was a match for no reason with nobody. If you didn't want to see guys do moves, then they gave you no other reason to watch it.
And they think they're delivering good stories. That's the sickness. That's the problem. They think they're delivering good stories. The people who defend them will say, how could you say they have no stories? The stories are great. The stories suck and no one gives a shit and people tune out.
This kid that dresses up like a guy in this video game is going to fight that kid dressed up like the guy in that video game. And boy, you ought to see the way that they catch each other's foot and boost each other up in the air so they can land on their feet. What the... Let's do our exercise.
Hey, one other thing on this before we wrap things up, because several listeners sent this in, so let's just address this quickly.
Okay.
Will Ospreay tweeted out March 8th. When is the 8th? That was Friday. And thus, my first tour under the AEW banner has come to an end. Thank you so much for such an overwhelming response. To everyone backstage, thank you so much for allowing me into the home you've built.
What the?
I will cherish this place and treat it as my own. I'm banged up bad, but my foot is still on the gas pedal. But now I'm going to get on this flight home to my beautiful missus and stepson and enjoy the fruits of my labor. I believe in AEW.
Oh my God.
By the way, for the record, after this caused a bit of an outcry, he had to tweet out later on, also, guys, I'll be back Tuesday for work. Don't worry. Because people were afraid that he wasn't coming back anytime
That's
soon.
the thing, is it? What if he was here from fucking Saturday till goddamn Wednesday? Now my first tour is over. It was a cold winter. I feared at one point the Tories may have been able to emerge triumphant, but fortunately, as we dug into the trenches, the cannons arrived from General Farquhar.
My first tour, also known as 2 days in Duluth.
I'm serious. He was at the pay-per-view and the goddamn TV taping on Wednesday, right?
And Thursday.
They did one Thursday.
I think so, yeah.
So they didn't tape all of the Collision stuff on the Wednesday night taping with 3,000 people there. They came back the next night with less people.
Let's see. They taped Dynamite. I don't have anything here for Collision. They taped Dynamite and Rampage, but Collision was taped the next day.
How many people did they have?
Oh, we already said that. That was,
No, there was 2 nights. They had 3,200 or whatever Wednesday night for Dynamite. What about for Collision on Thursday night?
Well, Collision, the next night, same Gas South area. Gas South Arena, Duluth, Georgia.
Yeah, it's a gassy area. There's a lot of Waffle Houses.
We're the Gas South gang. You better watch out. At that point in time, I don't know if these are the final numbers, but tickets distributed were 2,166.
Oh, good Lord. All right.
And for the record, that building, the Gas South Arena, capacity is listed as 13,000, but I don't know if that's for basketball or not. So that changes things.
Well, no, that a capacity for an arena will always be listed as the amount of permanent seats. And if you put ringside or for concerts on the floor, that's extra. Then there's a capacity for fire. You know, that you can't have over such and such people in the building, but they generally list an arena capacity by the permanent seats for a show with nothing on the floor, but a court or whatever. But nevertheless, that's a fucking very small number of people for a very big building for 2 nights in a row. The tickets distributed were 5,000 over the 2 nights, and the capacity of the building twice is almost 30,000. So
you can add up both nights; it still isn't even SmackDown. It's not even halfway. It's not
there
even
you
halfway
go.
There. Jeez.
But nevertheless, let's do one thing. Let's do our exercise and then move on from these ratings. Take the ratings and drop the first quarter and drop the overrun that are artificial numbers, and take the 7 in between quarters and see what the fuck the average is now. We're the only people that do this honest to God real factoring in of things.
Divided by 7.
Yeah, carry the 2.
764,000 viewers.
700. So they got an artificial bump of 15,000 on their total by having the overrun and the artificial first quarter with the Big Bang minute.
All right, it's a quick trap Trip, not trap. It's a trap. It's a quick trip to the future here, just to get caught up on things.
No wonder that time travel always takes so long. You're trying to figure out how to get your mouth in position to formulate a coherent sentence.
That is correct. A quick trap here to the future. We've been talking about AEW Dynamite, a barn burner of a show.
Try as we might, we could not dawdle about long enough for the ratings to come out, so we took a little break just so, because we couldn't leave the people hanging on this one, hanging on the edge of the cliff.
Well, we'll find out about cliffs in this episode here, the ratings here. AEW Dynamite on TBS, AEW Big Business, I believe it was, Wednesday, March 13th, 2024, 8 to 10:06 p.m. On average, not counting the overrun, which Nielsen, according to WrestleNomics, the reporting of WrestleNomics, overrun not included due to Nielsen error, 801,000 viewers.
Ouch! So it worked in the newest Game Changers hometown, but it didn't play in Peoria, as they used to say in show business, because this was again on the lower end of what they've been doing, and I think was it up 10,000? They did in the sevens last week, didn't they, or did they?
Last week was 779, so it's up 3% from that.
They got back to almost what they've been doing before they signed the $6 million woman. But anyway, there's another story to be told here, and everybody's got to finish their story in the wrestling business. But there's another story to be told. So if the listeners out there would strap their seatbelts in, we're about to go on a bobsled run, are we not?
Well, it'll be a very interesting story here. I do want to ask you one thing, though, knowing this is the overall number, without knowing the rest of the story here. Did AEW do it right or wrong going for the CM Punk model of not announcing her, but teasing her enough that if you paid attention, you may know? But if you're someone who only knows her as Sasha Banks, you may not? Did they do the right thing? Was this the best case scenario because that's just where her popularity is? Or even if that's the case, could this have been a bigger thing? What do you think?
Here, without being involved in the contract negotiations with this company, you never know. Was there something screwy going on that they couldn't announce her? Were all the I's dotted and the T's crossed? I mean, it seems like they were, because not only did they strongly insinuate and name the show after her, and without naming it after her, you know what I'm saying, all of the hints and clues that were dropped, it didn't take Columbo to figure it out, and up to and including her friends talking about on Twitter that day that they were there to support her in her debut, but the company officially never said yes. The artist formerly known as Sasha Banks, and now now I've lost her goddamn new name of
Mercedes
Moné.
Monet, not Moan.
Mercedes Moan. As a matter of fact, that's what people are doing probably now, moaning. But they did everything but say she was going to be there, and she was there. So the point I'm making is, unless there was some bizarre reason that we are not aware of, that they couldn't officially say this, and I can't imagine what that reason would be, yes, they shit the bed. Because I'm trying to, there was some back, the first time Punk made his debut, not the re-debut.
The first time in Chicago, the first dance.
The first time in Chicago. There was still, it was a fluid situation until shortly before that, as I remember, but they had the hold on the building and a blah, 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 and it kind of organically grew, and it was a comeback after 7 years away of somebody who had, you know, regardless what you think of Punk, a big star who had said, I'm never going to do this again. And now, oh, shit, and the conditions were right. It was like the thunderstorms. The conditions were right. But with this, if you knew she was going to be there, if you had your deal made in time, for the last month on television, talk about it. In her hometown, or the legendary New Boston Garden, the former, whatever they can get away with saying, you know who she was. She's going to debut in AEW because she didn't goddamn really do anything. You couldn't have. It wasn't like a surprise angle where she comes from under the ring and fucks or tears the door off the cage and tombstones the Undertaker. There was yes, say for a month she's going to debut. Is she going to talk? Is she going to wrestle? You don't have to say that. She will be here live from her hometown, but she will let everybody know what her condition is after her injury and what her plans are for AEW. And then you could have her, if she's from that town, I assume the 9,000 people that were in the Garden know that, that's what their attraction was. But can she get media in Boston? She's been with the WWE. Send her to fucking Boston to do the morning radio show. They could have held more. They could have sold more tickets if they'd have tried hard. So, yeah, but not only for your ratings, maybe to build some anticipation, whatever the anticipation of the addition of Mercedes Moan will be.
Nay.
Well, yay or nay, either one.
Monet, not yay or nay, Monet.
Well, Moni. Fucking, and I think
Tommy James and the Shondells. That's right, a great band.
I think I'm going to be alone here if you don't quit chiming in. That's what I'm saying. Use it for ratings if she's got some cachet in the industry. Use it for publicity to sell some tickets to this fucking off-brand show you're producing. Blanket the world with it, because why not? There was nothing that was of a surprise element. And then she ran in at the last match, which you knew was going to happen, which I believe we said earlier before the ratings came in the previous part of the program. They put her on first, and, the smart fans would know, well, she's there to run in with Willow and whatever the fuck's going to go on there. But it wasn't like you were told. They couldn't advertise. Yeah, she's going to run in at the end of the show and interfere. But the casual, fuck you, there is no casual person watching this fucking fiasco. But that's the point. That's why, because most people, well, it's over. And as a matter of fact, many of these goddamn people, it's over, it's over, it's over.
It's over, but they're not over. But let's get back to the crystal blue persuasion that is AEW Dynamite here.
Very good.
A very good story. Of course, it's very good. I know more about him than you do. AEW Dynamite.
Goddamn, just because he's from New Jersey.
He's not from New Jersey.
Well, he ought to be. He looks like it. Go ahead.
He may look like it. AEW Dynamite on TBS, March 13th, 2024, as reported by WrestleNomics. Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. The Mercedes Moné live promo and the Samoa Joe backstage promo. 1 million viewers with, in the key demo, 423,000 viewers.
So they have started out, and they didn't say she was going to be on first, but this is the range. It's been 900 and something, so we got 1 million, maybe people tuning in early.
Well, you're exactly right, because WrestleNomics has a trend line here, and I'll say it in advance, quarter 1 and quarter 2 are almost directly in line with the 90-day trend line.
Well, there you go. And everybody knows it's more important to trend good than to feel good. But they start out with 1 million people to get hooked into this, the Mercedes mania that's going on. It's sweeping the streets like wildfire, brother. Look at those fucking 12-inch pythons on her.
And although we don't have the overrun, we always say it's really quarter 2 that tells the true story of where the audience is starting. And quarter 2 is the Adam Cole video, 8:30 p.m., I should say. And Samoa Joe versus Wardlow with picture-in-picture, 899,000 viewers.
Okay, so now but actually they drop oft times, more than 100,000 after the first quarter. So this is 101,000. So
within the trend line.
We're within the trendy McTrenderson line.
We dipped slightly below that trend line in quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. The post-match of Wardlow versus Samoa Joe with Swerve Strickland, and the Young Bucks and Okada's backstage antics with Alex Marvez.
Oh, boy.
An ad break.
That was cable access, by the way.
And the start of the Elite with Okada now versus Pac, Penta El Zero Miedo, and Eddie Kingston.
The odd triple.
815,000 viewers.
Out. So the multi-million-dollar man over here, Okada, is not only on the screen talking in some fashion, communicating through his mouthful orifice, and starting to wrestle, and they lost 84,000 people.
Well, the real story may be the next quarter, because that was just the start of the match. Quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. The Elite versus Death Triangle and Eddie Kingston continued with picture-in-picture ads. The post-match, an ad break, and the Christian Cage Adam Copeland video. 737,000 viewers.
Oh, Jesus.
The trend line has been destroyed now.
The trend line, there was a sinkhole under the trend line, ladies and gentlemen. That is, let me try to do this math. 63, 70. 78,000 more people from the time that Okada and his new delinquent friends that he met at fucking Cucamonga Hills 90210. From the time that they came on the screen, they've gone from 899,000 people to 737,000 people. He's not a game changer. He's a channel changer.
They put him with the channel changers, so then he never even got a chance to show you if he could be a game changer or not. They put him right with them, and he got dragged right down with them. We go now to quarter 4 or quarter 5, the big 9 o'clock hour.
The big one.
9 to 9:15 p.m. Will Ospreay's live promo.
I feel like we're Johnny Carson and Ed McMahon. Oh, you are correct, sir.
Where was I? Will Ospreay's live promo.
Well, there he was.
Deonna Purrazzo's backstage promo. And the start of Jay White versus Darby Allin. 798,000 viewers.
So wait a minute. Potentially, Ostrich, maybe he's worth the flight from here to Heathrow and back every goddamn week because of all of the
BOAC, bub.
Yes, stuff like that he says. Of all of the new game changers, he's the only one that actually changed the fucking numbers in a positive direction so far. So they got 61,000 back as soon as they got rid of the Buckaroos and the rest of the Lollipop Guild.
That segment was also the high point in closed captioning. We don't have that stat, unfortunately. But we go now, Jim, to quarter 6.
Need to start measuring that. I swear to God. It could be a contest between him and Dusty. Try to close caption and see how close you can get either one of these guys.
Quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. The continuation of Jay White versus Darby Allin with picture-in-picture ads. The post-match, including the amazing angle with the guns, the Bang Bang Scissor Gang, the Acclaimed, a chair, and then an ad break.
Darby's Everest dreams may have been crashed into the Sherpas in the valley.
799,000 viewers.
So they held every single one of them and picked up 1,000 people. I bet, 200 of them were probably from the guys' hometowns, and then you spread the other 800 across the United States, and that's entirely doable.
We now go to quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. The Gates of Agony versus the Fences of Fear. No, versus Chris Jericho and Hook. Chris Jericho was teaming up with Kenny Omega. Kenny got hurt. Then they put it with Sammy. Sammy got suspended. Now he's with Hook, ladies and gentlemen, with picture-in-picture ads.
Hook, if you're walking down the street up there in New York City, keep an eye up above your head in case there's a safe hanging over you.
Also, the Kyle O'Reilly, Roderick Strong, and Kingdom backstage angle.
No, that you can't call that an angle. It ended with a hug.
WrestleNomics called it an angle. It certainly
Well,
wasn't an angle.
I'll have a strong word with them here soon.
732,000 viewers.
Bam! There we went right back down the porcelain throne, 5,000 farther than the Buckaroos had left us on last flush. So they've lost all their gains back and another 5,000 on top of that.
And by the way, for everyone who always says, it doesn't matter the overall number, it's only about what the advertisers care about, the key demo, the advertising demo. The 2 points that have fucking disappeared into the dirt were the Young Bucks match, which was Q4, went down to 316. It was 348 here for the Jerihook match, but we now go to the main event. And I remind you, Jim, we have no overrun number, so maybe this really picked up big in the overrun. Those 6 minutes could have been powerful.
It could have been gripping. Something like a War of the Worlds type of fucking spontaneous mania.
A Willow Nightingale video, Riho and Mercedes Moné's backstage meeting, an ad break, Jericho and Hook's backstage, says here angle, now I doubt what he refers to as an angle, followed by the main event, Riho versus Nightingale, the start of it, with picture-in-picture ads. 627,000 viewers and 285,000 in the key demo.
Hee-haw! Wow!
No more about Riho being a draw, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to hear that nonsense, which was always nonsense, ever again. Never, ever, never again.
And I don't want to bring up any, you don't even have to research this, but I heard it on the internet recently that apparently Japan, whatever's happening over there in that society with matters like this, they just recently maybe closed a loophole and raised the age of consent to 16 from 13. I don't know how long ago this was. It was what I was reading. It seemed to be a recent development, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was a few years ago or whenever. But yeah, I don't know what's happening over there with these things. But I wish that they would not enable this poor girl to either paralyze herself or torture the viewers or poison the wrestling business on national TV anymore after this scoring.
Well, again, I don't know what any of that has to do with the age of consent in Japan.
Right, just what in the world is that? Whether it's Tony or Kenny or Billy or Susie or Bobby or Tommy or whoever the fuck it is, what is their fixation with having this now adult woman, chronologically the size of a small child and dressed as a small school-going girl in the
she's 26. This. She's 26.
Okay, she looks fucking 9. I mean, seriously, what the fuck? And they're trying to make people believe she's a wrestler because everybody that works with her lets her do the moves to them.
She was like Brock Lesnar in that match. She's awesome. Did you see it? She was suplexing Willow all over the place. Eminent strength, just unbelievable
Eminent strength? Is that like eminent domain?
That's right. She's incredibly powerful.
Well,
to the core.
Somebody needs to report somebody somewhere to something about this whole thing. I can't.
Well, again,
I don't get it.
I don't get the direction you go. You were speaking.
What is she? But let's put her in. Let's get her to do some high steel work. Outfitter like those construction workers in New York City you see up there on them skyscrapers all the time with the tool belts and the outfits and the big heavy helmets, and she can go up there and smoke cigars with them and hammer fucking steel in.
No, she can't. Unless she has an in with the union, no, she can't.
Well, exactly. Exactly. And I'm not going to fucking challenge Olga Corbett for her dominance on the balance beam either. Can we have some goddamn perspective on what people are being allowed to do for a living?
Well, beyond just it being Riho and your issues with Riho and the people that brought her to the country, apparently, beyond that.
And the boat.
The bigger issue.
Somebody needs Somebody needs to dry dock that boat that brought her over here too.
I believe there was a plane involved, maybe two, depending on if she had to switch planes anywhere.
Well, ground the son of a bitch till it's inspected.
What does this say about... is this in any way a broader indictment of AEW's women's division? The way women are used in wrestling or overused, the insistence on putting them in positions like the main event of this show when there really isn't a clamoring for it or demand. Like it's, again, Mercedes Moné's one of the biggest stars you would think of modern times in women's wrestling. You know, unless there's a big audience that had no idea she was there, and there probably is to an extent.
I'm sure there is, yes, because there's a bigger audience for the program she used to be on. That's who they should have been trying to hit with constantly advertising it on television and having her do media that will be picked up. But go ahead.
And I don't know if you could recapture that. The idea that you're going to get that kind of attention once she's there versus the idea she's announcing her debut somewhere new. There's unlimited promotional possibilities for that if you have like a month or two to build into it. But who knows? Tony may have things figured out.
Well, you were starting to frame that in the form of a question, and you
what does this say?
The goddamn. No, here's the question you were asking. What does this say about the women's division?
That's right. You have Riho and Willow in the main event here. Willow's been used, you know, the thing with her and Statlander and Stokely. I'm aware of it because it's been on TV a bunch lately. Riho just popped back up again. Every now and then she pops back up and the numbers pop back down. I mean, it's crazy. This keeps happening. But the Tony Storm stuff.
Pop goes the Riho.
Tony Storm won Best Gimmick in the Observer Awards. The segments aren't really lighting anything on fire. The match with Deonna Purrazzo.
Well, now we know what the Wrestling Observer Awards voting audience is like to begin with.
But I'm saying, is this a bigger indictment of the AEW women's division and the way women are currently being used in wrestling overall?
This specifically is not. This is an indictment of we don't want to see fucking Riho versus Willow. And that's not even knocking Willow. Willow ain't there yet, but Willow has potential. Maybe nobody has potential to rise in this company, but she has potential as a performer somewhere. And she was doing all the heavy lifting in this match. But they haven't gotten her to the point where they don't get her to a point or any her to a point. They bring in Paige, who was big before she got there. They bring in Mercedes, who was big before she got there. And I'm sure there's others, but you get the point. And they get smaller. They get smaller as they stay there, as you mentioned, and become part of the roster. But in this case, people just did. As I said, they couldn't guarantee a run in, so people thought Mercedes was done, and they hear a main event of Riho versus Willow and go, well, fuck, it's a goddamn school night, whatever, right? It's just meaningless because, as you said, Riho only pops up every once in a while, and it's preposterous, and that rib has run its course even with much of this audience, and it's disturbing visually, and it's just distasteful. So in this case, now, if they had, instead of a high school commencement speech or a prepared awards ceremony acceptance speech, if Mercedes at the top of that thing, after she finished thanking everybody and talking about how she, she's just happy to be there, whatever the fuck. If she had turned to a little more sternly to Willow, instead of just mentioning that they have unfinished business, if she had said, and Willow, I see you're going to be facing Riho tonight in the main event. And I just want to let you know the last time we were together at the same place, she beat her, dropped her on her head, talk about whatever the finish was. You dropped me on my head or kicked me on my head or whatever the fuck you did. And I'm going to be sitting right here at ringside because I want to see if you can do that to Riho. I think she's a lovely young lady, and I just want to make sure it's fair and square. Some ominous, dramatic foreshadowing. But you got none of that because she was too busy taking her clothes off and doing the stripper dance.
But in a Sting retirement and this debut, is this the new thing, having wrestlers come to support you when you're coming and going?
Apparently. I mean, I guess I don't know. We never actually had any of our friends when we would switch territories come for our first night in Dallas or whatever. They were too busy working.
Jim, we have some breaking news. The Overrun rating is now in.
Oh, well, hellfire and damnation, as Mama Cornette would say. What was that number?
Now, again, quarter 8 was 627. The Overrun, 6 minutes, 10 to 10:06 p.m., Rio versus Willow Nightingale, and the post-match including Julia Hart, Sky Blue, and Mercedes Moné.
Sounds like a 50s women's prison movie.
733,000 viewers.
Oh, okay, come on now. Come on now.
They really popped the audience to the other low of the episode.
But what was the program after? Because normally the Overrun is not 105,000 people, and Mercedes didn't show up until 3 minutes before they were off the air or whatever. So the point is, what was the program afterwards that people thought they were tuning in for? That's what I'd like.
The new Leave It to Beaver.
Well, in that case, they were very hard on the Beaver the other night, and on Tony Khan too. So, doing as we normally do, and by the way, 627,000 at the end of regulation, starting with 1 million, that is one of the bigger percentages, because that would mean they would, since that's millions a round number, they lost 37.3% of the audience from start to regulation finish. Is that what you would get? I got an even number for once. I think I know how to do it.
I'm going to trust your math in this instance and not do my own.
Well, but you got to do some math.
I do math all the time, here. all day, every day. I'm doing math.
all day.
This is my break from math.
I do the greatest math. It's huge. It's big.
Do amazing math.
Amazing math.
I math like no one else.
The maths don't know what hit them. So what I'd like you to do.
Here's a weird headline you never see on the news right now. Pierce Brosnan pleads guilty to walking in Yellowstone thermal area.
What?
I don't know anything else about this story, nor do I care, but there's a headline you don't see.
Was he cold? Was he trying to warm up? Is that a heating thing they've got? If you get frostbite out there, they have a thermal thing that warms you up?
I deeply regret.
What's happening here?
He's apologizing. I guess it was some kind of environmental statement that led to his arrest.
Well, I hate to. Was he pissing on something? He pissed on the goddamn hot spring and put it out.
He pissed on the role of James Bond. No, I don't know what he was pissing on, but again, back to the ratings, or did we finish the ratings?
Here's what we need to do. We need to do what we usually do and take out the first quarter that they inherit from the Big Bang and take out the overrun that they sap off of the next program and do quarters 2 through 8 and figure out what their true audience average is. That nobody else bothers to do this.
Well, I'm going to do this. Why don't you talk to the listeners for a moment while I add this up?
Well, I'd just like to say that once again, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you joining us here while we do this broadcast. We come to you weekly here at the Corny's Drive-Thru, and we are broadcasting live, as you hear in the background, from our newsroom, where many times we are on top of breaking news. And as everyone knows, and now, of course, we've just got a new correspondent we fired the last one that couldn't do simple math. But we just want you to remember that when news breaks, we take it back for a refund. And now I believe we were coming up to a full accounting of quarters 2 through 8 on the previous Dynamite episode this past Wednesday night.
772,000 viewers.
772,000. That's what we're saying is the real average number of people that watched that program this week, which is, again, it's like a slinky. it's easy for this program to go down the stairs, but it's a lot harder for this program to go up the stairs. Slinky Tony.
Well, Jim, speaking of entertaining television.
Well, I thought we were going to do the AEW ratings first.
Well, I was going to talk about MeTV. No, but speaking of entertaining television, AEW Dynamite this past week was a 3-hour block with Rampage on TBS, March 20th, 2024.
Which, and by the way, did you see, according to what my Twitter folks were telling me, Uncle Dave's headline was Collision ratings flat, Rampage up big. Of course, because the people that would watch, the only people that would ever want to watch Rampage are already sitting there watching fucking Dynamite, and you didn't give them a break. So yes, put it back on its own, it's going to wither on the vine again. But I love how he frames the dynamic here.
Well, Jim, speaking of dynamic, we will talk about the dynamic Dynamite of this past week.
And let's give it, this was a big episode. They've been plugging this, Toronto, Canada. They had the big 9,000 people and the big showdown of this epic feud that we had kind of thought was over with already between Edge and Christian. So they had something to sell, and the $1 million babies, Mercedes Moné and Will Ostrich and our friend Mr. Okada. And so this heavily hyped episode, my God, are we off the charts here this week? Are we blowing the scale?
Well, again, we have to tell the story as the 3-hour block. AEW Dynamite from 8 to 10 p.m. on average did 800,000 viewers. And AEW Rampage from 10 to 11 p.m., although like the first several minutes at least were the finish of the previous show.
Right.
541,000 viewers. The highest Rampage since January 6, 2023, and in the key demo since April 22nd, 2022.
Well, yes, because when it's its own program, everybody has already known for quite some time that it sucks and it's on Friday night, and why bother? But if it's attached to this program, so now Tony will be pitching, well, give us all 3 hours. But anyway, go ahead. You got a lot of numbers, Mr. First Name Bunch of Numbers.
Well, we start with quarter one. These are from WrestleNomics, put together by WrestleNomics. Quarter one, 8 to 8:15 p.m. The Mercedes Moné live promo and angle with Julia Hart, Sky Blue, Willow Nightingale, and Chris Statlander. The Young Bucks Kazuchika Okada backstage angle, 911,000 viewers.
Ouch. So they got 1 million in the first quarter last week, but of course that's Big Bang Theory. So the Big Bangers have let them down somewhat, and the $1 Million Princess, but nobody had any idea when she was going to be on. Would they have had time yet? That's why we mentioned earlier, before we traveled through time, put her in quarter three and let's see. We'll know then whether anybody's going out of their way or not. But anyway, go out of your way to go ahead.
Well, before we get to quarter three, quarter two, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m., Eddie Kingston versus Kazuchika Okada with picture-in-picture ads, 838,000 viewers.
Yeah, so there's the $6 million man, or however many millions, and we just lost 73,000 people when he hit the screen. And let's bear in mind that we have not expected, and I don't think by the numbers we're probably going to see, a drastic fall off like when Riho main events this thing, because it's still two recognized names that they've been plugging, and they know it's the main event, so we are somewhat more consistent, I would believe, this week.
Well, we go to quarter three, the continuation of Kingston versus Okada, the post-match with Pac, Swerve Strickland's backstage promo, an ad break, the Nightingale, Statlander, Moné, Stokely Hathaway backstage angle.
That sounds like Some kind of goddamn weird law firm. Say all those names again.
Nightingale, Statlander, Monet, and Stokely Hathaway.
Either that or maybe a Wall Street investment firm.
And the start of Chris Jericho versus Hook, 791,000 viewers.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. So Jericho, his pay now may be being dwarfed by Tony's newest toys, but he's got the big 10-year deal. So much less the other two bonus babies, he comes on the screen and drops it below 800. That's good to know.
Well, we go to quarter four, 8:45 to 9 p.m. The continuation of Jericho versus Hook, with picture-in-picture ads, Adam Cole's rocking chair promo, whatever that was, an ad break, and Jericho's backstage promo, 735,000 viewers.
Holy Christ, I thought they'd be somewhat more consistent here, but so since we got our first look at Jericho to the last look, they've lost 103,000 people.
Well, we go to the big 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m., quarter five. Will Ospreay's live promo, the Adam Copeland Christian Cage video, and Deonna Purrazzo and Toni Storm versus Mariah May and Toni... Oh, no, wait. Yeah, that's what it says here. What the hell? It says Deonna Purrazzo and Toni Storm versus Mariah May and Toni Storm.
It was Thunder and Storm were opposite each other.
With picture-in-picture ads. 758,000 viewers.
So the third of Tony's Fabergé eggs, Will Ostrich, comes on the air at the top of the 9 o'clock hour and gets some 23,000 people. Okay.
Now again, I'll point out what AEW fans are pointing at and some of the wrestling reporters are. Strong competition. A lot of things happening. Well, there's NCAA basketball. There's a lot of things happening in the world of sports.
But, okay, but they started...
When things are really hot, was there always a big hit if other things were happening?
Well, yeah, it depends on, obviously, the Final Four or the tournament, if it was on against Raw, which a Monday night it probably was, or, whatever the fuck, or major shit. But what I'm saying to you is if somebody is going to tune into this show because they want to see something, and in every segment, another person that Tony Khan has paid millions of dollars to is coming out, and people continue to turn it off in increasing numbers, one right after the other. It doesn't matter what the competition is, does it? You had them there to begin with. You couldn't keep them. They weren't fucking interested. What is going on in the tournament at 8:45 that wasn't going on at 8:30? Is what I'm asking you.
And we brought it up earlier, talking about the ratings before they came out. Last week, things nosedived. Things didn't pick up for Mercedes Moné, and they nosedived during the Okada and the Young Bucks and the Riho main event, and Jericho did nothing to help. And look at this week. It just went straight down until Jericho was off the screen. Until all those guys were done. Because Okada's been linked with the Bucks, and that's not going to help him. But anyway, quarter six. 9:15 and 9:30 p.m. The continuation of Purrazzo and Rosa versus May and Storm. An ad break. Swerve Strickland versus The Butcher. And the Swerve Strickland Samoa Joe live confrontation. 765,000 viewers.
Now they're just kind of treading water.
Well, the tread continues into quarter seven. 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. Continuation of Swerve and Joe, and now Don Callis' live confrontation, an ad break, and the start of Adam Copeland versus Christian Cage I Quit match with picture-in-picture ads. 789,000 viewers.
And they picked up a little bit more for what should have been, equivalent in their universe to a pay-per-view match, Edge and Christian.
It should have been a pay-per-view match.
It should have been, probably, well, considering what else they put on there. Did they finish in any way picking up strongly, though, because they went so long, crashing through so much in repetitive fashion?
Well, again, overrun aside, it goes into Rampage this week, so we'll talk about all this. Quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m., the continuation of Cage versus Copeland with picture-in-picture ads. 788,000 viewers.
Oh, good Lord. I thought when I heard it was, the same number as last week, but they started so much lower with the Big Bang audience that I thought that at least Edge and Christian would be above 800,000 for that, main event. That's disheartening for them.
Well, we now go to 10 to 10:15 p.m., which is the first quarter of Rampage. Now, the first 6 minutes of this are the finish of Christian Cage versus Adam Copeland and the post-match. Then a Bang Bang Gang promo. And then the Acclaimed Ramp promo. 776,000 viewers.
Oh, and they lost people at the top of the hour when they were going home after beating themselves up with all that shit.
And then for the record, here's Rampage, 10:15 to 10:30 p.m. Orange Cassidy and Trent Beretta versus Kyle Fletcher and Powerhouse Hobbs. Picture-in-picture ads and an ad break. 558,000 viewers.
Oh, that's 218,000 people said fuck it.
Well, again,
they can't take anymore.
You're looking on the dark side. This is a record episode of Rampage. More people saw this than any other episode in a long time. Quarter 2 for Rampage, or I guess it would technically be 3. Shibata versus Kevin Matthews. A Copeland Cassidy.
I heard Matthews brained him.
Stop it. A Copeland Cassidy best friends Matt Sydal, Top Flight, Action Andretti, Daniel Garcia backstage angle.
The fuck? Loud noises and words. What in the...
I don't know what any of this is, so it's taking me by surprise, too. Rocky Romero versus Konosuke Takeshita with picture-in-picture ads. 454,000 viewers.
Oh, boy.
Followed by 10:45 to 11 p.m., Romero versus Takeshita continued, an ad break, a video, and the start of Statlander and Nightingale versus Hart and Sky Blue Street Fight with picture-in-picture ads. 485,000 viewers. 6-minute overrun. 11 to 11:06 p.m.
Are you ripping?
11 to 11:06 p.m. 6-minute overrun for the continuation, the finish of Statlander and Nightingale versus Hart and Blue. 543,000 viewers.
What was scheduled to come on at 11 o'clock? I believe I'd have put that on at 10. Jesus Christ. So they get a 3-hour block of primetime national cable television. They start with 911,000 viewers and end up with 485,000. Jumping shit. When we used to do 2-hour specials on WBKI here locally in Louisville for OVW, we would still, our main events would do the best numbers or equal the best numbers of the program from 8 to 10 o'clock. It's not like adults are going to sleep at 10 o'clock. The program is putting them to sleep. And this pattern, every single person that he has paid a large amount of money to or made an executive vice president, every time they came on the screen, the show lost fucking viewers until finally the only people that gained anything appreciable were Edge and Christian for the first part of their match. And by the time that they went so long and broke so much, they'd lost 10,000 of those people, 12,000, whatever. And I mean, that's normal fluctuation at that point. But, they kept them at the end, but nobody else could keep them to get there.
Well, that was AEW. Big house in Toronto. Previous week, a big house in Boston. The television viewers are not there like they used to be. But again, there's a lot of competition, and people are getting rid of cable. And
there's an all-night gas station.
AEW is doing just fine. All right, that didn't go exactly how I thought it would, but we are here.
There was almost a note there, but it turned into a suicide note.
Oh, come on, stop that. It wasn't that bad. And I wasn't paying attention. I was getting ready to land here with the ratings after we talked about AEW Dynamite.
I got to say, by the way, we took the break. The ratings have come in to you. I have no knowledge of forethought of what's going to go on here or what these ratings are, so I want you to surprise me.
AEW Dynamite, March 27th, 2024, on TBS from 8 to 10:05 p.m., as reported by WrestleNomics, on average, 747,000 viewers.
Oh, Jesus.
This is the lowest overall rating since April 7th, 2021, and this is the lowest in the key demo since June 24th, 2020.
Oh, and okay, they had competition. We're in the basketball tournament where they're playing games on Wednesday, but they have that tournament every year, don't they? They would have had it in 22, 23.
Well, this may have been more about the NBA than the Final Four. The NBA.
The NBA is doing things too. And there's that all-night gas station open down the street. How are you going to compete with that?
Well, the NBA has some good angles.
Ooh, so 747, which is not a jumbo of a number for those Boeing fans out there. And before we get into the quarters, are we going to have to come up with a formula where we figure out at this point with all these new multi-million-dollar signings and everything, how many dollars per viewer that it cost Tony to do a television show for? Is it like closing in on $6 a viewer?
You know, I don't know how anyone could be surprised. The lineup was underwhelming, and the people that they're bringing in to seemingly give big pushes to, they're just caught doing what everyone else is doing. Will Ospreay didn't need a 20-minute match to start this show with Shibata, who, for all intents and purposes, is an unknown factor to wrestling fans in America.
If Ospreay had been here for 2 years and been outstanding that whole time and a main event guy and everything, and then Shibata shows up and nobody knows who the fuck he is, but then he has a 20-minute match with this main event guy, then you've made Shibata. But you can't make Ospreay and make Shibata at the same time. They're two different recipes. But speaking of the first event, where did we start on the road to where we finished?
Well, quarter one, once again, these were reported by WrestleNomics. Quarter one, 8 to 8:15 p.m. Katsuyori.
Yeah, what?
Hold on, I never say his first. I never say his first name.
Just Katsuyori.
Katsuyori. I said Katsuyori. Katsuyori Shibata.
Shoo-poopy.
Versus Will Ospreay with picture-in-picture ads. 939,000 viewers.
Oh, boy, howdy. Methinks this might get interesting toward the latter stages of this if they started out at the same place that they normally do. Basically, 900 and something to 1 million.
Well, they started out lower than that. This is below the trend line.
Well, I know, but they're usually 940, 950 to 1 million thereabouts at the start. This is on the lower end of that.
Well, quarter two, 8:15, 8:30 p.m., the continuation of Shibata versus Ospreay, the Bryan Danielson video, and the Young Bucks backstage promo, and then an ad break. 802,000 viewers.
Ooh. I don't know if you should call that a continuation of the match or a prolonging of the match, but 137,000 people. So that was, again, they get a bunch of folks from the Big Bang and the people, then they see, oh, not this, and they go away.
And we've been saying it the last few weeks. Mercedes hasn't helped with the numbers. Ospreay hasn't boosted things much. The Bucks have lost audience, which has caused Okada to lose audience. Jericho has. The women have. Jim, quarter three, 8:30.
The last time that a high-priced talent gained Tony significant amounts of viewers, it was CM Punk.
Well, quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. The Okada angle, which I guess is just him arriving at the building in his car.
Yeah, he arrives and the Bucks tell us that he's going to watch their match on the monitor. That was his involvement.
And the Young Bucks versus Private Party with picture-in-picture ads. 711,000 viewers.
Oh! Another, I can't do math with numbers this big. Another 91,000 people said so. They have lost 228,000 viewers in 45 minutes.
Well, it's a new record for AEW. We go to quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. The continuation of the Bucks versus the Private Party. Well, the Private Party.
The private
versus Private Party.
They're so private they didn't even invite an audience.
That's what Gary Hart would call them if he was managing against them. The Private Party.
They'd fight the Sting.
Then we have Swerve Strickland and Konosuke Takeshita's video, an ad break, Darby Allin and Tony Hawk's video, and Chris Jericho propositioning Hook backstage.
That's a good way to put it, since he's going to fuck him.
776,000 viewers.
Oh, now wait a minute. We bounced back here, 65,000 people, and that was, what was that for again? I zoned out.
That was for the end of the Bucks Private Party match, which was all of the previous segment. And then the Swerve and Takeshita video, the Darby and Tony Hawk video, an ad break, and Jericho and Hook backstage.
So Swerve and Darby and Hook, I wonder how much they're getting paid as opposed to these other people that are losing the viewers. But anyway, go ahead.
We go to quarter 5, the big 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m. Willow Nightingale versus Chris Statlander versus the gorgeous Anna Jay versus Sky Blue with picture-in-picture ads.
With the moaning of Monet on the color.
The post-match with Julia Hart and Mercedes Moné. Also, the Dustin Rhodes Butcher backstage confrontation.
I forgot. I kind of zoomed past that.
Setting up a big match for Rampage, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe Collision. Who knows? 771,000 viewers.
Oh. So they come to the top of the hour and send Mercedes out there to moan at people, and it loses him 5,000 viewers. Okie dokie.
Well, we okie doke over to quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. A Tony Storm promo video that was her and Ben Mankiewicz of Turner Classic Movies.
Yeah, they must be paying him a lot of money to get him to, I'm talking about the people at Turner Classic, to cross-promote in this fashion, where she even said, all right, say my catchphrase, chin up, tits out. I'm not going to say that. And watch the shoe. And he said, I don't even know what that means.
He looked really pleased to be there, didn't he?
Yeah, it's just one of those forced cross-promotional deals like RoboCop, only he's the one that's offended rather than the wrestling folks.
Well, an ad break, a Swerve Strickland video, Matt Taven and Mike Bennett versus Orange Cassidy and Trent Beretta with picture-in-picture ads. 672,000 viewers.
Oh, my goodness gracious. That's not very pea-picking good. That's a 99? Missed it by that much. 99,000 people tuned out the butt buddies or best friends or whatever the fuck they are.
Well, Jim, we go from quarter 6 to what else? Quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. The continuation of the Undisputed Kingdom versus the Best Friends, as well as the post-match with the Young Bucks, Kyle O'Reilly's backstage promo, this week in a clean t-shirt, an ad break, an Adam Copeland video, and the entrances for the main event. 654,000 viewers.
Okay. I'm not, no comment. Let's see where this thing slides in.
Well, we slide into quarter 8, and there's a 5-minute overrun, I remind you. 9:45 to 10 p.m., Swerve Strickland versus Konosuke Takeshita with picture-in-picture ads. 658,000 viewers. 5-minute overrun, including Samoa Joe backstage doing a promo. 724,000 viewers.
Yeah, suddenly all those people appeared. You get 66,000 people that are tuning in to watch, the fucking best of goddamn whatever the fuck, the next program.
Hey, minus the first quarter and minus the overrun, 720,000.
That's what I was going to say. They started out with 939 that was artificially inflated by the Big Bang. They do the 5-minute overrun so they can catch those 60 or 75,000 people that are wanting to watch whatever the fuck is on following. And that helps them bring up 2 through 8 that's in the middle that, again, there's your average, 720,000 of what actually occurs in the middle of the fucking program. And if you want to take their number as legitimate that they started, 939,000 people, then by the time they got to the low point, which was quarter 7 in this whole thing, they had lost 240. Wait a minute. God damn it again, these large numbers. They had lost, what's 300 minus 50? They'd lost 285,000 people. That is 30% or maybe 32 or 33% of what they started with. Because what the fuck? It's just endless. The guy's doing the same shit over and over. It all looks the same. It's constant matches of people doing things that don't really seem to have any effect, and then you see more of it with different people. And all the stars are either hurt, fired, gone, or in a bad mood and don't want to show up for work. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
No, like I said, no one should be surprised. Will Ospreay comes in, you're thinking, okay, they're going to pivot from him being a heel in a heel faction, go with him as a top babyface. They put him in a long competitive match he didn't need. It may have made some of the smart fans happy, but the same people raving about the matches are going to be the only people left at this point. And for anyone saying, oh, they still did good, they were, I see they're here. They were number 3 on cable. They're hemorrhaging viewers every week. You can predict which wrestlers and which segments will do it more than others and almost always be right. It's not about the time as much as the people, very often. But we're still supposed to pretend like they're better than what they could be, because they could be lower. But they used to be higher. When we used to do the average a few weeks ago, just a few weeks ago, it would be like in the 800s. Now we're here. And the TV's not getting better. And it's appealing to people. It's not appealing to the big audience. It's appealing to the smallest of the small audience. And you need a new booker. And the booking's terrible. And the booking's a problem. Good matchmaker, if you like those matches. Horrible booker. And the whole company's owned by the booker. So you're screwed. That's the frustration with AEW. And trust me, the wrestlers feel it too. The wrestlers feel it too.
You know what Dennis Condrey would say, don't you?
I'm afraid, no.
Screwed, blued, and tattooed, dicked by the dangle dong of destiny.
He said this often.
Yeah, often. Every time somebody got what was coming to him.
Now, again, the NBA's on, and, the weather is getting nicer.
Oh, for God's, they're doing something, or something's happening every day of the year somewhere in the world. The point is, this is not it's continuing to go down instead of up. They spend millions of dollars to sign people, and the ratings go down, and the ticket sales go down. Have we forgotten that Edge is there now?
I'm not convinced he was ever a big ticket mover, but that's another story.
Well, but I mean, he was a big star on the other TV. He had
Yes, he
never
was.
been
Yes, he
involved in anything of a below 1 million people or whatever Tony's tweet was at one time. Until nobody came with him. If they did, they turned around and went back because look at this show that Edge is on. We feel sorry for him. It's that you've got to acknowledge that when the only signing, the only thing that Tony has done that moved every metric, whether it was pay-per-view, although they do wonderful, they do the same audience on pay-per-view within 40 or 50,000 either way on every one because that's their dedicated audience, right? But the only one that moved the ratings, the only one that moved ticket sales, the only one that really you could tell made a difference in their first whatever $1 million pay-per-view was Punk, because he was able to come out and do his shit and be him and avoid getting any of this other shit on him, involved with these goofballs or interacting with amateurish talent on screen or whatever. But everybody else they've signed for however many $1 million or $100,000 or whatever from the WWE or from Japan or from Cucamonga, they've been doing Tony's shit like everybody else does in the same way as everybody else does. And nobody gives a shit about that. And that's why it doesn't move any numbers. They go down because the stars do not bring this show up. This show brings the stars down to earth. I don't know why it's hard to figure out. Nobody is better off when they go there if they've been a star before than they were before they went there. And the only reason that the guys who weren't stars before are better off is because at least they're on fucking TV. But that may not be good because of the way that they're being fucking exposed in the most brutal sense of the word. They're being exposed. All their worst weaknesses are being exploited and their strengths are being hidden. So who is this TV program getting over?
No one in AEW is ever over more than they were the week before. Never. Mercedes Moné already, whatever bump she gave them, and she didn't really give them one in terms of the ratings, but does she already just not seem as special as she did a few weeks ago? She didn't really do anything yet. Will Ospreay, same thing. Takeshita, squandered. If you're someone who loves Omega and the Bucks, have they been used well? Has anyone been used well? Hobbs. How many restarts has there been for Hobbs? How many restarts for Wardlow? Who knows what's going to happen when MJF comes back? Because the company's in much worse shape today than it was when he got hurt. Moxley. Is Moxley even what he was in 2020 right now? And for the people that mark out for the Bryan Danielson stuff, the bigger audience doesn't. And that's the problem. And, you know, at a certain point...
And Danielson's retiring anyway.
At a certain point, TNA could have thrown any amount of money at anyone. They weren't going to get past certain barriers that they kind of set for themselves once they didn't make it past certain points previously. It's starting to feel like AEW is hitting that point. That there is no game changer because you know what the game is no matter who's there. Raw feels fresh. Raw has a lot of older guys doing promos yelling at each other. And it feels like the young, fresh show. AEW, the crowd is dead. They'll react at times, and for near falls, they sit there silent. And they get smaller. They've had a few big shows lately, and give them credit for that. But no one's over. They need top guys, and they can't. Tony can't establish anyone. Tony is not good at booking. And instead of certain people who Tony listens to, who know he's not good at booking, coming out and saying Tony shouldn't be booking, they try to make excuses or give advice or, well, no, Tony should, you have to do things like this. No, you shouldn't book. You shouldn't book. Even if you think fans can book, Tony's had a 5-year run. Look at how things are now. He shouldn't be doing this. And anyone who doesn't come out and say that isn't doing him any favors. You're pretending. You're just making him happy by pretending. And it's sad.
Oh, yes.
Because AEW sucks right now.
I'm the great pretender. Here's another song for you, Tony. Every year is getting shorter, never seem to find the time. Plans that either come to naught or half a page of scribbled lines. You need to turn over the book to someone before time runs out.
Someone who is not a New Japan fan, they can appreciate it, but someone who understands how to do angle-driven, exciting wrestling. Not wrestling based around long matches where every guy does the exact same thing. And every guy kicks out of the exact same thing. And they trade the exact same chops back and forth. Something different, because this is getting stale quick.
And also it helps that the other channel has superstars, celebrities in every position. Their announcers are fucking stars in their own goddamn environment. They've got movie stars. They've got fucking UFC stars. They've got wrestling stars. They got all the stars. As Barnett would say, look at all my beautiful stars. And then over here, you got a bunch of people who the fans are looking at like the average fan would look in. Remember when the Jericho NBA crossover on Twitter happened? They were surprised that Jericho was still wrestling, and look at him. He's in the fucking minor league now. It's starting to get that fucking sniff to it. Anyway.
Well, let's talk about farm-to-table gruel. AEW Dynamite in Worcester, Massachusetts.
Worcester, by the way, before we get to the numbers, do we have a crowd? Did anybody was there a crowd there?
Actually, I do have something here, and this is...
this the Worcester? Was this what's the name of the building there?
The DCU Center. The DCU Center is what it says
that's
here.
One of those new places they've built in the last 40 or 50 years. I haven't seen those.
Well, I have information here from WrestleNomics as well as WrestleTix, and the last 3 shows in the market for both companies. April 15th, 2022, SmackDown, 6,738. 7/27/22 for Dynamite, 6,143.
Comparable.
October 2022 for SmackDown, once again, 6,261.
About the same thing they'd done before.
And AEW Dynamite, April 3rd, 2024, 3,252.
Ouch!
All in the same building.
About half of what they did before.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Well, what's the numbers? Certainly they're up this week with the appearance of Will Ostrich and Mercedes Moan, and Okada went back to Japan, so he's collecting whatever. If he's a couple $1 million, he's collecting 50 or 100 grand a week to stay home.
Well, you can't blame him. That was the offer that Tony said. He goes, I can go work for WWE and move to Florida, or Tony will give me all this money. I got to fly to Japan for a month. Jim, and there's a truck or something in the background. It'll pass. AEW Dynamite on TBS Wednesday, April 3rd, 2024, 8 to 10:05 p.m. On average, 752,000 viewers.
Oh, boy, howdy. What happened there?
And for the record, this is up 1% from last week, which was 747,000, and it is 4% under the trailing 4-week average of 781. Everything is trending down. The crowds, the ratings, everything.
So that was not an anomaly last week. It's the start of a fashion trend. Let's not watch AEW.
Well, Jim, let's go to these trends right here.
Did they start lower? Did they start significant? Did the air come out of the Big Bang?
I would have to double check. I almost think it may have been around where they started last week, but you may remember better. Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. These are compiled by WrestleNomics. The Adam Copeland live rah-rah promo, followed by Powerhouse Hobbs versus Will Ospreay. 933,000 viewers.
That's about where they started. That's about where they've started numerous weeks and still stayed above 8.
Quarter 2, 8:15, 8:30 p.m. The continuation of Hobbs versus Ospreay with picture-in-picture ads, and the post-match with Don Callis, followed by an ad break. 761,000 viewers.
Oh, there's what's gonna happen. That's not normal. I can't do this math. 130, 160. Wait a minute. 139 and 33 is 172,000 people after the first 15 minutes.
You have to think, even if you were tuning in, that Edge speech may have run some people off just because it went on for a while, and what was it? It went nowhere.
It was frantic, almost, kind of panicked. Please don't pay attention to the burning deck of the ship.
It almost was like a plead for people to please, come on, I'm here. Yes. You like me?
I'm telling you. So that, and Will Ospreay.
And by the way, Tony Khan was asked today on the media call for the for something or other about the CM Punk comments. He won't comment on it. So
he can't comment on the comments?
No, he can comment. Tony is scared to comment on anything that doesn't portray everything in a glowing light, and it's hard to do that when someone else is telling the truth. Jim, quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. Bryan Danielson versus Lance Archer with picture-in-picture. 756,000 viewers.
Oh. Bryan Danielson's one of their big names, but...
No, he's not.
Well,
on paper, he should be. They booked him like shit, and now he's meaningless. Now he just works long competitive matches with everyone. So Bryan Danielson means less than he ever did before in AEW as far as being a draw, because you've seen it all already.
Remember when he was given those great live interviews in the ring, and we were like, oh, and you never hear him speak unless it's a pre-tape or,
He did those great interviews for a few weeks, and then he disappeared, and then he was a babyface, and then he put him with the Blackpool Combat Club, and that was it. He's just been in limbo ever since. Nothing happening. Quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m., the ending of Danielson versus Archer, an ad break, the Chris Jericho Hook ramp promo, the Shane Taylor Promotions backstage promo, and the start of Billy Gunn versus Jay White. 743,000 viewers.
Ooh. So what we've done here is we've lost 190, right? 933 to 743, 190,000 people in 1 hour.
That's right. And again, a lot of people are telling Tony that nothing's being done wrong. Ratings are down for everyone. Don't worry about it. They're not helping Tony. They're denying the reality, which is he's doing a horrible job as being a promoter and a booker right now. Quarter 5, the big 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m. The continuation of Gunn versus White.
Was that a continuation or was it a fucking evisceration? I've never seen a motherfucker get beat so bad. He was beaten like he owed Billy Gunn trans.
Well, it also had picture-in-picture ads, and then a post-match with the Guns, the Acclaimed. Or just that, the Guns and the Acclaimed. The Young Bucks' best friends backstage angle, followed by Willow Nightingale's ramp promo.
I believe I zipped through that. I saw them and didn't bother to watch it.
Yeah, I must have missed that too. I don't remember what that is. But then the beginning of the Nightingale promo on the ramp, 780,000 viewers.
So they picked up 37,000 at the top of the hour. Brand new shot at retaining these people, new viewers. Let's see what they do from here.
And how would you run off the audience if someone said, Jim, run off the audience as quick as you can? You put the women and the Young Bucks out there.
And that's what they did.
Quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m., the continuation and the appearance of Mercedes Moné during the Nightingale Stokely Hathaway Statlander ramp promo, an ad break, and the start of the Young Bucks versus Orange Cassidy and Trent Beretta with picture-in-picture. 697,000 viewers.
Oh, my God. It's hard to deny that the Buckaroos are a ratings drop, and it's hard to deny that the general women's segment and the second part of the show is a ratings drop. But when you put those two factors together, they're unstoppable. I mean, people can't stay. You could tie people to the fucking television, they wouldn't stay.
This is only going to get worse. For those who don't realize it, the more you put the Bucks out there, they're not going to ever cause more people to tune in. They chase people away. The women's division, the same thing. Gym Quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. The continuation of the Young Bucks versus Cassidy and Beretta, the post-match with Chuck Taylor, an ad break, and the start of Thunder Rosa versus Mariah May. 711,000 viewers.
So they got back 14,000. So, should we give them a round of applause for that? They're 222,000 down for the show.
But wait, there's more. Quarter 8, and I remind you, we have a it says here 6 minutes. It said before 5, but a 6-minute overrun. Quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m. The continuation of Rosa versus May with picture-in-picture ads. Penta El Zero Mieto's backstage promo, and the start of the Swerve Strickland Samoa Joe Live contract signing.
For the main event of the upcoming pay-per-view.
655,000 viewers, as well as the Low in the Key demo of 278,000 viewers. 6-minute overrun, continuation of the angle, 708,000 viewers.
Oh, boy, howdy. So, in regulation, not counting overtime, they lost 278,000 viewers from the start. Is that what, did I do that math right?
Well, taking out the first quarter and the overrun, 729,000 is the average.
So that's their new base audience this week is 729, taking out the artificial insemination of the beginning and the overrun at the end.
One or two things, because it's not, just two things being equal because of the differences in the shows and differences in the audiences, but NXT is one or two things away from passing AEW Dynamite in the ratings. They're always in the 6s. AEW is coming there to meet them. AEW Dynamite's ratings are coming to meet Rampage and Collision.
Wait, you know what? That is actually a wonderful olive branch for AEW to offer. Hey, we'll meet you in the middle. If you can't get any more viewers, we'll run some of ours off. That way it's more competitive.
Listen, no star power. I think Will Ospreay, who I've enjoyed in the ring, and I think the fans like him on the promos, I think he can be a star. He has not been presented well as a star in AEW so far. Adam Copeland, again, he returned to WWE. They thought we have another main eventer coming back in Edge. The fans really didn't see him that way. And now he's in AEW. The enthusiasm's obviously down. And he gave just a rambling, sweaty, almost like, he couldn't think of what to say. And the mic started going dead. Just that segment was death. Danielson means nothing right now. The BCC and the booking have killed Danielson. Billy Gunn versus Jay White was the 9 o'clock hour match. Someone just said
the 9 o'clock hour was the biggest quarter number except for the open.
It was.
And to see Billy Gunn beat the complete teetotal shit out of
Chris Jericho's dead on arrival right now. They're going to drag Hook right down with him. There's nothing they could do that will repair that. The women's division, they spend whatever amount of money on Mercedes Moné.
Murnau?
Mercedes Mermaid.
F.W. Murnau's third wife.
Mercedes Mermaid. And they spent all this money. People are like, they'll give more time to the women's division now. Why would you? Why would you put more time into something that always makes people leave the TV?
Well, she can't fill 2 minutes of time without going blank. Speaking, why would you give her more time?
How far is Boston from Worcester?
Oh God, nothing is far from. Is that the one that's like Springfield is 50 miles or whatever? Well, it's not that far. Nothing's that far up there.
Just
like
because
it is in normal states.
They drew that good house in Boston for her debut. They're in Massachusetts. You would think there'd be some kind of rollover or something.
Well,
4 weeks ago.
Well, but wait a minute. That was her debut, and it was in her hometown. Have you been in Boston traffic? Not a lot of people in Boston are going to Worcester to see their goddamn kids graduate college. Much less to see Mercedes come out and moan again. So I don't expect a lot of crossover there, but what reason? I bet people in Boston, except if they don't watch the TV, they didn't even know this show was taking place because of their promotional efforts or lack thereof for the live event portion of these things.
Then you got the Bucks versus best friends. The Bucks are dead. The Bucks drive viewers away. The Bucks cause people not to want to watch the show.
Now, wait a minute. Do not single them out when everything you just said applies to the Puddin' Gang, too.
Well, you know what? I don't think it applies to the Puddin' Gang because I think they're not entities. Orange Cassidy's different than the rest of them because he's been pushed all over the TV. The other two are just bodies that are there. Orange Cassidy, even if you're a fan of his, I'll give it to you, even if you're a fan of his, the law of diminishing returns. Why would anyone after 5 years still want to see this guy? They don't. The women's match, and then Swerve and Samoa Joe's angle. Swerve was the hottest babyface in the company a few weeks ago. Does it still feel that way? Does it still feel that way to you? That he's the hottest babyface and the one person there who has something happening, something going on?
I love the idea of doing an angle at the contract signing to heat up the pay-per-view main event, but at the same time, again, like we said earlier, when he gets beat up and bloodied and then gets up defiant and signs the contract in his own blood, and then the heel comes in and just lays him out again, they went one step too far. That's how they cool people off.
And that's AEW Dynamite. So where's the star power that's going to help them? Where? John Moxley's been off TV for a while. He'll probably reappear after the tournament. That's not going to help anymore. Those days of Moxley really being a help and a mover are done. MJF? If done right, an MJF return could mean a lot. Here's the problem. Who's he going to work with? Who? You got Adam Cole. He's still getting ready to come back. Nobody wants to see Adam Cole ever again at this point in time.
That's a tragedy how they presented him in that whole Black Scorpion fiasco.
Kenny Omega, they brought up his name on the last several episodes. Kenny Omega is one of their top guys in the history of their company. And now we're hearing that he is probably going to have an operation on his intestines. He ain't coming back anytime soon. Ibushi, he's been a non-entity in AEW.
Wait a minute, no, remember, he's comfortably laid up with double ankle surgery.
Right.
And going to be out for at least a year.
Well, he's not going to be there for a long time, but even before that, my point was he was a non-entity. They signed him and made a big deal out of him. He looked awful in the ring and the fans didn't care. Tony's now saying he's going to be in there with every free agent that becomes available. All he could do is throw money at them because if you want to be treated seriously, if you want good booking, if you want structure, if you want the ability to rise up, momentum to be captured, what show do you want to be on right now? You know, there are two ships that go in different ways.
Bad. It didn't have to be this way. All he had to do was recognize that you can finance whatever you want and be a hero if you don't sabotage it at the same time by doing multiple things that you don't have the experience or the capability for. There's a difference on it, and impressing your friends with your E-Fed booking and doing a national TV show in an NBA arena. Fuck. How did anybody not see this from the God? That is what I saw from the start. And nobody believed me. And $150 million or so will delay the inevitable for some time, but it's still a guy that won't listen because he thinks he's an expert and has never done this before and shows no capability to learn if anybody's there to teach him, or if he gets to be petulant if anybody criticizes it, or just if he doesn't listen.
See, that's the problem right there. The people that Tony turns to, the people that he wants to hear advice from, the people that he's been reading for a long time, that he turns to hear what they say, none of them have helped him. Because, again, if you're pretending that Tony could fix things, and that the problems aren't Tony, if you can't acknowledge all the real issues, you're part of the problem. And these are the people Tony turns to. Tony wants to hear what Meltzer is going to say, or how Meltzer is going to word things, or all these things, and then he runs with it. Meanwhile, look at The Observer. You want to talk about out of touch? The Observer's a dying thing. People don't talk about it. People don't subscribe to it the same way they used to.
Well, and it's Dave has to blame himself because of his behavior over the last few years and just this ridiculousness of defending Mount
Defending the
Suribachi,
person who he has
despite
access
all-
to. Defending the
Yes.
person he has access to. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's dishonest, and it's been wrong. And Tony's problems are his own fault, but it's also the fault of the people that he's been listening to who won't just tell him that he's not good at this. Those are the ratings. Let's talk about ratings. AEW Dynamite, April 10th on TBS, 8 to 10 o'clock p.m.
With the stars, CM Punk.
With the star CM Punk, well, the overall rating, on average, 819,000 viewers.
Huge.
That is the highest number since February 28th.
But they've all sucked since February 28th. So that's like being the, I'm sorry if I overuse this, nicest guy in prison, isn't it?
It is also the highest in the 18 to 49 key demo since January 17th. And it is 9% above last week and 6% above the trailing 4 weeks. That's for this big CM Punk reveal. So before we get to the quarterly breakdowns, almost like the Mercedes Moné debut and there was nothing. Does this number tell you anything?
Well, they were preaching to the choir to begin with because we couldn't even mention his name. So the only people that knew what they were going to see were the people who already knew what they were going to see, which is the same audience that has been watching this program, give or take, dribbles and drabs, dravas and drams, back and forth for months and months and months and months and months. And so, and even that we'll see when we get to the quarters, whether just by insinuation that people actually tuned in to see CM Punk choke Jack Perry, but it's the same people. Punk's on a whole nother level now, like the kids say. And he's on a program where better than half of those people probably don't know that this incident was going on or happened. It's a whole nother world.
Well,
I'm sure the AEW fans are nostalgic for when they could turn the TV on and watch their show with the two biggest stars in wrestling that just weren't the biggest stars in wrestling while they were there.
That were chased away by Tony Khan. Let's never forget that. All the drama backstage, all the issues with the Bucks in their camp. Whoever started it, whoever's doing it, that's one thing. The person who allowed everything to fester. The person who allowed Cody to leave. The person who allowed all these things is Tony Khan. Tony Khan has put out a tweet, Jim.
Oh, no.
Just got the great news from TBS. Last night, Wednesday night, Dynamite, up 29% from last week.
Wait, what?
And up 17% over the prior 6-week average.
Wait a minute, up 29%. How could that be possible? 30%, let's say, of 800,000 people would be a goddamn couple 100,000 people. Where's his numbers coming from?
Thank you all for watching AEW Wednesdays. See you at a stacked TBS wrestling show Wednesday in Indy and rampaging and colliding this weekend on TNT.
You didn't answer my question there, Burford.
Yeah, I don't know. Tony may have his own special stats, alternative stats. He's a statistician, isn't he? Didn't his dad give him money to open up a company so that he could do stats?
I don't know whether he's a statistician or a Presbyterian, but that doesn't have any bearing on this. How could it be up? You just said it was up 9% or something, or 7%, and he says 29%?
Let me go back to the number here. This is according to WrestleNomics.
An independent party in this whole saga.
This week's episode, again, 819,000 on average, and we'll do the real average later on.
Yeah.
Last week was 752, according to this. So that is a 9% increase.
Yeah, that kind of works out mathematically, doesn't it?
Tony says 29%. Well, it's up 30% in the key demo versus last week.
Oh, good Lord. Well, what about in nursery school? How are we doing in the nursery school students? Are we up or down in that fucking demographic also? All right, where'd they start?
Well, they started quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. Samoa Joe and Swerve Strickland's ramp angle, followed by Adam Copeland versus Penta El Zero Miedo, a picture-in-picture. 981,000 viewers.
So thank Sheldon. The Big Bangers have delivered them another almost 1 million people, and I see by the average it might trend downward. But where do we stand?
Yeah, and according to the trend line here, this is kind of, for the most part, remarkably in line with the 90-day trend, but quarter two, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m., the continuation of Copeland versus Penta with picture-in-picture, 857,000 viewers.
Ouch! All right.
And it's also important to note that it was during this match that the clock went up to announce that the Young Bucks will be appearing, although I was later told that the time was wrong. So they had a ticker for when they would appear, and it was off.
Well, most of their tickers are off over there, but they lost 124,000 people on the strength of the biggest ex-WWE name that was on this program, and promising that they were going to have footage of something, but we don't know what, and we can't really say who's in it.
Right, and that was, of course, in quarter three. 8:30 to 8:45 p.m., the post-match of the previous match with Brody King, Julia Hart, Willow Nightingale, and that was it. And then the Lion Hook and Shibata backstage promo.
Shoo-poopy, shoo-poopy, shoo-poopy.
An ad break, and then the poopy continues. Mark Briscoe, Eddie Kingston, Copeland, Willow Nightingale, and Stokely Hathaway's backstage promos / angle.
They set up a mixed tag team match in that thing.
And then the Young Bucks serious backstage promo. A very serious Young Bucks today on the After School Special. And the All-In Security video. 880,000 viewers and 449 and 18 to 49 the key demo.
So they actually got 23,000 extra people based on appealing to the pool of people that knew what the fuck that they were going to see before they saw it because they couldn't tell them. And he still managed to, except for the opening salvo, the opening quarter, he drew what I assume is the highest quarter hour in the program.
And then it's back to his stars. 8:45 to 9 p.m. quarter four. FTR's live promo, an ad break, a Bryan Danielson video, and Will Ospreay's ramp promo. 822,000 viewers.
Okay, so there went about 60,000, 58 if you want to be precise. It said, well, we've seen it now.
We then go to the big 9 o'clock hour, quarter five, 9 to 9:15 p.m. A Julia Hart video, and then Lion Hook and Shibata versus Shane Taylor Promotions with picture-in-picture ads. 767,000 viewers.
G. Manelli Shelley.
Jim Manelli Shelley?
G. Manelli
That's Dean Malenko's nickname. Did you know that?
I did not. I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, Jim Manelli Shelley.
So they lost on the back of Chris Jericho and his associated cohorts, 55,000 people at the top of the hour. And they are now down more than 214,000 from the start of the program.
We then go to quarter seven, 9:15.
No, it would be 6.
Is it?
We're at the top of the hour.
There's no overrun here, so I'm thrown off from what I'm usually looking at. Quarter 6.
Yeah, they accidentally ended on time this week.
9:15 to 9:30 p.m. The Dustin Rhodes backstage promo. The Okada versus Cristiano Argento, match.
Christina Applegate. She could have hit harder.
With the post-match with Pac, the Young Bucks, and FTR, the Bullet Club Gold backstage promo, an ad break, and then the Tony Storm Thunder Rosa Deonna Purrazzo ramp angle. 765,000 viewers.
Well, think about this now. They got not only the EVPs, but also one of the new $1 Million Men, Okada. And all of that, so they only lost 2,000 viewers into 15 minutes.
We call that progress. Quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. The beautiful Anna Jay versus Mariah May with picture-in-picture ads.
Mariah May I?
The post-match with Mina Shirakawa and the Mercedes Moné backstage promo and acting seminar with Alex Marvez.
Hosted by Alexandra Pepperday.
759,000 viewers.
Well, so this high-priced acquisition only lost them 6,000 more viewers in the course of her contribution to the program. That's good to know.
And finally, Jim, quarter 8, no overrun this week. Thank God, because it's done nothing but hurt this company. An ad break, 9:45 to 10 p.m., an ad break. Samoa Joe versus Dustin Rhodes with picture-in-picture. And the post-match with Swerve Strickland. 723,000 viewers.
So by the time their top guy their champion gets in the ring, and people probably figure that their top babyface, Swerve, will be involved in some fashion, they said, nah, we can't take any more. So that's another 36,000, bringing the total from start to finish to 258,000 people, which is over 25% of the audience that they started out with.
Minus quarter 1, Jim, which we know is the Big Bang Theory, 796,000 viewers is the average.
Well, maybe they ought to air more of the ring camera footage of normal people's subdivisions that have more action going on than what they have on their security cameras. Hey.
This is a company that continues to shoot themselves in the foot. Swerve Strickland and Samoa Joe opened and closed the show. There was no one there at the end. The audience had gone away by the end of it. That's for the World Heavyweight title. So they're not even sitting there for that stuff. They came to see what the Bucks were going to say, a little more than usual. And then when they saw it, everyone left the way they usually do.
Yeah.
The people that were in the building, when the Bucks and Okada...
they didn't have any choice. They locked the doors when they came in.
When the Bucks and Okada were getting their heat on FTR and Pac, they either sat there silently giving them no heat or chanted CM Punk. This is an amazing misfire, and the fact that Tony Khan and the Young Bucks didn't know better is stunning.
And from the point where the security camera video showed to the end of the program, they lost 157,000 people from there.
Well, don't worry, they're coming to Louisville soon, so I'm sure that'll be the week they pick things up.
Look at here, no. I keep hearing that. It's Highland Heights, Kentucky.
Oh, yeah, well, actually, I have a tweet from Tony right here.
I think it's somewhere around Cincinnati. I don't recognize it around here. I've never heard of an arena in this goddamn place. I don't know where they're going, actually. And I live in the state.
Tony Khan has done another one of his promotional tweets a little earlier. What a week! BCC, Don Callis family. Danielson and Claudio versus Hobbs and Fletcher. Saturday, AEW Collision, Cincinnati, Louisville, Highland Heights.
Well, what the?
Claudio versus Will Ospreay, Wednesday, Dynamite, Indianapolis. Danielson versus Ospreay, Dynasty, Sunday, St. Louis. He is so bad at Twitter, and he thinks he's good at it. That's the other amazing thing.
What does he think, that Cincinnati and Louisville is like Minneapolis and St. Paul? It's 100 fucking miles from one to the other.
It's an emerging market. It's an emerging market.
It's the same distance as it is from Philadelphia to fucking New York. Is that like the same market?
Well, you know, the big Philadelphia, Long Island market.
It's easy. It's easier to get from Louisville to Cincinnati than it is up there, but it's, you know,
that'd be like booking a show in Trenton and saying, New York, Philadelphia, come on out. Well, those are the ratings.
right, Maestro. I'm ready to get out of the ship now.
We have come back to where we actually know we're forward from where we were.
Right back where we started from.
Well, you could say that about some of these ratings, maybe, but AEW Dynamite ratings are in, Jim.
All right, hold on a second. There's two ways of looking at this. One, it has to be lower than last week because there was nothing on this program, either advertised or that actually occurred, that would make the AEW faithfuls audience more salivatory, their mouth water, than seeing that security footage last week. So there was nothing this, so it has to be down. Or did seeing the flop footage last week cause this week to go down because it stunk so bad in the overall scheme of things? Or are they up this week because people didn't want to see that foolishness to begin with last week? I think it's got to be one of the first two, don't you?
Well, Jim, the ratings...
You know, so you don't have to think.
I have it in front of me, and you got to remember there was strong competition on this night, very strong competition, and...
Another all-night gas station?
I'm sure that after NBA, after the NBA, the Sting, after the NBA ends their season, the Dynamite ratings will shoot right back up. I just know it.
They'll shoot right up through the sky.
AEW Dynamite on TBS Wednesday, April 17th, 2024, 8 to 10:09 p.m. So you missed 9 minutes.
Oh, boy.
762,000 viewers on average.
Oh! What was last week? 8?
Last week was 819, down 7% from that.
So, yeah, 38, 40, about 57,000 people. Well, that's misfortunate. Where'd they start?
They started with The Big Bang Theory. No, these were compiled by WrestleNomics, 8 to 8:15 p.m., Jon Moxley's live promo, Mercedes Moné's backstage promo, Willow Nightingale.
I bet she is willing.
Willow Nightingale.
Only after a drink or two.
Her backstage angle, leading into Adam Copeland and Nightingale versus Brody King and Julia Hart. 917,000 viewers.
Okay, now to be fair, that is less than they've been starting with for the past few weeks, isn't it? Aren't they usually up in the higher nines coming off the Big Bang?
It is below the trend.
So, right there, the Big Bangers let them down.
However, almost hitting perfectly with the trend is quarter two. 8:15 to 8:30 p.m., the continuation of Copeland and Nightingale versus King and Hart with picture-in-picture, the post-match with Mercedes Moné, and I can't say that with a straight face.
Money.
And Samoa Joe's backstage interview, followed by another ad break. 865,000 viewers.
Okay, so miraculously, possibly due to the popularity that Edge once possessed, they didn't lose their ass like they usually do from 1 to 2. They only lost 35, 45, 52,000 people.
Well, again, 1's lower than normal, and 2 is about where 2 usually is. So we always say take the first quarter out of the equation because of the Big Bang Theory in terms of looking at the real number. Second quarter and the trend line kind of bears that out.
There you go.
Quarter 3, Jim, 8:30 to 8:45. The Young Bucks backstage promo.
Oh, boy.
Leading into their big 6-man tag match. The Young Bucks and Kazuchika Okada versus Daniel Garcia, Pac, and Penta El Zero Miedo with picture-in-picture ads. 725,000 viewers.
Oh! Well, not only did they lose 140,000 people for their EVPs and their OCOD, but now by this, they can't continue to drop at anywhere near that pace, so they won't make their average. That indicates to me that a lot of people said, fuck it, I'm just turning this thing off as long as these jokers are on.
Well, we go to quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. The Jokers match continues. The Elite versus Garcia, Pac, and Penta. The post-match an ad break, and the Chris Jericho Hook live promo segment, or the start of it, 744,000 viewers.
So 19,000 brave souls returned. Possibly when the all clear notice was sounded.
Well, the all clear notice may have been the 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m., the big 9 o'clock hour, 4:45. Jericho and Hook and Taz's live angle, Swerve Strickland's backstage interview, and Deonna Purrazzo versus Mariah May with picture-in-picture ads. 748,000 viewers.
So they got 4,000 more. They're only 117,000 below Q2 now. They're making a comeback.
Well, we now go to quarter. This is 6. 9. I always lose my place around the same quarter every show. 9:15,
So
9:30 p.m. Purrazzo versus May continued with the post-match with Thunder Rosa and Toni Storm, the Bullet Club Gold backstage promo, an ad break, Billy Gunn and the Acclaim's backstage promo.
Yeah, skip though, all that stuff.
And the start of Orange Cassidy versus Shane Taylor with picture-in-picture.
Oh boy, this could be ugly.
685,000 viewers.
Oh! So Tony's favorite son, his Halloween buddy and compadre, mascot, and favorite house pet, sent him down another 15, 40, 50, 63,000 people.
Well, don't forget about the women's division.
Well, and they'd started the trend there, but they still had over 7. It wasn't until Pockets got in there full-fledged that they dropped below that.
Well, we go now to quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m., the continuation of Pockets versus Taylor. With the post-match with Taylor Promotions, or Shane Taylor Promotions, Christopher Daniels, Matt Sydal, Trent Beretta.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah, you missed all that. The Roderick Strong video, an ad break, and the start of Will Ospreay versus Claudio Castagnoli. 707,000 viewers.
So, of all of his new high-priced acquisitions, the only one on this program that has shown their face and actually increased the numbers even by 22,000 people is Ostrich. 140,000 bailed for Okodi, and from the time that Monet was on first until she was on last was 52,000 down. So, yay, Will!
Well, that continues into quarter 8, and I remind you there's an overrun. 9:45 to 10 p.m. The continuation of Ospreay versus Claudio with picture-in-picture ads, and the post-match with the Don Callis family and Jon Moxley. 742,000 viewers.
Well, there you go. He did. Hold on here. My boy. Wonderful Willie. He's the first one that has actually meant some movement of the needle in a positive direction.
Well, we then go to the 6-minute overrun, although it said 9 minutes before, but this says 10 to 10:06. Swerve Strickland's live promo and his angle with Samoa Joe. 665,000 viewers.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What was on after My Mother the Car? That not only was there nobody tuning in for the show afterwards, but they they probably like me. They said, fuck it, that's the end of the show. 42, 35, 70, 77,000 people. It usually goes up artificially. It went down.
Taking out the first quarter and the overrun, the average is 745.
And see, that's the thing now. They're still mostly in the pocket of what they always do. It's just that normally they would start strong and they would lose steadily pretty much through the whole thing and end up at the bottom. But now, even their own faithful audience of 800,000 people every week that they've had forever is seeing some of these jackoffs come on and go, well, fuck, I can do something else for 15 minutes. And so they're losing them.
Well, those are the ratings. And again, they were apparently, they did the best on cable in the key demo other than the NBA games that everyone must have been watching. All right, we are here in the pleasant future. It's ratings time, everyone's favorite weekly game show.
I've right here got my pads, my paper, my pen, ready to write these numbers down. Very important numbers for the big after the pay-per-view extravaganza television program that nobody could hear and it was painful to watch.
Now, a few notes before we give these ratings. Obviously, strong competition, and...
What? Are they still doing the Final Four?
Well, the West Coast was live. So there was...
Well, are they usually dead? What's the matter with the people on the West Coast?
Well, I guess usually they would get it at 8 p.m. Pacific, not 8 p.m. Eastern Standard.
Well, why'd they get it at a different time this week?
I think because of the hockey game, if I had to guess. Maybe.
Oh, because they wanted the hockey game in a time slot where people out there would watch, unlike this program.
That's right. And according to apparently what Dave Meltzer wrote, they were down 8% due. There's an 8% due specifically to the West Coast being live.
So 8%, that means we add 8% onto this number to make them even. That's what Dave is. Somebody on Twitter said Dave Meltzer would like to be able to kiss AEW on the mouth.
Well, we don't know for sure if he has or has not done that before. But Jim, AEW Dynamite, Wednesday, April 24th, Jacksonville, Florida, 8 to 10 p.m. sharp. On average, was watched by 683,000 viewers.
Oh!
It is the lowest rating for a Dynamite ever, excluding preemptions. Excluding when it didn't air.
Excluding when it did not air. This is the worst. It's the least good it's ever done. Oh, Mike, what was last week? 700 and something thousand? We said, oh shit, the bottom's falling out.
Last week was a disaster too, 762. This is 18% off that.
So they were down 10% even without the people in fucking Oregon, Washington, and California. And for anybody that happens to be in Montana or wherever the fuck that is in time zone category.
Well, let's see how they came in. These were compiled by WrestleNomics. 8 to 8:15 p.m., quarter one. The Elite and Jack Perry. It says Angle. Was that just when they arrived?
They walked out of the SUV and said shit. So
the Elite and Jack Perry arrive with bad audio. The Trent Beretta, Orange Cassidy, Chuck Taylor live promo and Angle. John Moxley's muted backstage promo. Followed by the beginning of Swerve Strickland versus Kyle Fletcher. 792,000 viewers.
Oh, Jesus Christ, on a Ritz cracker.
316,000 in the key demo.
That's the lowest they've ever stood. What happened to the Big Bang? Was it the big bust this week? Did they preempt the bangers?
Maybe on the West Coast, people are not watching the Big Bang Theory live. Was it even one of the shows that, again, if this aired live there, that means their schedule on the West Coast may have been a little bit differently. Correct?
Does that account for 200,000 fucking people? 150,000 people that they normally more start this? Oh.
And again, we always talk about the fact that whatever they start with, that's not the real number because that's a minute of the Big Bang Theory. This is without that minute, apparently, for some people. But quarter two, 8:15, 8:30 p.m., the continuation of Strickland versus Fletcher with picture-in-picture ads, the Thunder Rosa Deonna Purrazzo backstage angle, and an ad break, 716,000 viewers.
Ooh, okay, so 76,000 people said, we can't do this anymore.
Well, we go into quarter three, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. Mina Shirakawa versus Anna Jay with picture-in-picture, and the post-match with Mariah May and Toni Storm. 709,000 viewers.
That's a miracle that they only lost 7,000.
Well, we then go to 8:45 to 9 p.m., quarter 4. Serena Deeb's muted ramp promo, an ad break, the Willow Nightingale celebration with Mercedes Moné, the Jack Perry and Matt Jackson backstage promo, I guess that's when they went to Tony's locker room, 694,000 viewers.
And again, they're holding up quite well for the content that they're providing. But now they're down, 98,000 people in 1 hour from the lowest start ever.
Well, we now go to the big 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m., quarter 5. The AEW International Title #1 Contendership Gauntlet match with picture-in-picture twice. 629,000 viewers.
Oh, so they lost another 65,000 people at the top of the hour, and that's where the Will Ospreay bonus baby signing is placed in this direct. So everybody is losing numbers that it has cost him any amount of money.
We then go to quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m., the continuation of the Gauntlet match, the post-match with Will Ospreay and Roderick Strong, an ad break, and that Chris Jericho Big Bill live promo.
Ooh.
659,000 viewers.
Well, to what do you attribute 30,000 people coming to the finish of the big match?
I think it's the match and whoever was in it, what was happening, because I think the Jericho thing would have more of an effect on the next quarter based on
afterwards.
Where it is. Yeah.
Yes. So what was that quarter 7, Brian?
Quarter 7, no overrun this week. Quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. The Ospreay Don Callis, Kyle Fletcher backstage angle, an ad break, and the beginning of Moxley versus Hobbs with picture-in-picture. 607,000 viewers.
Oh. So that's the Jericho effect.
That's the Jericho effect. Kills numbers every time.
But drum roll, please, everybody. Everybody's been waiting with bated breath. The guys that are going to come back and change the world and save us all, and Tony Khan's big debut on television.
We now go to the final quarter, quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m. I'll also give the key demo number here. The continuation of Moxley versus Hobbs. The post-match, Renee Paquette's interview with Katsuyori Shibata. The backstage, it says backstage angle. There was no angle, it was an interview. And finally, the Jack Perry, Tony Khan Elite angle and not hospitalization. He walked out. I just saw the video before you mentioned.
Yeah.
657,000 viewers and 330 in the key demo. That is the high point of the show.
Holy crapola. So they actually got 50,000 people to tune in to this thing to see Tony get dropped on his head.
Or there were people waiting for the hockey game. Again, it's a different kind of night because of that and how it screws things up. But there are people who are tuning into that channel just waiting for the game.
But there's still, even if you account for the fact that, yes, some people had to tune in expecting the game, they're still down for their big main event and for their big angle, 135,000 people from where they started, which was the lowest ever. So what's the 8% on top of this? What if we're...
And again, it's far below the trend line. So even with the 8%, that's, I think, based on what I'm seeing here, it would still be below the trend line.
What's 8% of 700? If they'd have done another 79,000 people from where they started, that would be 10%, and that'd still only put them at 850,000 or so. And that was the highest rated quarter, not the whole fucking show. So I don't... poor Uncle Dave. Anyway, I will say this now. This is what's happening. 5 years ago, what was the reason for AEW? Vince McMahon was running the evil empire. He was a heel owner. He had been for years, and people knew that he really did mistreat their favorite wrestlers and fire them and not make them do stupid things, not give them respect. And they didn't like the creative. And they were mad at the company because they were mad at the guy that they were mad at. And then along comes Tony Khan. And he's, pro wrestler and pro fan and for the sport and blah, blah, blah. And it's all going to be great. But then 5 years later, not only has the WWE completely eradicated Vince McMahon, and they're changing his style of booking, and they're making stars, and the company is babyface, and Triple H is a hero to people. And they love the company now because the evil Machiavellian fucking McMahon is out of there. But meanwhile, over here, despite what you want to say about the booking or the talent or anything else, Tony Khan has got himself into a situation where his two EVPs that work for him are douchebag heels being assholes to everybody and fucking people around, sometimes while he sits there next to him and nods and smiles. And then a guy that was suspended for some reason that we kind of sort of found out about a week or two ago, but not really because they couldn't tell us and they couldn't mention the other guy's name. But he comes back and screws the rightful winners of the tag team title out of the goddamn thing and gives it to the douchebag EVPs. But yet when this fucking prick asks the boss to come out and just says, reinstate me and we'll change the world together, the boss hugs him and does everything but kisses him. And so how is Tony, and if these guys are heels and they're in on the fucking office and Tony's not doing anything about it, then why am I as a viewer supposed to give a fuck what happens to this guy or his company? Does that not make sense to what I'm saying to you?
That makes sense. What AEW does doesn't make sense, and they keep doubling down on all the stupid things, and they keep listening to the people that say, oh, they're doing great. The complaints are invalid. They were number 3 on cable. Everything's fine.
They've reversed their situation. The people love the WWE office now, and the fucking AEW is a bunch of goddamn heels screwing people around.
And word's gotten around. The chaos and the childishness and the drama that was always there, it all finally got out and people saw what a shit show it was. And they decided to counter that by putting on the worst television shows they've ever done, which their most hardcore fans say are great. They can't acknowledge the bad shit's bad.
Wait a minute, what do they say they are?
Great.
I just didn't want to disappoint anybody. Keep going.
And that's really it. I mean, we always say it. I always say it. It's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse from here. There's nothing that's shown you the booking is going to get better. There isn't an influx of talent that could be hired to change things. You have people there with talent who you could do things with if there was a booker. And if the booking in one segment had anything to do with the rest of the show. They have an overrun they do, except for this week. They have an overrun they do that drives people away. No one ever comes back for it. Whatever, everything. What is working? Swerve Strickland was hotter 2 months ago and a month ago, and it got cooler and cooler, and now he's the champion. It doesn't matter. Moxley's on there with another championship now. Ospreay's getting over. Naturally, he's in a heel stable. The Bucks are not over.
And he's about to win a mid-card belt or a preliminary belt.
The Bucks aren't over. And Jack Perry's only over because CM Punk slapped him around. And they're going to go with this pro wrestling guerrilla amateur hour type thing where this is the lead heel stable. Okada, Jungle Boy, and the Young Bucks. Horrible. This promotion is out of hand. They're horrible right now. That doesn't mean Will Ospreay won't have a good match. But that means that good match does nothing to negate all the other shit. That's the point.
Well, and don't forget now, if Tony Khan recovers from this brutal beating, he's going to have to do something about this, because if he fired the biggest star they've ever had because he yelled at him because he was scared for his life when that happened, then by the logic he has presented on his own television program, what's he going to do to these motherfuckers? Huh?
By the way, a tweet I just saw, the mayor of London has tweeted out something.
London, England, or London, Ontario?
London, England, Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, is an election next week. London is already the sporting capital of the world. If I'm re-elected next Thursday, we'll go even further. We'll look to bring in WrestleMania, Super Bowl, and the NBA to London, and put together another bid for the 2040 Olympics. He did say we'll have AEW at Wembley.
Holy shit. Well, and being Tony's father and everything, and still saying he's going to bring WrestleMania to London.
No, this is a different Khan. This is not a member of the family.
You said Shad Khan.
I said Sadiq Khan.
I thought that was his full given name, and Shad was just a nickname.
Is Shad going to start cutting promos?
He probably already has, as soon as he got back to the locker room. You fucking idiot. What the fuck are you thinking?
Where's
my
checkbook?
Fucking money?
Where's the checkbook? Give me the checkbook. You're out of the will. But again, big week coming off the pay-per-view that people were raving about the matches on. Coming off, they knew they had to do something on this show, and they announced stuff in the middle of the show, even though they had bad audio. It's another disaster week for AEW, despite how some of the people who love AEW want to spin it. It's another disaster week for AEW.
Well, and again, I'm saying that they're shooting themselves in the foot, because not only are they presenting an amateurish production on several different levels when the other company is looking bigger and bolder and brighter and more expensive than it ever has. And at the same time, they're doing this thing with Tony where they're going to turn even their fans against the company, because they're going to make him, or he's going to make himself, just by exposing himself on television, such a clueless putz that he deserves what he gets. They were in his corner and all these guys' corners when they were fighting the big evil corporation, and they were the wrestlers all in. We're going to do it ourselves. That was the spirit of the thing. Now this guy's a fucking mark. He's bungled all his shit. Half the people are hurt. Everybody dislikes everybody else. The booking is shite, and the fucking office is now heels. What the?
Well, the other thing too is, and I'll end with this, and they've done this before with different things, with different situations, but if you knew you were going to do this big angle, you didn't know that you're going to have audio issues, but you knew you were going to have these viewership issues because of the time zone and the game, there'd be some sort of hit. You knew that. Why do this angle on this show if that's the case? If you know you're going to have, more than likely, if everything goes well, a smaller audience than usual, why do the angle on this episode?
You know what? How often have we heard that Shad Khan was actually in the building at the show? Maybe he was at Wembley, right? Maybe. Did we hear that?
It's been a while since we've heard he's at show. He's been at various shows. Jacksonville, I guess, is the place we've maybe heard about it the most, because
and also they're there for the big NFL draft where he makes some of his real money so that he can give it to Tony. Maybe they came up with this to pitch it to Tony. And look, your dad will be here. He can see you take this bump. Because that's all it is. They're just feeding Tony's fantasies now to stay in the position they're in that they don't deserve, and or to continue to get him to whip out his wallet, and to ignore the fact that the numbers are going down when he involves the people that make the numbers go down. So, but you can take a bump in front of your dad. It'll be so cool.
I don't know if I would call that a bump. Or, well, he did take a bump. I guess it was just the wrong bump. Yeah. I
think that's where we are now.
All kidding aside, have the comparisons to Dixie Carter ever been more apropos?
No, but Dixie was better on television. And until you actually, talked to her for a little while. She was a very pretty lady. But she wasn't, no, she was a talented amateur on television. Tony is awkward in every way and unfit for broadcast. And it makes the company look like a fucking loony bin that would be the guy in charge of this. And that anybody would suggest to him that he be on television, much less, more importantly, not try to talk him out of it at all costs, indicates that they're fucking taking him for a ride. Because there should have been people going, Tony, you can't do this. Tony, you're not a television personality. Tony, do not. You're not athletic. Whatever the fuck he's not. And there was many of those. Somebody should have been saying that. But instead, Tony, you can take the Meltzer driver. Dave will give it 5 stars. Why else would you do this? This is insanity.
We saw it in the early days of AEW. I mean, it's rather benign, but remember there was a thing after the show with Cody. I remember Aubrey Edwards going crazy, ridiculously over the top, where Tony gave Sean Spears a stunner.
Yes,
and it was
that was in the dark.
Well, that was in front of the fans. It wasn't on TV.
But it wasn't on TV, at least. It was just, It
was the origins of this. Get him out there, let him feel the fans, let them pop for him, everyone make him look good. It was the start of this. And now we have Tony seemingly as a character on the show, but all right, well, those are the ratings. Let's go back to the other nonsense. Time travel begins right now. Why don't we talk about these ratings? AEW Dynamite and Rampage on TBS May 1st, 2024. Jim Dynamite, on average, was watched by 703,000 viewers.
Oh, boy, howdy. That's worse than last week, isn't it? Or what? No, wait, last week was worse.
683. Last week was 683, yes. But the West Coast was live.
But the West Coast was live, so they should have gained 8%. So this is worse than last week with the West Coast being live, but it's definitely worse than the week before last week. Holy shit. Okay, but just start reading it off. I predict a steady plummet.
Well, let's go to these numbers here. These were compiled by WrestleNomics. Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. The Tony Khan show opened to be interrupted by the Young Bucks. Swerve Strickland's live promo and his confrontation with Christian Cage and the Waynes and Killswitch. 794,000 viewers.
Okay, either the big bangers are not performing for them like they have in the past, or elsewise the Big Bang fans are getting smart to this and skipping the last couple of minutes of their program so they don't get any on them here.
And again, as some people will point out, competition. There were basketball games, baseball season has started.
They do that every year, don't they?
They do. The ratings aren't usually this low every year, so we're bringing it up this year.
Bring it up for quarter 2.
Quarter 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m. Adam Copeland versus Buddy Matthews with picture-in-picture. 693,000 viewers.
Oh, 101 Dalmatians.
Well, the match continued into quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m.
And what a dog.
Copeland versus Matthews continued with picture-in-picture ads, the post-match with the House of Black, and an ad break. Once again, 693,000 viewers.
Well, that's an accomplishment. They kept what they had. Not better, not worse. Come see, come saw.
Well, Kosi Kosa, let's go to the next quarter. It's a wonderful world, la 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 la. 8:45 to 9 p.m., quarter 4. Samoa Joe versus Isaiah Cassidy. Sky Blues promo, an ad break. The Trent Orange Cassidy live promo, and angle with Chris Statlander and Don Callis. 662,000 viewers.
Okay, well, and the only surprise is that they only lost 31,000 people, but I'm starting to look, they may do a comeback here at some point to get to their average at this juncture. What's the big 9 o'clock hour where we saw the Buckaroos again?
The big 9 o'clock hour, quarter 5, 9 to 9:15 p.m. the Young Bucks Jack Perry backstage promo, and the start of Chris Jericho versus Katsuyori Shibata with picture-in-picture ads. 732,000 viewers.
Well, so at the top of the hour, maybe a fresh audience, people wanting to give them a chance, they picked up 36 to 70,000 people.
And if there was ever a match to say, what the fuck is happening, this may have been the match, because that was my reaction.
And I'm not sure they're going to keep them with that match.
Quarter 5, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m., the continuation of Jericho versus Shibata, the post-match with Big Bill, Willow Nightingale, Stokely Hathaway, and Chris Statlander's backstage promo, an ad break, and the start of Brian Cage versus Claudio Castagnoli, 746,000 viewers.
Holy shit, they picked up 14,000 for that segment? Is that an anomaly?
I think if you were flipping through the channels and you saw that Jericho-Shibata match, you kind of wanted to see what the fuck it was. It was such a train wreck, you couldn't take your eyes off it.
There's a guy wandering around in the ring with a garbage can on his head. Let's see where this goes.
Is that Chris Jericho? Oh my God. I mean, there's so many different things. But then they ended the segment.
It used to be Jericho.
Well, they ended the segment with Brian Cage versus Claudio, which is the way quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 began, with picture-in-picture ads, an ad break, Rocky Romero's backstage promo, and the start of Serena Deeb versus Mariah May. 643,000 viewers.
Okay, so once the garbage can came off, 103,000 people left again. We're at the low point of the program.
You know, I think in this case, this is one of those weeks where the Jericho match helped, and it was Brian Cage versus Claudio that drove people off, but...
You may be right. I may be crazy. But it just might be a lunatic we're looking for.
Or booking for, I'm not sure. We go now to quarter 8. I remind you, there's an overrun and rampage. Quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m. The continuation of Deeb versus May, with picture-in-picture. The post-match with Tony Storm. Adam Copeland and Kyle O'Reilly's backstage confrontation. And the start of Kenny Omega's live promo. 668,000 viewers.
So they got 25,000 back before the end of regulation, but they're again barely over 650,000.
And it was 292,000 in the key demo, which is just 2,000 off the low. Oh no, excuse me. The low of the show was 285. So it's just a little bit off the low of the show. So even the demo the network cares about, they're not there for these big angles at the end of the show, but it continued in the Rampage, Jim. Quarter 1 of Rampage, 10 to 10:15 p.m., which is the end of Dynamite. The continuation of the Omega Elite confrontation and backstage angle and
the best promo that Kenny Olivier has ever done in his wrestling career, unfortunately, in the middle of all of this.
Once again, 668,000 viewers, and the key demo went up from 292 to 326.
Wait a minute. How can there be no change whatsoever in the overall viewership, but suddenly 20-something thousand people in this fucking particular demo? There's more of them than there was a minute ago. And it was people over 55 at 10 o'clock. They had a hard bedtime. How does that work?
I'm not exactly sure. And for the record, here's the rest of Rampage, 10:15 to 10:30 p.m. Jay White versus Dante Martin, picture-in-picture. Bullet Club Gold post-match, Deonna Purrazzo promo, 459,000 viewers.
Ouch.
Next quarter, ad break. This is 10:30 to 10:45. Roosh did a promo. Big Bill and Chris Jericho backstage angle. Swerve Strickland backstage promo. Rocky Romero versus Kyle O'Reilly with picture-in-picture. 404,000 viewers. Then we get 10:45 to 11 p.m., continuation of Romero versus O'Reilly. Soraya and Harley Cameron's backstage promo.
She's still there?
An ad break. The Undisputed Kingdom's backstage promo. And the start of the start of Willow Nightingale versus Sky Blue with picture-in-picture. 399,000 viewers. And finally, the 7-minute overrun.
They got an overrun for that?
Well, they got 7 minutes extra for Dynamite, so I guess that pushed it. I don't know how this worked or why they ever need an overrun. It's not helping them in any way. Nightingale versus Sky Blue continue with the post-match with Statlander and Stokely. 11 to 11:07 p.m. 408,000 viewers, 172,000 in the key demo.
So they went in 3 hours from 794,000 viewers to 408,000. They lost 50% of the audience over 3 hours in network prime time. How is that going to set them up for a ballbuster of a rights renewal when they get 3 hours of prime time on the network and they lose 50% of the audience from the start to the finish? I mean, just objectively explain that to me.
If you want to argue that it's worth it for a cable network or anyone because of the key demo number, the argument when AEW started was stop looking at the total overall audience, only look at the key demo because that's the only number at all that the network cares about because it's what the advertisers care about, which has always been a stupid argument if you know anyone who works in television. There's a lot more that goes into it. And the big number keeps going down. The key demo, even that's going down now.
Okay, what was the key demo in quarter 1 and what was the key demo in the overrun at quarter 13 or whatever?
Quarter 1 was 320. Quarter 2, which is sometimes the real true number, 307. Here's the entirety of Rampage, starting with the overrun. 326, 203, 180, 177, 172.
So they started at 320 and ended at 172. That they've lost fucking half of that too. Right?
They can't hold an audience. And you see the SmackDown numbers, it's crazy how consistent it is from beginning to end. Raw's a different animal. Raw is probably the better thing to compare Dynamite to just because of cable and even though Raw's 3 hours.
But still, it's a 3-hour program where we figured out what they lose. If they lose 300,000 viewers, that is maybe 10 or 12% of their audience, whereas in AEW's case, it's 35 or 40.
If you want to give AEW a chance, and you keep giving it a chance every little while, the booking never gets better. If right now they're counting on the fact that they have a bunch of guys who they're going to be able to bring back on this show, return to the roster, get healthy, they're still going to run into Tony's booking. And Tony can't acknowledge that his booking isn't good. Tony truly thinks he understands this. Tony thinks that he has a deep understanding of how wrestling works. And he doesn't. He's a fan who has lots of his dad's money. And it's okay to say that. It's not an insult. It's reality. He thinks he can book, he can't.
And many of the wrestlers that he has signed up are fans who think they have good ideas.
Everyone wants to do their own thing, and nothing seems to get better. At a certain point, you look at your business. If everything is going down, pay-per-views going down, ratings going down, live attendance going down, every town they return to, the attendance is down. Nothing is going up. Guys get over, they lose their steam immediately. At a certain point, you got to acknowledge what the problem is.
We'll always have Wembley, though, won't we?
Well, we're going to have it again in a few months, and we'll see how it looks. Texas Stadium 85. And then next year will be Texas Stadium 86. Let's see how many people are there. The problem with AEW, everything is the law of diminishing returns. Always.
We just try to point these things out. We don't revel in it. We don't glory in it. We don't roll around and root around in it like a hog in slop. We just report the facts, and that's why they get mad at us. Because their emperor is not wearing a jock strap, and their favorite wrestlers aren't they fucking good?
Well, let's end with the ratings here of this week, Jim. Well, Jim, let's go to these ratings. AEW Dynamite on TBS, May 8th, 2024, from 8 to 10:08 p.m., on average, was watched by 711,000 viewers.
Remember, it was just a couple of months ago that I would always say, okay, what's the number? 800 and what thousand?
It was a big deal maybe a year and a half ago when they dropped below 900.
And now I'm saying, okay, what is it? 700 and what thousand? So here we are at 7-Eleven, baby. Boxcars, big bennies. That's an old Abbott and Costello routine.
But again, a lot of competition, and I'm a great example this week because I would have watched the AEW show live, but they chased me off with their bad show, and I went to watch the Knick game. So when you always hear about the strength of the NBA, how many of those people are people that were going to watch the NBA no matter what? And how many were people that were wrestling fans going to give the wrestling show a chance? They're like, nah, fuck this. I'm going somewhere else.
They do the NBA playoffs every year. We made that comment, but also for the first time almost ever, I didn't watch the thing live. I waited till about 8:30 so I could still zip through commercials and fucking slow spots. But I watched it on Wednesday night, as I mentioned, so I could have a pleasant Thursday morning. But nevertheless, we got 7-Eleven as the main number. Where'd we start and where'd we finish? You do the dirty work here. You read it out. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.
All right, there was no reason to sing, but we have these numbers. These were compiled by WrestleNomics. 8 to 8:15 p.m. quarter one, the Adam Copeland backstage promo, and Orange Cassidy versus Trent Beretta with picture-in-picture. 768,000 viewers.
And that's what I said. They've killed the Big Bang Theory's ratings. They used to get 1 million. They used to get 900,000. They at least had some amount of people handed off to them. Now the fucking Big Bangers have said, fuck it, we're going to tune out 30 minutes early just so we don't accidentally see any of that wrestling program.
Well, quarter two, 8:15, 8:30 p.m., more of that wrestling program, the continuation of Cassidy versus Beretta, the post-match with Don Callis and Chris Statlander, the Elite's angle, or arrival, whatever it was, the Jack Perry promo, an ad break, Kenny Omega's hospital promo, and the start of Serena Deeb on the ramp. 696,000 viewers.
Ew, okay. So we asked that question earlier. How much can you stand of old Pockets after 15 minutes of Pockets and then the Buckaroos show up? They lose 72,000 people.
Well, we go to quarter three, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m., the continuation of the Deeb ramp promo and the confrontation with Toni Storm, the beginning of Mariah May versus Harley Cameron with picture-in-picture, 731,000 viewers.
Holy so
he really did run them off. That's the point.
He not only ran them off, but when they thought the coast was clear, they came back.
For Serena Deeb on the ramp.
Yes. The worst thing they could have come back for. 31 to 35,000 of them came back, half of what they had lost. So how many people made it through the Serena Deeb address to the nation?
Quarter four, 8:45 to 9 p.m. The finish of May versus Cameron with the post-match with Saraya and Mina Shirakawa. That's how you say it.
Kissy girl.
Pac and the Bullet Club Gold's backstage angle, Malachi Black's video, an ad break, a recap, and Swerve Strickland's live promo begins. 724,000 viewers.
So they stayed about flat. They only lost 7,000. Not bad. To get to their average, they apparently there's going to be a precipice here shortly, but well, what did the top of the 9 o'clock hour do with the new world champion in the ring?
The big 9 o'clock hour, quarter five, I'm going to tell you this in advance, both the overall number and the key demo number are both in line or slightly above the trend line for this quarter. 9 to 9:15 p.m., Swerve Strickland's confrontation with Christian Cage and the Mogul Embassy turning on him, Willow Nightingale's backstage promo, and Rocky Romero versus Jay White with picture-in-picture, 787,000 viewers, and 369,000 in the key demo. That's the high point of the key demo.
And that's also the high point of the show.
Yes.
And
to see Swerve get his ass kicked by
to see Swerve emasculated, neutered, his testicles sliced from him and shoved in his own fucking mouth. Well, it's good to know they got a big number when it counted. Oh my God. All right.
We go to quarter 6. Let's see how much more counts. Quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. The continuation of Romero versus White, the post-match with the Gun Club and Pac, Samoa Joe's video, an ad break, and the Big Bill and Chris Jericho match starts. 718,000 viewers.
So again, now they're down another 69,000 after their high point, and that's the second lowest number so far in the program.
Well, the Chris Jericho match continued into the next quarter.
I have a feeling that record's about to be broken.
Quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m., the continuation of the Big Bill Chris Jericho tag match, Jericho's live promo, an ad break, and the start of Adam Copeland versus Brody King with picture-in-picture, 665,000 viewers.
Oh, and we have a new low, and they just lost another 53,000 people, making it 122,000 over the course of 30 minutes. And Edge is in the biggest mainstream star they currently now have on the roster. And he's got the low point so far.
Yeah, I don't know. He's kind of been exposed to. Quarter 8, we have an overrun also, 9:45 to 10 p.m. Continuation of Copeland versus Brody King with picture-in-picture on the post-match with Kyle O'Reilly. 628,000 viewers, 266 in the key demo. And finally, 8-minute overrun Mercedes Moné live promo, the Elite Jack Perry promo in confrontation with FTR, Eddie Kingston, and Bryan Danielson. 654,000 viewers.
And that was basically, 26,000 people that were expecting Modern Family. Wow, all right.
So
well,
again, show wide. You know, the beginning of the show, you have Orange Cassidy's feud with the Best Friends. That's not resonating with their people. That's not working. Then you have the women's stuff. That actually recovered a little bit from the Orange Cassidy stuff.
Yeah.
Swerve, this right now is the time. They have to figure out what they're going to do because he's about to become a big missed opportunity. The fans chose Swerve. Swerve has something that he's quickly losing week by week, but they came back for that. Jay White causes people to turn off their TV. Chris Jericho in 2024 causes people to turn the channel.
Sometimes it causes people to sell their television, I think. That may be the cause of the drop in television viewership, not cutting the cord or streaming, but Chris Jericho.
Adam Copeland versus Brody King. You could put Adam Copeland against Moses right now. Nobody wants to see Adam Copeland. He's exhausted everyone.
Hey, now I'll tell you what, Moses has been booked strong, though. He's still a fucking name.
Yeah, no, he's a bigger name. Adam Copeland, I think, has made people sick of his matches. These long, exhausting matches where the crowds go silent. And it's not working. And Edge was a big star in WWE. Edge is not a big star in AEW. Or Adam Copeland's not a big star now. I don't know how you want to say it, but it's not working. And then finally, Mercedes Moné, that's bombing.
Woo.
And then the Elite's big angle with Team AEW. Because when you think of AEW, the first names you think of are FTR, Eddie Kingston, and Bryan Danielson. That's got no one. No one said, you know what? I got to see what's going on with this game. Let me turn back for a few minutes just to see how they're going to resolve any of this. Nobody does. Not to compare anything to Vince and Austin, but if they were doing something with the owner of the company and a top heel, they would probably make it so that you kind of had to tune back in to see something.
Yeah.
AEW doesn't do that. You never have to tune back in to see anything. And those are the ratings.
They certainly are.
All right, I know Jim's excited. We are in the future.
That sounds like if you hit the Who in the head with a brick.
That was Mama O'Reilly. right there that I just played. But ladies and gentlemen, we are here with Bad Jokes and the AEW.
Yes, and Kyle O'Reilly wants a word with you also. And so does Baba.
Well, speaking of Bad Jokes, the AEW Dynamite ratings are right here.
Oh, boy.
Jim, Wednesday.
What was it last week? How many did they have last week? They were down in the sevens, weren't they?
Last week was 711,000 viewers on average.
That's a 7-Eleven. Well, did they get boxcars this week, or what happened on Wednesday, May 15th?
And actually, let me just say this because it has some stats here from WrestleNomics. Well, I'll give them in a second. Wednesday, May 15th, AEW Dynamite on TBS, 8 to 10:12 p.m. On average, 672,000 viewers.
Oh, to quote the late, great Paul Bearer, oh, sweet Jesus.
That is the lowest overall rating since January 6, 2021. That is
Wait, I wonder why that nobody was watching anything else on television on January 6, 2021.
You know, I didn't even realize that. That's a very good point. And the key demo...
So we could even give AEW a pass on that day, but go ahead.
And the key demo, which was a 0.23, is the lowest key demo, which of course is 18 to 49-year-old males. The lowest key demo number in English since June 24th, 2020.
I don't know what happened on June 24th, 2020. So a lot of people were intubated around that time.
It was number 6 among cable telecasts for Wednesday, with the NBA dominating the night, versus last week, obviously minus 5%, versus the trailing 4-week average, which is 715 minus 6%, versus last year at the same... Is this last year at the same time? No, that's quarter to quarter. I wanted to see if we had last year's number for the same week, but let's go to these quarterly numbers.
Well, you know, and here's something to give the Cult of Cornette listeners some homework. All of you mathematical geniuses and statisticians out there, they do the NBA playoffs every year. We keep saying that, right? So this happens every year, but this don't happen to their numbers every year. Is the NBA suddenly overperforming what they've done the last few years since AEW has been in existence against them? Or is it just that the same amount of people are watching the NBA, give or take, and people are just jumping off the AEW ship? That's a good thing to ponder.
There are people still making excuses for what has been for us obvious for a very long time, and now the chickens are coming home to roost. It's a bad wrestling TV show. It's poorly booked. It's poorly done. It's not a good American wrestling television show.
I don't know if it's a good Ecuadorian television wrestling show.
But you hear the excuses. It's the NBA playoffs, and they're a big deal. It's a very big deal. And you also hear the excuse that there are people dropping cable. There's a drop rate. So it's affecting every channel and every show. However, what that conveniently ignores is that AEW's decline in viewership is outpacing all of those things. It's not just people getting rid of cable, so, all right, I will consume my AEW in another way. It's people dropping AEW. And people need to recognize that. Jim, the quarterly numbers supplied by WrestleNomics. Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. Jeff Cobb and Kyle Fletcher versus Bryan Danielson and Jon Moxley with picture-in-picture, 753,000 viewers.
Oh, that is the lowest start point in quite some time. Even like I think they've killed the Big Bang Theory's ratings. Just people don't want to watch that last Big Bang Theory on the off chance, the risk that they might lead into the wrestling program and not be able to cut it off in time.
I always mention to you that WrestleNomics has a trend line in the chart here, and if anyone wants to ever see it, just go check out their Patreon. But this is 753. It doesn't have an exact number, but the 90-day trend is over 900,000 to start. So this is way off.
Way off. You're way off.
Quarter 2, the continuation of that match, the post-match with Konosuke Takeshita, who just did an interview in Japan complaining about the booking, and Claudio Castagnoli, a recap of some sort. Oh, that was the recap of Swerve and Christian, I believe. Adam Copeland and the House of Black's live angle, and the Elite and Jack Perry backstage promo followed by an ad break. 692,000 viewers.
Well, on the plus side, looking at the bright side of things, that's not as many as they usually lose because they didn't start as many to begin with, but they only lost 61,000. Usually it's over six figures.
Well, if there's anyone who consistently loses viewers on this show, it's the Young Bucks. Let's go to quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. The FTR backstage promo, Christopher Daniels and Matt Sydal versus the Young Bucks with picture-in-picture, and the post-match, 656,000 viewers.
Boom. Well, they did what they normally do, and there goes another 36,000. So now we're down.
Oh.
We're still only down about 97,000 from the start.
And this did 285,000 in 18 to 49-year-old males, which is the low point of the show.
Ooh.
So that audience is not accepting the Young Bucks right now.
Well, because think about it. People want to see, like people like them on television. And if the men 18 to 49 don't want to see the Bucks, that's entirely understandable. The Bucks would need to be men ages 18 to 49 before those people would want to see them.
We go to quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. Tony Storm's backstage promo, an ad break, Malachi Black's backstage promo, Hook versus Sebastian Wolf.
Oh boy.
Hook and Chris Jericho's live promo and angle with Big Bill and Shibata, and the Swerve Strickland backstage promo. 692,000 viewers, and the high point in the key demo, 312,000.
So as soon as the Buckaroos got off the fucking screen, people came back and they equaled what they did in quarter 2.
I expect that trend will continue in the weeks ahead. The numbers.
Wow, for that quarter that you just read, people came back. Mm-hmm. Can you imagine how much they didn't want to see what came before?
For the top angle in the company, but let's go now to the world champion, quarter 5, the big 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m. Brian Cage versus Swerve Strickland with picture-in-picture, 652,000 viewers.
Oh, and they lost another 40 at the top of the hour. And that's the lowest point in the show, but I guess not the lowest point in the key demo.
No, the lowest point was the Young Bucks segment.
But now again, looking at the thing on the positive side, they've only lost 101,000 people total from where they started. They've usually lost at least 150 or more by now. Maybe 200.
Well, we go now to quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. The continuation of Strickland versus Cage, the post-match with Christian and his friends, the ad break, the Hook Shibata backstage angle with Samoa Joe, and the beginning of Tony Storm versus Harley Cameron, 678,000 viewers.
Well, at least they're gaining. They're right in the pocket here.
Well, the pocket, you can't.
Does it have a hole in the bottom?
I was going to say, you can't say the pocket continues. That wouldn't make any sense. But the pocket is here again at quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. The continuation of Tony Storm versus Harley Cameron with picture-in-picture, the Will Ospreay Roderick Strong backstage confrontation, Willow Nightingale and Mercedes Moné's live contract signing, the start of that, 663,000 viewers.
So as soon as another one of the high-priced acquisitions gets on a screen, people start tuning out.
We then go to quarter 8, and I remind you, we have an overrun here. But quarter 8, 9:40.
More like run over.
Quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m. The continuation of the contract signing, an ad break, and the start of Kazuchika Okada versus Dax Harwood with picture-in-picture. 622,000 viewers. And the overrun, 10 to 10:12 p.m., so almost a full quarter. The continuation of Harwood versus Okada, and the post-match with the Young Bucks, Jack Perry, Cash Wheeler, Bryan Danielson, Darby Allin, and you. 634,000 viewers.
So, Mercedes only ran off 15,000 people, but as soon as they got a look at O'Cody, 41,000 said, oh, hell no. And then we had another 12,000 straggle in the overrun looking for the start of Modern Family.
It's every quarter you could do just a complete analysis and understand why the show doesn't pick up steam, why the show doesn't pick up viewers, why people don't come back. Again, the numbers will likely go up after the NBA playoffs. Are they going to go back to where they were? I don't know about that. Jeff Cobb and Kyle Fletcher versus Danielson and Moxley. Jeff Cobb is someone you never see on this show. Kyle Fletcher is someone who's never won a match on this show against Danielson and Moxley. Moxley, who means... Actually, I shouldn't... It's hard to say. Moxley still means a lot to the hardcore AEW fan, but that isn't really growing anymore. And Danielson's just kind of coasting right now, it seems like. Then you get more of that. Takesha's involved. Again, complaining about the booking now. Claudio's involved. No one cares about Claudio right now. The Adam Copeland House of Black stuff is awful. Every babyface on this show gets destroyed. Jack Perry's backstage promo. Jack Perry can't pull this off. He looks like he's selling dime bags. He doesn't seem believable in any way. FTR's promo. FTR's dead. Daniels and Seidel versus the Young Bucks. The Young Bucks are dead. No one has seen Daniels on this show in forever, even has thought about him. Matt Seidel's never won a match on this show. Tony Storm's backstage promo. Hey, at least they present her like a star. I may not like it, but at least they present her like a star. Malachi Black's back in the fucking spooky corner with a ring. How did he get there from the ring? He's doing his promo. The Hook match. You know what? People like Hook. There you go. And then you drag Jericho and Big Bill into this, and it turns it into a shit show. Swerve Strickland versus Brian Cage. Swerve Strickland's the world heavyweight champion. He's been made to look like a fucking bitch on this show 3 weeks straight since winning the title, and it didn't really do him any favors before he won the title. After that, we got what? Tony Storm versus Harley Cameron. The woman who had her first match on the show last week has a long match with Tony Storm here. Of course, Dave Meltzer and Brian Alvarez got into a giant fight over who the heel was here. So the objective or whatever they were trying to have as their goal there probably didn't get achieved. Then we have what? Roderick Strong and Will Ospreay backstage. Will Ospreay cuts a good promo, and it was a pre-tape backstage with a stable that was led by the Devil that took down the AEW World Champion and now are jerk-offs on this show that you never even think about. So that's happening. And then we get Willow and Mercedes Moné. Willow Nightingale needs practice and maybe coaching about how to talk, but she's got a lot. She's got something going on. Mercedes Moné has been a complete disaster, a bust, a bomb. The AEW fans aren't into her. She's coming across awful on these shows. She's coming across like she's on NXT on these shows. Just terrible. And then Okada versus Harwood. Okada.
Well, how can you go wrong there?
Okada has been lost in the shuffle. If they really gave him a lot of money, he hasn't meant it so far. He's just another guy on that show, and he's tagged or he's put with the jerk-off stable that the fans don't believe in. The Young Bucks and Jack Perry. Versus
and
Dax
he looks
Harwood.
like a fibromyalgia patient.
Versus Dax Harwood, who never wins a match against anyone important. So this is the main...
Have we seen him win against anyone?
Well, against the Dynamite Kid's nephew. He only puts
stars over.
Yeah. And this is the main event on this show. There's a reason why people dive off this show. There's nothing there. The booking is awful. And everyone wants to pretend it's something else.
But you left out the biggest question. You're supposed to say what?
What's the biggest question?
Where's Nana?
Well, that is a very good question. Will he be written off the show? Or will he ever appear dancing again? Will he turn on Swerve and go with the moguls, which would be so stupid? But everything on this show, the commentators are useless. It's not just that I don't like Excalibur and Shivani. It's that they're useless as lead commentators. They don't do anything to help the show at all. They're useless. Eliminator matches. There's something no one needs to hear ever again. Here's an eliminator match. It sounds great in Tony's head. It sucks. And it doesn't make anyone join the show or care about this. The overrun sucks. It does nothing but make people say, okay, I can leave the show. Everything is a disaster. And everyone wants to pretend like, oh, everything's all right. And Tony will do a press scrum after the next pay-per-view and say, everything's great. We've had a great string of great shows. I think these are the best shows we've ever done. Everything's wonderful. The show's awful right now. They are lucky the number's not lower than it is because it's a bad show. It's a badly produced and badly booked wrestling show They're lucky the number isn't a lot lower.
Well, Brian, I've got to tell you, I'm extremely disappointed in you and your negative attitude. I think we need to give these people some leeway. They're still new. They're finding their way. I'm always one to look on the bright side of things and give people a second chance and not take them to task when they're giving their best effort. I just don't know where this animosity from you is coming from. You're cracked. You've cracked. You've finally snapped.
It's just terrible. There's still fans pretending this isn't terrible. And you want to fix this? It can't be Tony. Tony doesn't recognize that Tony's the problem. And you have people like Dave Meltzer, who Tony parrots, who don't understand what the problem is. We've been telling you this was coming for a long time. For a long time. And here it is. They don't have anyone on this show who could fucking draw. They don't have CM Punk. They don't have MJF. The two biggest draws they had for everything, company-wide, across the board. One's injured, and fans of his are hoping he stays injured and doesn't come back and goes to WWE. And the other one was chased out of the company by the people who are driving the ratings into the toilet. This company's a joke. This company's a joke. They don't draw fans anywhere. The pay-per-views are down. Everything is down, and everything was preventable.
Let me bring you up one more topic. They got nobody left to sign either, do they? There's no more game changers. There's no more superstar free agents. Are there any more indie darlings? Have they burned through everybody that they could get that is supposedly would make a difference?
There's always people that we don't know of that are out there, but primarily...
Well, people that we don't know of, they're not going to be game changers, are they?
You wouldn't think so, but primarily, they have milked the indies dry. They have sucked the roster dry of New Japan. They have taken a lot of WWE cast-offs that were not necessary on this show. There's a lot still being paid that aren't even on this show. Where's Miro?
He's in Bulgaria.
That's right. I mean, it's how do you take this seriously? Who are they going to sign? What are they going to do? Are they going to wait for a WWE star to become a free agent? Tony doesn't do himself any favors. For anyone who thinks just money solves anything, you're going to make a lot of money if you're a star in WWE. Do you really want more money to be a part of the chaos factory? It's not worth it. Who's going to take that deal? Someone that Paul Levesque and Nick Khan don't want. That's who.
Well,
seriously, would you sign there if you cared about your career and wanted to do something?
God, no.
Would you sign other than money?
Because now we've got a track record. The only talent that they didn't kill off, bury, diminish, make less than they were before when he came into the company was CM Punk, and they ran him off outright. Everybody else has been made marginal, immaterial, less than they were before, hasn't panned out, been booked into oblivion. From Okody and Mercedes and Ostrich and Edge and on and on and on. All of the Paige. Where's Paige? Soraya, whatever they call her these days. Nobody knows she's still in the business.
That is what they call her these days, in fact.
Yes. So, if they did that to recognize, pretty big names in the business, when they start going to these indie darlings, where, what are they going to do to them? Make them more meaningless.
Here's the other thing, too, just going to the overall booking, and no matter what wrestlers you want to put in there, the Young Bucks are complete failures at this right now. But it could be them or it could be anybody. They did an angle where the promoter got beat up in front of his billionaire dad. Then an EVP who was arguably one of the biggest stars in the company. Kenny's up there. Kenny actually is someone who has been able to be a draw in that company. And that's one of the reasons he can't work anymore, because of the way he worked. He broke himself down. And he gets beat up, put in the hospital. They followed it up with all this. It means nothing. They decided to do this. They know when the NBA playoffs are. They decided to do this string of angles when they were almost guaranteed the lowest viewership, barring the booking continuing to drive people away, that they would have all year, all things being equal. The NBA playoffs kill them, unless Vanderpump moves back to Wednesdays. So why would they book any of this in the middle of this? Why wouldn't you wait till the week after the NBA playoffs?
Do you think if somebody is interested in real sports, they're going to be watching AEW? Even if they're interested in WWE, I think they don't even, I'm sure the Buckaroos don't even consider the NBA playoffs competition because none of their, goofy indie marks that love them would be caught dead at anything besides a fucking wrestling match. They don't watch basketball. They don't watch football. They don't watch wrestling if it looks real. They only watch silly cartoon shit. So that's not your sports audience.
And then Swerve wins the belt, and then they put him in this feud with Christian, which sucks so bad. And Christian's just so fucking annoying as this fucking character, because that's what it is. It's a character. Why wasn't Swerve put into this Young Bucks thing? That would have made perfect sense. Who's on Team AEW? How about the world champion? The guy who the Young Bucks a couple weeks ago on TV were fucking with.
But then, unfortunately, then he'd have to work with the Young Bucks and people would revolt in droves. He's dead either way.
Team AEW's Darby, Danielson, and FTR. It's just...
Well, now to be fair, they didn't know Kingston was going to get hurt.
He apparently broke his leg. Is that what it is?
I don't know.
Apparently he had a match in New Japan at that show in California, and because they did some kind of gimmick match for this New Japan show in America, he hit both of his legs on the barricade apparently and broke one of his legs, and we saw the clips of the angle with the Young Bucks and Jack Perry and him on the show. They had to wait apparently a while for him to be able to get into the ring. They didn't know if they were going to be able to do the angle because he was so messed up. But they had time. Luckily, they had lots of time.
Well, at least he has time now off to give birth to that hippopotamus that he's been expecting.
Oh, will you stop it? Why do you got to mess with the guy? He's hurt right now.
Well, because he's had, 4 years now to lose a little weight or get a little tan to cover up some of it. Fat looks better brown and white, or just stop taking his fucking straps down.
You know what's sad, too? This one match, this Anarchy in the Arena match, is the match he fits in perfectly for. He was in one before. He would have been perfect in that match, and now he's another guy injured. Although Ricky Starks was on that injured list, and he's saying he's not injured. He just doesn't know why he's being used. And Sammy Guevara reportedly says the same thing. I don't know why I'm not being called back.
Well, no, he's suspended because
he was suspended, 2 months ago?
He hurt somebody else and then...
Jeff Hardy.
And then picked him up and dropped him on his head again. But I don't know... What about instead of suspending the fucking guy for that, why don't you stand him up in front of the rest of the roster and say, stupid, do not be like stupid, and point at him?
We've been saying this was all coming for a long time. You're now seeing it from AEW fans. You're now seeing it from the Observer fans. Even they recognize that they can't pretend anymore. Tony's the problem. The show's awful. The promotion's being run really poorly. Nobody's over. And that's that. And any of the wrestlers who want to get on social media and try to defend the company, you look like a fucking boob. Everyone knows why you're doing it. Nobody believes you. You look like an idiot. Anyone who wants to try to defend everything that's happening here, you look like an idiot. You know who looks like they're telling the truth? Takeshita, Ricky Starks, the guys who have no idea what's going on, the guys who get ghosted, the guys who get over and then are just off TV. Atrocious. And it's all Tony Khan's fault.
Well, now next week for Dynamite, they're going to be out in the Lollipop Guild's home area, right? The fucking... Well,
they're on a West Coast swing, I guess, because they were just in Washington, then they did Portland for Collision, and now they're going to be coming down to California.
Hollywood swinger.
Wherever your homeless are, you will find AEW for the next few weeks.
Well, but they're in Bakersfield, and we've mentioned Bakersfield, the home of the Buck Owens sound, right? And that's right near... the Buckaroos' hometown, and that's, where all their friends are. You think they're going to sell out? Are they in a big building there? I heard maybe their advance wasn't too good. As a matter of fact, they're at the Mechanics Bank Arena. I have this information here in front of me. They're at the Mechanics Bank Arena. Here's what I don't know, Brian. What's the capacity of that arena if you're actually using it as an arena?
Let me look
instead
that
of
up.
a piss hole in a snowbank?
I will look that up right now.
But in the Mechanics Bank Arena for, this is from yesterday. So let's say 6 days out, they have distributed 1,530 tickets. Now, that's not sold, that's distributed. That counts comps and whatever. And they're set up for 2,300 people in this arena.
Capacity 10,000.
10,000! So they're running a 10,000 seat building. They've set it up for 2,300, and they got 1,500 out 6 days before the national television broadcast in their home area. I'm surprised that Maddie and Nikki weren't out on the sidewalk, passing out flyers and drumming up support.
Yeah, you guys can brag about having mansions in the desert. You got it by ripping off a billionaire. You guys ain't worth it. You guys can't draw. You guys ain't moving merch at any real level. Nobody cares to watch you on this show. It's over, and neither one of you are 40 yet. Good job. Great job. Fucking idiots.
Wait a minute, what did you say? What kind of job was it?
I said it was a great job. All right, groovy. Here we are in the future.
Yeah, this is either groovy or sermonette, as the Bobby the Brain might say.
Well, it's Cornette Sermonette here on the
on the mount.
On the mount.
I've mounted you.
Well, are you going to mount these ratings? That's the question.
Well, depending on how fucked they are, they might get mounted too. It's the punchline of that old joke. Well, son, I guess this just ain't your day. Fill in the joke in front of it, folks. I can't tell it on the air.
Well, we are on the air, and we talked about Dynamite, and we're back with the ratings. I mentioned that there was no real strong NBA shows. NBA shows, they didn't have a big season premiere. No, there were no big games, no big competition up against it. But actually, there was the Mavericks versus Timberwolves final game of the conference.
Timberwolves.
They drew 6.8 million viewers.
Well, boy, howdy.
On TNT.
I haven't heard numbers like that since the last time wrestling did them.
And the Rangers and the Panthers, the hockey game, 1.9 million viewers.
But now you're setting us up here, but let me say this at the outset. I know nothing. I see nothing. I don't know these numbers yet. We took the break. I've stayed away from the internet, the social medias. And I'm thinking in my head, trying to predict this could go either way. Now, could the people be continuing to fall off the edge of the cliff because they're mind numbed to the constant array of mayhem, the violence for violence's sake, the lack of cohesive and coherent storytelling, the incredible logic gaps and holes, and the personally offensive characters that inhabit this program, and they're just like throwing up their hands like, fuck it, no, I can't take no more. I've had all I can stands. Or, on the other hand, did the freak show aspect, the giant 8-foot, 600-pound monster versus beloved Bryan Danielson, or have you ever seen a babyface saved with a flamethrower? Although I guess they wouldn't have known about that. They'd had to already been watching. But just the goddamn incoherent, babbling spectacle of the thing may have drawn people back. It could go either way. Come see, come saw. I have no idea what kind of come it was. But you're going to tell us. And for this, Brian, I have consumed half.
You day drinking?
It's the nighttime now by the time these goddamn numbers came out. Fuck, it's dark in some parts of the goddamn world. I've consumed half a Snappy Pappy waiting on these goddamn numbers to find out exactly who can suffer through this besides us, the folks who get paid for it. So start reeling off them numbers.
And I've got word here that Tony Khan plans to consume a Snappy Pappy next week on air. Whatever that means. But Jim, the TV ratings.
I have a feeling he's almost consumed his own Pappy.
His Pappy's going to get snappy when he sees.
Yes, Pappy's getting snappy when he sees his goddamn net worth statement this quarter.
AEW Dynamite. We're having fun here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. AEW Dynamite. AEW Dynamite on TBS.
Pappy.
Wednesday, May 22nd, 2024, 8 to 10:03 p.m. On average, Jim.
Yes.
713,000 viewers.
Oh, boy. All righty then. What was last week? Because I used to say again every week, 800 and what thousand? And in the last few weeks, I've had to say 700 and what thousand. Last week, was it 600 and something thousand?
Last week was 672,000. This episode versus the trailing 4-week average, according to WrestleNomics, 692,000 was the 4-week average coming into this.
So this is actually up from what they've been doing, just not from what they historically did before the sky fell. Chicken Little.
The old lows are the new highs, and the
old. Yeah, the old high, yeah, whatever you said. What did you say?
Some way to get out of this. Words and a crash and a bang and there's no sound on.
Words and phrases, loud noises. Where did they start?
AEW Dynamite. Hey, Pappy. Let's not get so snappy. AEW Dynamite on TBS, May 22nd, 2024. Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. Once again, these were compiled by WrestleNomics. Roderick Strong and Trent Beretta versus Orange Cassidy and Will Ospreay.
Jesus Christ.
With picture-in-picture ads. 794,000 viewers.
Okay, this is interesting to me, and they used to start with 900 and something thousand. And we said all along it was artificial. That was what they were being fed by the Big Bang. Has the appeal of the Big Bang somewhat worn off? I mean, it created all life, but still, everything has a shelf life. Or is it the sporting events that are taking viewers away from the Big Bang as well? Because... or elsewise, as I've said last week on the program or whenever, have they killed the ratings of the lead-in? The program is so bad.
Well, we will find out as soon as the NBA games stop interfering with the.
But nevertheless, ratings, it was a weekly occurrence. They would start with 900-something thousand and then lose in 15 minutes 150,000 people. That you could understand because the lead-in was giving them that audience and they weren't retaining it.
Right.
Now they're down to under 800,000 to start, and so they're not losing the giant percentage from start to finish. But as we said all along, that was an artificial bump to begin with, which is why we were doing our average rating, not including the first quarter. Now they've lost that advantage. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, but that's why we always said the second quarter was really what was the true number. The true number they were starting at was kind of what would be there in the second quarter. We're not seeing that now. We're seeing the first quarter to be more reflective of where they're starting out.
The true arbiter of interest.
Quarter 2, 8:15, 8:30 p.m. The continuation of Strong and Beretta versus Cassidy and Ospreay, including the post-match with the Undisputed Kingdom. The Young Bucks and Sanjay Dutt play footsie backstage. The Jay White live promo and angle with Pac.
Who wrote this shit?
The Gun Club and the Lucha Brothers, followed by an ad break. 786,000 viewers.
Good Lord, that is a gift from the heavens, manna from above. How could they, when the people in the building are screaming, who wrote this shit, and otherwise silent, and they only lost 8,000 people? Boy, they ought to be down on their knees with their fucking prayers up and their hands in the air and their mouths open and whatever else you do when you're on your knees.
Quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. Katsuyori Shibata versus Brian Keith versus Hook with
Ship-poopy.
with picture-in-picture ads, and Chris Jericho on commentary, and then a post-match with Chris Jericho, and the Willow Nightingale Mercedes Moné video, 706,000 viewers.
Well, now it begins, but I'm surprised they're still that high, but they lost 80,000 people and 88,000 from the start of the episode.
Well, that goes into quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. An ad break, Konosuke Takeshita's video, Matt Sydal versus Takeshita, the post-match with Big Mean John Moxley, and Swerve Strickland versus Nick Wayne, or at least the start of it. 710,000 viewers.
And they got 4,000 back. I mean, this is, piss break fucking fluctuation at this point. 4,000 people.
And that goes into the big 9 o'clock hour, quarter 5, 9 to 9:15 p.m.
Nana's coming back later.
Swerve.
No. We're glad that you came back.
Swerve Strickland versus Nick Wayne continued with picture-in-picture ads, and the post-match with Christian and his wacky weird friends. 698,000 viewers. Also, 333,000 in the key demo. That's the high point of the key demo. But it says something.
It's the low point of the show so far.
Says something that the gap between the overall number and the key demo is getting smaller and smaller. So even if the network loves the key demo, if the overall number is just slightly above it, which is kind of where we may end up in a few months, may change things, but
has there ever been a situation where the only audience at all was the key demo?
We may find out soon enough. Jim, quarter 6, 9:15.
A lot of people over 50 are saying life is too short to devote to this fucking thing. But go ahead.
No, they specifically said that in quarter 3.
Oh, okay.
That was the first life is too short for this shit moment of the show. But we go into quarter 6, 9:15 and 9:30 p.m. Malachi Black versus Kyle O'Reilly with picture-in-picture ads and the post-match with Adam Copeland and a bunch of blood shot out of a cannon. 688,000 viewers.
And they only lost another 10,000. I'm going to hold my comment till the end. Anything could happen, but go ahead. They're in the pocket.
Well, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. quarter 7. An ad break. Mariah May and Toni Storm versus Harley Cameron and Saraya with picture-in-picture ads.
I thought it was Saraya.
631,000 viewers.
Ooh, okay. Well, there's a hole in the pocket.
And the low point in the key demo, 287,000 viewers.
But now the difference in the low point and the high point is only 46,000 people? Well, son of a gun. That's a tight pocket there, too. Old tight pockets. I got one hand in my pocket and the other is stroking my penis.
That stroking continues into quarter 8.
Well, we're stroking here and there. We're stroking everywhere.
Quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m. I remind you we have an overrun. The continuation of May and Storm.
It was only 3 minutes. It's more like a dribble or a leak.
The continuation of May and Storm versus Cameron and Saraya. The post-match with Serena Deeb. The Bullet Club Gold backstage promo. Bryan Danielson versus Satnam Singh, and the post-match with Sanjay Dutt, Jeff Jarrett, Jay Lethal, and the Young Bucks. 693,000 viewers.
Okay, so the freak show aspect of the size difference and the preposterosity of the whole thing brought back 62,000 people. That ain't bad.
3-minute overrun, 702,000.
And that's just 9,000 people wandering in, wondering where Modern Family is. But here's what I was going to say, and quarter 7 almost ruined it, but they came back. Is that before we were looking at a program that was starting in the 900,000s and often finishing in the 7s and occasionally a 6, because there were people wanting to give it a chance, but it just kept more of the same or just blah, just people that wasn't ready for fucking television. And they would lose steadily. What did we, at one point, it was 35% of the audience they started with, right? Now, they seem to have settled into a pattern where this is all the, I don't know they're going to go much lower until, I don't know, somebody drops down, just takes a shit in the ring on the air, and I don't know if that would do it, because these are the people in the entire country of 350 million people or more. There's 700,000 that will watch this shit, just either hoping it's going to be good or they really do think it's good. And everybody else has said, what the fuck is going on here? So if you take out, as we were doing even the first quarter, and you take out the overrun, they still only lost less than 100 people, 708 or 100 people, 100,000, but 786,000 to 693,000. This has to be the number of people that will watch this shit no matter what. But the problem is, that ain't the number of people that they goddamn had when they got what they got. So how do they think they're going to get more when they ain't got what they had?
And again, their viewership losses outpace the losses of people using cable television, the people dropping off that.
I think it outpaces the fucking people using food.
Well, it's not the end. They say women and children first, and the young bucks are still there. So, we got a ways to go.
Hold on, wait a minute.
We got a ways to go.
Hold on. There you go.
Well, that was the review of AEW Dynamite. We hope you all enjoyed it. Thank you all for joining us here today.
Let's go back to where we were so we can get to where we need to go.
That's right. Back to, let's get some pleasant music here. Back to the future. Back to the past. We are in the future. Back to the past. Well, an awkward end to that Omaha steak segment makes us have to...
Well, we didn't need time travel, so now we had to go to the ballpark.
That's right. It's a very pleasant sound. It gets you up and makes you feel happy, because we got ratings to talk about, Jim.
I bet they need something to get them up, but go ahead.
AEW Dynamite, Wednesday, May 29th, 2024, 8 to 10:05 p.m. on TBS. On average, 787,000 viewers.
Oh, so they got a big jump. They got a big jump off their pay-per-view. They're up like 70,000 people this week.
Again, less competition, but also, it's important to note, the highest overall number since April 10th, the highest key demo number since April 17th, and according to WrestleNomics, it is up 10% off last week's show, which was 713, 12% off the trailing 4-week average of 700,000. Again, it's not over 800,000, but we're starting to get back to the point we were before the playoffs.
Well, or is it we're starting to get back to the point where they just completely went in the shitter about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and this is an anomaly?
We shall see. Again, everything's been downhill since the Punk video aired. But AEW Dynamite, May 29th, compiled by WrestleNomics. Here are the quarter hours. Jim, quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. Mercedes Moné's live promo and angle with Sky Blue, a Double or Nothing recap, and the start of Kill Switch versus Swerve Strickland with picture-in-picture, 931,000 viewers.
Okay, well, did this have anything to do? They started much higher than they have been also. They've been down in the 8s and 7s lately. Or the Big Bang Theory is making a resurgence.
Well, again, once the playoffs started and once the feed started airing live on the West Coast, there was a slight hit, or a significant hit. You have to think that's starting to get back to where it was. Now, it's not as high as it was, but it's level now, maybe.
Well.
And speaking of level, we always say the true numbers quarter two, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m. The continuation of Kill Switch versus Strickland with the post-match, an ad break, and Jon Moxley's backstage promo, 739,000 viewers.
Oh, sweet Jesus. 192,000 people. Well, now this isn't even going to get them an average unless they get some of those people back. And they have to. What the fuck happened there?
Very, very interesting. Quarter three, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. Chris Jericho and Big Bill in the TV Time Learning Tree segment, I guess, with Brian Keith, Hook, and Samoa Joe. Stephanie Vacour video, and then a Rocky Romero. Oh no, then the start of Rocky Romero.
Did you say Stephanie, that whore video?
I did not say that in any way. I said Stephanie Vacour, if that is indeed how you pronounce her name.
I think it's Vacker.
Well, she had a video followed by the start of Moxley versus Rocky Romero with picture-in-picture, 787,000 viewers.
All right, they just wanted to get out of segment 2 no matter what happened. So they got 48,000 back. They're only 144,000 below where they started.
And not counting the opening segment, because that's an inflated number, and not counting the overrun, this was also the high point in the key demo, 347,000 18 to 49-year-old males. We go to quarter four, 8:45 to 9 p.m. The continuation of Moxley versus Romero, the Samoa Joe and Hook promo, an ad break, and the start of the Don Callis Orange Cassidy live contract segment. 689,000 viewers.
What?
Also, the low point in the key demo, 287,000.
Good Lord. So they lost 198,000 there. Might as well say 100. And yeah, all right. But they've got to come back up again just to meet their average at this point.
Well, we go to the big 9 o'clock hour, 9 to 9:15 p.m., quarter five. The continuation of Callis and Cassidy and Trent and Statlander and Stokely's live angle. Daniel Garcia and Matt Menard's backstage promo.
I missed that.
And the start of Mercedes Moné versus Sky Blue.
So they gave her the top of the show and the top of the 9 o'clock hour, by the way, or very near the top of the 9 o'clock hour.
With picture-in-picture, 779,000 viewers.
So that is a plus 79, 89, 90,000 people. The question is, was it Mercedes or was it the top of the hour?
Well, it continued.
Or both.
The match continued into the next quarter. Quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. Continuation of Monet versus Blue. The post-match with Vacour and Hathaway. And, oh no, excuse me, this is separate. A Hathaway and Statlander backstage promo, an ad break, an MJF video, and the beginning of the Elite's live promo. 791,000 viewers.
So they not only held them, but they got an extra 12,000.
You could argue that she got another 12,000 people to check that out. But we ended the segment with the Elite. That's how we start quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. The Elite's confrontation with Christopher Daniels and the Acclaimed and Billy Gunn. The Swerve Strickland backstage promo. An ad break. Rush's backstage promo. And the start of the Gauntlet match, which began with Pac versus Jay White. 778,000 viewers.
That's better than I thought it was going to be. They only lost, 13,000. So they're holding steady in the second hour, 779, 791, 778.
Well, we go now to quarter 8. I remind you there is an overrun. The continuation of the gauntlet match with 2 picture-in-pictures consisting of White versus Pac versus Mystico versus Claudio Castagnoli versus Orange Cassidy versus Will Ospreay versus Hechicero versus Leo Rush.
Oh, what?
Versus Shoto Umino.
Oh, boy.
And that continued into the next quarter, as I said. Quarter 8, 772,000 viewers.
What the fuck?
Overrun, 10 to 10:07, it says here, WrestleNomics, 850,000 viewers.
Okay, well, again, kudos to them. They managed to keep between 772 and 791 for the entire second hour. Has that ever happened before?
The last quarter, minus the overrun, was slightly down, but they had a rise. Actually, that was down off the one. There was no rise, really, I guess.
It was
relatively consistent for the.
Yes, within a range of 19,000 people over an hour, which is, pretty much normal fluctuation, I would imagine it. So, again, for that show, they just decided they were going to stick, except for quarter 4. A lot of people said, nah, fuck this. But otherwise, because they were within.
Because it was Moxley, and it was Moxley against someone who the fans, other than him running out there with Trent, the fans watching the show don't know who Rocky Romero is.
Take that quarter out, and they were between 739 and 791 for the whole rest of the show. Take the first quarter out in the overrun, obviously.
Does that set them up nicely for next week with MJF's return?
Well, I think they're going to. None of these shows sets anything up for anybody nicely. But I think they're going to get probably their biggest quarter that they've gotten in a while to see, what he's going to say and do and whatever. And whether they can keep it as flat as they did this show, or whether it's going to continue to drop off the cliff like the normal shows do, we will find out.
AEW Dynamite this past week, Jim. Let's talk about these numbers. AEW Dynamite on TBS. June 5th, 2024, 8 to 10:06 p.m. These were compiled by WrestleNomics. The overall number, on average, 790,000 viewers.
Oh, so they are up again very slightly. What was last week? It was 780 something, wasn't it?
Last week was 787.
Okay, so they're up 3,000 more people, but at least it's going in the right direction. But now the question is, what direction does this take from start to finish in comparison with the NXT program that we were just discussing?
AEW Dynamite, June 5th, 2024, quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. The MJF Roosh live promo and the Roderick Strong video, 976,000 viewers, 424 key demo.
Whoa, okay. Not only does this not bode well for the rest of the program after having heard the average, but they've got there nearly 1 million people. God, do we have the Big Bang lead in for this particular week?
I do not know.
I would be, and somebody out there, and Thurston Howell, if you're listening, or anybody that's got the information, email it to Brian at, what is our address?
CornyDriveThru@gmail.com would probably be the easiest one.
Okay, CornyDriveThru@gmail.com. I wonder how many people they picked up that over and above the Big Bang. Did people tune in for the anticipation of seeing MJF? Why is it suddenly bigger than it's been in quite some time? Was the Big Bang up, or did they get a tune-in factor on AEW? That would be interesting to know.
And like I said to you earlier, we heard a lot of feedback that people watched last week thinking MJF would be there. So whatever that number was, there's a large segment of it, or at least a segment of it, that were people expecting MJF that never got him.
So the point is, as we talked about way earlier in the program, now that they've got him, or they got him, right out of the gate, 9 o'clock, this was going to be the highest rated quarter hour of the show because it always is. So it's not like I'm making an inflammatory statement. It's factually correct. So we don't know whether he drew them to it, but after they'd seen him and knew they probably weren't going to see him again, did they stick around?
Well, we go to quarter 2, 8:15, 8:30 p.m. Jay Lethal versus Orange Cassidy versus Kyle O'Reilly versus Ray Phoenix with picture-in-picture, and the post-match with Don Callis, Trent Beretta, Chris Statlander, Stokely Hathaway, and Willow Nightingale, plus Chris Jericho, Brian Keith, and Big Bill start walking around. 835,000 viewers.
Oh! 141,000 people said to see you later.
And we always say the second quarter is the best real barometer of what the first quarter would be without the 1 minute overrun of Big Bang Theory. I believe that would still put the second quarter above most weeks' second quarter in a long time. So,
oh, yeah, they didn't, for a few weeks, they didn't do an 800 and some thousand quarter.
Well, we go to quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. An ad break. Willow Nightingale's promo. Christopher Daniels' ramp promo. And the start of Mark Briscoe versus Brian Cage with picture-in-picture. 754,000 viewers.
Okay, well, they remedied that problem I just mentioned. They said, fuck it, we need to shed another 79,000 people to get us comfortably under the 800,000 mark. They're almost to the point now where they have to fluctuate a little bit and go back up just to hit their average, don't they?
Well, we shall see. We go now to quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. The continuation of Cage versus Briscoe. The Jack Perry promo. Samoa Joe and Hook's confrontation with the premier athletes, an ad break, more Jericho nonsense, the Young Bucks cut off the Acclaimed, where was Tony Khan, and Swerve Strickland's backstage promo. 761,000 viewers.
Oh, yeah, well, they're trading while they got 7,000 back, so they're paddling upstream at this point.
We go now to the big 9 o'clock hour, quarter 5, 9 to 9:15 p.m. The Mercedes Moné Stephanie Vacour video and the start of Esfinge Magnus. If that is how you pronounce it.
What is his name?
Esfinge, 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 I guess if you wanted to make it like Jackie. Esfinge, Magnus, Ruggiero, and Volador Jr., I remember his dad, versus the Blackpool Combat Club with picture-in-picture, 780,000 viewers.
So they picked up 19,000 at the top of the hour. But now that I've said that, and I'm looking at that, it's time for them to start shedding, because hell, they've still got to make their overall average. They got to go down from here.
Just think what your reaction would be if you watched this match. Quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. The continuation of Esfinge, Magnus, Ruggiero, and Volador Jr. versus the BCC. More Jericho bullshit. The Daniel Garcia video. The Young Bucks Acclaimed Gun backstage angle. An ad break. The Young Bucks and Christian and his pals backstage angle. And the start of Mariah versus Saraya. 714,000 viewers.
I mean, they're lucky to get that because that match was long. And then look what you just read off.
That followed it.
Yeah. And I don't see a lot of fucking bright spots coming up.
Well, quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m., the continuation of Mariah versus Saraya, the post-match with Toni Storm, and Mina Shirakawa. More Jericho nonsense backstage, this time with Private Party, an ad break, and Bryan Danielson's backstage promo. 731,000 viewers.
Again, I got to hand it to him there to pick up 17,000 people on what they had just done there.
The girls kill this rating every week. They pick people up from the BCC versus the Luchadors. What does that say? Well, we go now, Jim, to quarter 8. I remind you, there's a 6-minute overrun. Quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m. The AEW World Champion Swerve Strickland versus Roderick Strong with picture-in-picture. 768,000 viewers.
Now that's surprising.
362 in the key demo. Overrun 792.
So
tuning in for Modern Family.
Yes, they got another 37,000 people for that main event, which is surprising since, I mean, I know Swerve's popular, but you know, the way it was presented, etc. So I must applaud them for that. And they figured out a way not to fucking go into 600,000 territory anymore, which they did several weeks in a row there on some of these segments. But I think I'm not saying that MJF was responsible for 976,000 people at the start, because it's always the highest rated segment. But when you immediately lose 140 and then lose another 80 on top of that, and then it's kind of steady from there on with almost no fluctuation, it kind of means they got MJF and they knew they weren't going to get any more of it, doesn't it?
I think there are people that probably just tuned in for MJF. If you're a fan of Will Ospreay, who's been featured as a star on this show, he wasn't there. We know already, we've seen what happens. The Bucks drive people away. The women's division drives people away. Jericho and his awful shit is about to drive a lot of people away, even more than he already has. But Swerve has in the past been a ratings mover, maybe more significantly than now because they've killed him with the booking, even though he's the world champion. But Swerve is someone the fans took to, MJF and Ospreay. And I think they're going to have to sprinkle those three guys throughout the show to try to hold this rating.
Sprinkle is right, more like a golden shower. Jesus Christ. That's the problem that they've got themselves in through attrition and bad management and all the other problems that we've documented, is that they've got tons of guys on the roster and very few mean anything. And the ones that used to, we've seen their shit. Moxley, seen his shit. Jericho, seen his shit. Danielson, what is his shit anymore? Some guys were big fucking names, and now it's just And I would go ahead.
Do you think Tony's going to have an epic meltdown if NXT starts beating them in the ratings?
Well, they'll figure out some way to work it out in the demo of South Polynesian lesbian nuns, they're way ahead or whatever. But it ain't going to help his fragile mental state, Tony's I'm talking about. And they were 22,000 off here. So, son of a gun. But the problem is the other program kept almost every single bit of their audience all the way through it, while his bled what they got at the start into where that their average was what it was.
All right. That gets you in the mood?
Let that be a lesson to her. If she doesn't do it right next time, we'll do that again.
I feel like this is the way human speech is heard by Tony Khan in his head. These kind of sounds.
The Peanuts parents.
That's right.
Only if it's not complimentary. He hears the compliments just fine.
Well, we are in the future. We will or will not have some compliments here in this segment. We're talking about AEW Dynamite's ratings for June 12th, 2024 on TBS, 8 to 10:06 p.m. Jim, overall, you always say it a different way. Jim, the overall number on average.
On average.
681,000 viewers.
Oh, say again, I had no previous knowledge of these numbers, and that ain't a good number. And that's way down from last week.
According to WrestleNomics, it is the lowest overall number since May 15th. And it is the lowest in the key demo, that's males 18 to 49, since June 24th, 2020.
Ooh. Well, they can't say we didn't warn them. What do you expect when you're putting on shows with nobodies doing stupid shit? And the WWE's drawing audiences by putting on stars doing boring shit. But you can't draw any kind of a number putting on nobodies doing stupid shit. Because nobody cares about nobody. Nobody cares for me. Nobody. I ain't got nobodies. That's what Tony's singing. Nobody's in my building, in the arena, in those chairs. Oh, yeah. What's the quarter hours?
I was taking a sip of coffee. Hold on, we'll go to the quarter hours here, Jim. And before we get there, just for the record, the NBA Finals are on broadcast TV. Here are the numbers the last 4 years.
Well, I was about to say, because they keep saying that, well, they're against the NBA Finals. They do these things every year. All of these things that they're against, they do them every year, do they not?
And again, these numbers, that is true. And again, these numbers are going around. We have not fact-checked them ourselves, but we'll put them out there. No one else is saying they're wrong. I'm looking
frivolous. Well, nobody's yelling about them.
In 2021, 1,025,000 viewers.
Ooh, okay.
In 2022, 939,000 viewers.
Okay, this is against the NBA Finals.
That's right. In 2023, 903,000 viewers.
Okay.
2024, 681,000 viewers.
Okay. Well, it was dropping, but not precipitously. They only lost about 122,000 from year 1 to year 3, and then they've lost from year 3 to year 4, 222,000 people. Ooh, must have been a good game.
Well, let's go to the quarter hours, Jim. These were compiled by WrestleNomics. Quarter 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. The Swerve Strickland confrontation with the Elite. Swerve Strickland's confrontation with the Elite and Christopher Daniels' promo. Dustin Rhodes versus Jack Perry with picture-in-picture. 785,000 viewers.
Wow, okay, they didn't get their big bang, big bump.
No, and no one chose them over the game at all, it appears. We go to quarter 2, 8:15, 8:30 p.m. Continuation of Dustin versus Perry. Orange Cassidy, Mark Briscoe, backstage promo. Roosh versus Dion Russman. And the post-match with MJF, 702,000 viewers.
Ooh, so they started low, and then they still had a big 83,000 person drop from quarter 1 to quarter 2. But it seems like with the average, the good news is at least they can't just fall off a cliff because they're already halfway down.
Well, here's another question. So 2 weeks ago, after the pay-per-view, MJF was not on the show and people expected him to be.
Right.
And then last week they announced him and he was there. He was unannounced, right? They didn't announce he was going to be on this episode, did they?
No, I don't think. He came out. He wasn't in a match. He wasn't in a scheduled interview. He came out in a fit of consternation over what old Rush Boy had done to the job guy.
A surprise appearance in Des Moines to confront Roosh. Quarter 3, 8:30, 8:45.
God damn, when you put it that way.
Quarter 3.
Is that even worth the fucking plane ticket?
8:30 to 8:45 p.m. An ad break. Roderick Strong. Is this the match? Yeah. Roderick Strong, Takeshita. I can't speak. Roderick Strong, Takeshita, and Kyle Fletcher versus Kyle O'Reilly, Mark Briscoe, and Orange Cassidy.
Jesus Christ.
687,000 viewers.
And the only surprise is it didn't lose any more than that. What?
Well, the match
All right.
continued into the next quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. And then the post-match with Trent Beretta, Chris Statlander, Stokely Hathaway,
What?
and Willow Nightingale,
Oh, good Lord.
an ad break, and Ray Phoenix's backstage angle. He did an angle?
He did an angle?
I don't remember. 699,000 viewers.
Oh, so they got 12,000 back. Some people must have been, I know their cars wouldn't start. I don't know. All right, go ahead. 9 o'clock hour.
The big 9 o'clock hour, a Shingo Takagi video.
Oh,
Christopher Daniels' backstage promo. Hey guys, I'm back. That's what you want your commissioner to say.
yeah, remember we were just talking about, I didn't even think about old Shingo
Takagi.
Yeah, I didn't think about him because I zipped through that. And then the 9 o'clock hour is this guy, followed by Chris Daniels backstage, followed by more Gaga with
Followed
nobody.
by Hook and Samoa Joe versus the Premier Athletes, followed by the beginning of Mercedes Moné versus Zeusis with picture-in-picture 692,000 viewers.
Wow, they dropped. But again, not precipitously. There's not that much further to go, but I'm amazed that people hung on through that.
That is one of the most amazing, here's what we're going to put on the show at 9 o'clock displays ever. A Takagi video into Christopher Daniels, into Joe and Hook backstage. We go to quarter 6, 9:15 and 9:30 p.m. The continuation of Mercedes Moné versus Zeusis. I can't even say.
They had to come back for Zuxi.
Mina Shirakawa and Mariah May's video.
I still say more people know who Mitsu Arakawa is than know who Mina Shirakawa is.
Tony Storm's black and white promo with Mariah May. And then if you needed something to get people to leave quickly, well, we'll see what happens. The Chris Jericho, Big Bill, Brian Keith private party episode of TV Time with the learning tree at the end of the segment here, or end of the quarter. 671,000 viewers.
There went another 21,000.
What happens when Chris Jericho appears on the screen? People run. So,
well, but the question is, did they come back or did they run for good?
We go now to quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. Jon Moxley and Tetsuya Naito's video, an ad break, the Bullet Club Gold backstage promo, Nick Comoroto versus Daniel Garcia, Will Ospreay's backstage promo, an ad break, and PAC's promo. 618,000 viewers.
Wow, are we going to finish this thing up below 600 grand? Good Lord, that's...
People saw that Jericho thing at the end of that previous segment and turned off the show. That's what that is more than anything. More than even the women's stuff is the Jericho stuff. Even the AEW fans are saying it. We go now to quarter 8. I remind you, there's a 6-minute overrun. Will Ospreay versus Ray Phoenix with 2 picture-in-picture breaks. 626,000 viewers. 6-minute overrun, including confrontation with the world champion Swerve Strickland. 608,000 viewers.
Oh, so they've killed Modern Family now. They killed the Big Bang Theory lead-in. They've killed Modern Family on the...
they've killed Modern Booking. I don't know about
on the outside,
Theory.
They've killed Modern Booking. And the greatest wrestler in the world that they just signed for millions of dollars brought them the 2 lowest... Well, no. 2 of the 3 lowest quarters or numbers of the night. Oh, good Lord.
And again, the one person who they've done some damage to with the booking, but still means more than everyone else there in terms of what he's been able to prove, what their tangible results for, is MJF, and he appeared unannounced on this show in quarter 2, or whatever it was. Was it quarter 2?
And that was still the second highest rated quarter. It was the only other one besides the Open that was over 700,000 people. And they didn't even know he was coming to Des Moines to settle things with Rush.
The Des Moines surprise, they're calling it, ladies and gentlemen. But Jim, those are the Dynamite ratings. Again,
are they making excuses?
Everyone's making excuses. Everyone who can't face the facts about the booking and the talent and the feel of the show and the formatting of the show and the commentators on the show, the messaging on the show, everything across the board. The people who can't come to grips with the fact that...
How can you pretend at this point? Nobody knows who most of these people are, and they're doing shit that doesn't make any sense, and you can't fucking follow it. Because the most important thing in wrestling is the fans have to know who's mad at who and who's on whose side, and they have no fucking idea over there themselves.
You know, I never thought it was a great idea, ever. The idea of a reboot, like WCW tried it a few times when they were alive, and then when Bischoff was originally going to buy them, they were going to, shut down and reboot. I never believed in that, because I think it does damage you can't repair from, you can't come back from. With that said, it feels like, I'm not saying they should, but it feels like AEW needs a reboot. It just all feels lost at sea. And nothing's holding viewers. Their world champion doesn't feel like a world champion because of the way they've booked him. MJF, they're going to take away everything he has that has helped the company because of the way they're booking him and everything that's being booked around him. The crowd energy is gone. You see sometimes someone will put up a clip of the same wrestlers that are there now. 3 years ago, 4 years ago even. Hot crowd. The pandemic even, hot crowd. They had people...
and that was from a fever.
They had people really into stuff. Now everything is like Broadway boxing on Madison Square Garden. It's dark. You can't see how many people are there because they don't want you to see how many people are there. Silence. Have you ever heard as much silence?
Idle chatter in the crowd.
I used to watch Global every day from the Sportatorium at 4 p.m. on ESPN. There was no one there. There was no one there. And it was noisier than everything happening with more people in the building for Dynamite. It's a rough show to get through, and there are people who want to pretend. There are people who want to pretend that the talent's good enough. We're all not seeing it. They're not seeing it.
Well, part of the problem is that like a reboot, and I'll make this comment, we'll move on. But if you, like you said, a reboot, if they try to do that, the announcement they need to make is that, ladies and gentlemen, we have hired somebody to replace Tony Khan to run this organization and restore it to its former glory. Because that would be what it would take. But the problem is, for the people that are still there, they like Tony and his shit. Because they're the sickos just like him, the last ones left. And for the people who have left and or the people who never watched to begin with, they don't give a shit if you replace Tony because they're like, what the fuck? They just want to see a good wrestling show.
Well, the other thing is, and you kind of hit on it there, the people there don't want anything to change with Tony in terms of him being moved aside. That's the game where I always say that people need to face up to the facts. He can't do it. It can't be, let's surround him with people who could fix him. That ain't going to happen. He thinks he knows more about wrestling than everyone else. And he doesn't. And he certainly doesn't know about classic wrestling or classic booking or understand it. Or have an ability to apply it. Or reasonable booking and have an ability to apply it.
It doesn't seem like he's ever had a reasonable connection to fucking logic and common sense.
But the problem is he's there, and the people that work for him love him. And why wouldn't you? He's the most wonderful, generous human being on the planet. And I'm not like saying that facetiously. By all accounts,
he is. He's a great guy.
By all accounts, he's a wonderful human being. And he'll use his money, his family's money to help people. He's a good guy. And that's why no one wants that to change, because where in life do you have a boss who doesn't care about making a profit, but has no problem just giving everyone endless things to help them? I mean, it's a wonderful thing.
Well, and that's it. In the words of Carrie Silken to me like 15 years ago, what am I running here? Make-A-Wish? Tony really is.
He was. And the answer should have been yes, Carrie. That's exactly what you're running.
You did fly 40 people to fucking Phoenix, Arizona for no reason. But this is Make-A-Wish with, a major budget. And if your wrestling dreams can come true, no matter whether you have talent or not, if you got a funny costume that tickles a few people on indie shows and you do some good cartwheels and flippy doos, then you can fit right in and Tony will love you and make you his friend. And then he flies you places on his plane and he fucking pays for this and that and the other thing. And if you don't want to work, you don't have to. But the show ain't going to get any better like that. But I'm sure it's a wonderful place to work.
And I don't know what could help it right now. I don't know what could help the system, what could help the creative and the booking right now. Because when you hear things like Bryan Danielson is next in line, that's a scary thought to people who know and have seen certain things on these shows. Could be a fan of his wrestling. There are plenty of people who I really enjoy as wrestlers who I wouldn't want to book. And he's one of them. And Tony's not going to let go of this. Even if you tried to come up with a scenario where he could save face, because that's a large part of it, and take a step back to work on other projects, to spend time with his family. I'll still be chairman of the board and president, but someone else will be taking over as head of creative, as general manager, running day-to-day operations. I can't see him doing it. I can't see him dropping anything else either. And he, it's, and if, and again, with the TV rights renewal around the corner, one way or another, something's going to happen pretty soon. If he gets a good deal, it certainly justifies in his head that he's doing a great job and he continues doing what he's doing. If he doesn't get a great deal, he'll spin it as being a positive. And in some ways, if he can get the right thing, it may be. If AEW went to a purely streaming model, it's not the craziest thing in the world if it got a lot of money. If one of these streaming services threw a lot of money at them just to have this constant streaming content and wrestling fans. But it's a scary thing to make that jump. And, it's obviously, it's a bigger deal still to be on television, but we'll see.
Yes, and they're all young folks over there. They might think, oh, wow, we're ahead of the curve. We'll just be all on streaming. Well, see how many superstars you make over on the stream.
Well,
sounds like Rod Serling's funeral dirge.
Welcome to the Twilight Zone of this episode, the Dynamite ratings review. If this is a review,
we're later than normal. We're reviewing the ratings. We're recapping and we're not recanting the ratings. We're relaying the ratings. And later than normal because it was a holiday before the program. So they were late after the program. We don't understand, but here we are.
We believe that's the reason. Actually, we're not even exactly certain, but we are here, and
here I sit, waiting for you to reveal this information to me. Much like Karnak the Magnificent in his questions, I have no knowledge.
You have no knowledge. Yes, that's correct.
Hey,
what?
Don't put a period there. That was a comma.
Oh shit!
I have no. Well, oh shit, that's an exclamation point, but. I have no knowledge or forethought of what you're about to reveal to me, and we're going to go through this, and all you have an element of glee in your voice is all I can tell.
Well, I was eating popcorn. That's what you maybe just hear the popcorn in my teeth. It's still in my teeth.
No, so it wasn't you being gleeful. Your mouth was just popping.
That's right. I was
randomly.
I decided to eat popcorn in advance of this review. Jim, before we get to AEW Dynamite, just because we've talked about it the last few weeks, important to note here, NXT. On the USA Network, June 18th, 2024, 724,000 viewers on average.
And that ain't bad for NXT is on a little roll here.
They are on quite a roll. They're well above their trend line. The last 3 weeks have all been high. Who was on this episode? Joe Hendry?
He's a nice young man. I'm glad to see he's doing well.
Well, I know that they're good on social media, but in terms of bouncing the number, he was in the opening thing here. A lot of the women who just run around with the fakest names of all time. It's like they're working at a club.
I thought you meant a lot of the women were watching the show because Joe Hendry, he is quite a looker, ladies.
I was talking about the late. I don't know what you're on with Joe. I was going to say Joe Nathan. Joe Henry.
Joe Namath?
No, not Joe Namath.
That's his new gimmick, Broadway Joe Hendry. He's moved from the United Kingdom to the United States, and now he's a New Yorker, Broadway Joe Hendry.
Ethan Page was again on the show, Trick Williams, and the usual stars. So this says something. Again, no strong competition like Vanderpump or... Actually, I think Vanderpump is on Tuesdays, but I don't know. Nothing really big.
Maybe he ain't pumping as hard as he used to.
But NXT on a bit of a roll. And like we said previously, they've reversed position-wise, look-wise, feel-wise, where they were and where AEW was. And I think you kind of have to put them together still from the very beginning, the Wednesday Night War. NXT left to become a brand new NXT. And look at it now. So that's the NXT number.
724,000.
That is correct. Jim, AEW Dynamite on TBS, Wednesday, June 19th, 8 to 10:08 p.m. On average, 502,000 viewers.
Oh, good Lord, have mercy, Christ on a cracker.
Now, I am already hearing from people inside the company, quite frankly, saying, well, look, The Big Bang Theory wasn't the lead-in.
Well, wait, come on. Wait a minute.
It was only Black Panther. It was only one of the biggest movies of all time from Marvel. It wasn't The Big Bang Theory.
The umpty-7th airing of a sitcom from 10 or 12, however many years ago, was not our lead-in. Instead, it was a blockbuster Hollywood movie, so it cost us 200,000 people. Hello? McFly? And also now they've said the NBA Finals the last few weeks has had some impact. What else was on the other channel Wednesday night? The fucking Super Bowl?
I believe there was hockey, there was baseball on, there was a Kendrick Lamar streaming concert online. So there were other things for anyone who was looking for any reason not to watch AEW.
500, are you sure?
Well, 502,000 viewers on average. According to Brandon Thurston, WrestleNomics, new record low for a non-preempted episode, new record low in the key demo for a non-preempted episode. And then it says, note, I've confirmed independently the rating measurement is not an error. Because everyone had the same reaction. Whoa! We said they were going to catch up to Rampage. I didn't think it was going to happen the next week.
Well, where did they start and where did they finish, and who were the people involved in the program that really ran people away? Who are the raids, kills fans dead in this episode?
Well, we go now 8 to 8:15 p.m., quarter one. Roosh versus MJF. 586,000 viewers.
Oh, what in the world?
No Big Bang Theory. It says a lot about what the Big Bang Theory means to AEW. We joke about it a lot. A lot we joke about it. It's true. Sheldon's the biggest draw in AEW.
But what? I mean, it's reruns of a situation comedy that has been on before a number of times. How can this be? And then if they're watching a Big Bang Theory, why don't we know that 100,000 of them tune out normally, but not? What the fuck?
It begs the question, too, how much of the Big Bang Theory viewership is real versus DVR? But again, I don't know enough about how these are broken down to figure that out. Quarter two.
And by the way, why does anybody watch that fucking show?
The Big Bang Theory, it's the worst show ever.
Who likes any of those fucking stupid people? I want to see a triple threat. The Seinfeld cast versus the Always Sunny cast versus the Big Bang Theory cast. And then I want Seinfeld and Always Sunny to just gang up on those assholes and just kick the bloody shit out of them.
Yeah, I like Always Sunny, but I think I'm on Team Seinfeld here.
Well, I didn't. That's why I said they'll just team up and kick the shit out of the other assholes.
That's a cop-out. What kind of booker are you? What kind of ending to it is that? That's horrible.
Well, that's a standard triple threat fucking match. It doesn't have to make any sense. Speaking of not making any sense, where'd they go in quarter? They can't fall much further. They won't hit their fucking average.
Quarter 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m. Roosh versus MJF continued. The post-match with the Cage of Agony. They were the Gates of Agony. Now they're called Cage of Agony. The Cage of Agony and Hechicero.
Hechichichero.
Orange Cassidy and Mark Briscoe and friends backstage promo and ad break. Will Ospreay and Swerve Strickland's live confrontation. 542,000 viewers.
So they put enough dreck in the middle of their three biggest stars, MJF, Swerve, and Will, that they still lost 44,000 people off of the worst start ever.
Weird question before we go any more forward here, but you may know. How often does Nielsen change the homes that it looks to? Right? Because if you're a Nielsen home, you're not necessarily that forever, are you?
No. And actually, on a local level, we used to be able to tell with the OVW numbers when they switched homes, because suddenly we'd be on a string of 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, and suddenly it'd be like 0.6. What the fuck? And it was, I don't know, a period of several months. But generally, with the national samplings and et cetera, that, I mean, it's still imperfect, but that does somewhat correct itself. But no, think about this: if it was a result of just switching the people that are being measured, it would happen more than once every 4 or 5 fucking years. So they've been chugging right along, and then suddenly, pew! That ain't just changing, pew!
By the way, someone tweeted out, on this day, we remember the time that Tim Horner suggested increasing ratings for Smoky Mountain Wrestling by going to the local electronics store and turning all the TVs to Smoky Mountain Wrestling.
Yes! Yes, and for the benefit of those of you who have not heard the story firsthand, me and Tim Horner and Sandy Scott are sitting there talking to each other the week before that our show debuts on Fox 43 in Knoxville on a Sunday morning. And I made the comment, well, we can hope that every TV station in Knoxville is tuned to Fox 43 on Sunday morning. And Horner said, you know, we ought to sneak down there I can't remember what the fuck the name of the goddamn television store, but we ought to sneak down there to Joe's TV store and put all the goddamn TVs on channel 43.
The sneaking down there is an underrated part of the story. We should sneak down there.
Yeah, sneak in there.
Hey, something's happening to all the TVs. What's going on? Is it a ghost?
And Sandy and I looked at him, waiting for him to laugh. And he didn't. And then he looked at us, looking at him like he had turds hanging out of his mouth. And then it dawned on him that they wouldn't be able to tell anyway, would they? Anyway, quarter 3.
Quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. Continuation of Ospreay, Strickland, and Prince Nana. The Don Callis family backstage promo.
Who is it? Who's even in that family, and do they speak to each other? Where's Hobbs?
Half of Don Callis' segments are with people outside of his family now. An ad break. Roderick Strong, Konosuke Takeshita, Kyle Fletcher, and Kyle Sabre Jr. versus Dante Martin, Kyle O'Reilly, Mark Briscoe, and Orange Cassidy.
Wait a minute. How many Kyles?
With picture-in-picture.
How many Kyles was in that 8-man tag team match, now that you've just rattled that off?
Kyle Fletcher and Kyle O'Reilly.
And Kyle's, you said Kyle Sabre Jr.
Did I? Oh,
What's
Zack
his name?
Sabre
What
Jr.
is Zack Sabre? See, I was going to go with it. And Kyle Sabre Jr. was in it too.
Well, why not? Why not? The American audience don't know who he is anyway. It doesn't matter. 496,000 viewers.
Oh, sweet Jesus, as Percy Pringle would say. Well, there went another 46,000 people. They've got to come back up. They can't keep dropping mathematically.
We go now to quarter four, 8:45 to 9 p.m. The continuation of the giant match I listed off before, with more picture-in-picture ads and a Mercedes Moné video, 489,000 viewers, and 194,000 in the key demo.
Again,
so they broke 200 on Dynamite in the key demo. Wow.
This program is on every Wednesday night in this time slot. If people were watching it on purpose, they wouldn't care whether the Big Bang Theory was on beforehand or not, and they would have figured out that they were missing something that they normally enjoy by about 9 o'clock or so, an hour in, wouldn't you think? And what is it? Is the Big Bang Theory audience a bunch of paraplegics that don't have the Stephen Hawking thing on their TV remote where they can blow into it and change the channel? They're just stuck with it?
I can't speak to their audience. I'm not one of them. Jim, we go now to the big 9 o'clock hour. Quarter 5, 9 to 9:15 p.m. Roosh and Don Callis' backstage angle. The Acclaimed and Okada's ramp angle.
A ramp angle. Now they pulled that old chestnut out of vaudeville. The ramp angle.
Brandon Thurston does a very good job compiling the statistics. He does a very bad job of labeling what is an angle and what isn't.
He's not sure of the exact terminology, but we love Thurston Howell III.
And Young Bucks versus the Acclaimed with picture-in-picture. 492,000 viewers.
So at the top of the 9 o'clock hour, they stayed even with their big guns there, the big boys, the big stars.
Well, we go from that to quarter 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. Samoa Joe and Hook's backstage angle. Toni Storm, Mina Shirakawa, her bosom, Mariah May, live promo angle with Saraya.
Now with Saraya.
Guest starring Saraya, Harley Cameron, Ada J. An ad break, a Claudio Castagnoli and Pac video, 523,000 viewers.
Well, there you go. You got 31,000 fans of tits.
And ass. Don't forget the ass.
And ass. There's some ass there.
It's ass everywhere in AEW. But anyway.
It smells like ass every time the ratings come out, but.
We go now to quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. Nyla Rose versus Chris Statlander with picture-in-picture. The post-match with Stokely Hathaway, Willow Nightingale, and that's it. And Willow Nightingale.
You know what? More people know who the actors are in the commercials in the ad breaks than know who a lot of these fucking people are. But go ahead.
A recap. Private Party, Chris Jericho, Big Bill, and Brian Keith's backstage angle, which I'm guessing is so Jericho didn't have to show up for work. And Rhett Titus versus Daniel Garcia. 498,000 viewers.
Well, at least they didn't lose all that they gained. They only lost, well, out of the 31,000, they only lost 25,000.
I remind you, there's an 8-minute overrun.
Oh, of course there is.
Quarter 8, 9:40. They literally announced it in the billboard where they show the matches and the images of the wrestlers. The last one was overrun.
Overrun. Maybe they should term it overstay, as in overstaying your welcome.
Well, we'll find out. 9:45 to 10 p.m. Quarter 8. The post-match of Garcia versus Titus with Matt Menard. The Cage of Agony. Hechicero. MJF. Will Ospreay. And an ad break. Also, Ospreay and Cage's backstage angle. And the start of Claudio Castagnoli versus Pac with picture-in-picture. 431,000 viewers.
Oh my
8-minute
God.
overrun, 423,000 viewers.
Oh, gee, they lost. They drove away viewers that tuned in to see the next program. So, on the positive side, they didn't lose as big a percentage of their overall audience as the audience they started with as they usually do. They only went from 586,000 to 423,000. They've done quarter hours that have lost more people than that. That's only 163,000 people. But the problem was when they were losing people, that many people in a quarter, they started with like 900 grand.
What could this be? I mean, again, the show's been bad. We haven't been surprised the ratings keep going down even with competition or without it. I'm not surprised they end up with these numbers. I'm surprised it happened this week. What do you think? I mean, again, no Big Bang Theory. And obviously, we had no idea just how important that lead-in was to this show.
Well, again, if they didn't want to watch the show when they watch The Big Bang Theory every week, if they don't want to watch the show that's on after it, then they could just change the channel. Is that the only... we might as well sit here and watch this wrestling show for a while, even though it's not something we really want to. But when Big Bang Theory isn't on, they don't miss it.
So again, we're looking at outside forces. A concert streaming... sports on other channels.
The NBA Finals didn't fucking hurt them. That was over. This was not against the NBA Finals, correct?
No, the NBA Finals are over. I mean, there's hockey still happening in baseball.
Oh, there's hockey? Oh, there's goddamn badminton, too. And I bet I don't
think they get in prime time badminton for the
They're
record.
Playing a mean game of croquet somewhere.
Again, not prime time. But unless there's a specific channel, the croquet channel. But we're looking at all these outside things it could be. Let's look. Could it have been people were just outside? But do they just go outside and say, no, we don't want to watch television? I like Roosh. You haven't. But even with me liking him, he hasn't been used well. He doesn't mean much to the casual viewer, whatever that may mean to whoever it may mean it to. He's in the opening thing with MJF. Leading to MJF starting a feud with Hechicero. Again, another name no one knows. Orange Cassidy. I've been saying it, if not warning people, for a long time. You've been saying it. It's not just what you think of him. This is 5 years of this. He's not a net positive for the show. And he drags everyone else in every segment down with him. Swerve's been booked into oblivion already. People like Ospreay, unfortunately, you're at the point now you're waiting for them to fuck it up. You had a bunch of people in an 8-man tag. Out of nowhere. Just an 8-man tag to drive off another 50,000 viewers. Why? Why? Why are you dedicating your TV time just to get a bunch of people out there? And then it keeps going. Jericho wasn't even on with his stupid segment on this show. You have the women's segments, which drive people off regularly. The Young Bucks, who regularly drive people off, are in one of the main things. There's no one that actually interests people on this show.
How much money do they spend for O'Cody to sit there and say bitch in a bad accent once a week?
And Tony will say everything's great. We're all wrong. It doesn't matter how many years you've been watching wrestling or how much you know your stuff. You're wrong. Tony's right. This is good stuff. Good run of TV shows. Everything's great. What do you think TBS thinks?
What did you say?
Oh, no. Everything's great. Well, there it is. Everything's great.
A good run.
And I'm
sorry.
It was
a good run while it lasted.
Claudio versus Pac in the main event. If you wanted that to mean anything to any fans, it should have happened like 6 years ago. I think it did in NXT way back. But that's my point. Like, what is this show? Where are the main eventers? Where are the stars? Where are the interesting things happening? You can't wait to see what's going to happen next.
Who's on whose side? Who's mad at who and why in a logical fashion? Just simple shit like that.
Boy, I'm dying to know what the story is with this rating. Again, there's a lot of things that go together. The bad booking, the lack of star power, the lack of big banging. But this is this is extraordinarily low.
To quote Jerry Jarrett to Robert Fuller in 1979, Robert, it can't get much worse. And to quote Robert Fuller to Jerry Jarrett, right back at him, oh, yes, it can.
According to WrestleNomics, in terms of competition, Dynamite was outranked in the key demo on cable by the College World Series on ESPN and by Expedition Unknown on Discovery.
Wait, so people watched a show where they were taking a trip to somewhere they didn't even know where they were going? And that was viewed by more people.
Well,
remember when we laughed when TNA was on Destination America and then Pop TV? And we were laughing at some of the programs that were on those various networks. Apparently, maybe now those would outrate this fine show. We got to see what next week is. Next week's got to be up.
It certainly will be. I mean, just because it can't go much lower. It can't.
Oh, yes, it can.
Right
but
now,
I don't think it will.
I would be stunned. Yeah, I would be stunned. 0.16 in the key demo. I mean, that's the one thing people always hold up. Well, they did good in the key demo. They got killed in the key demo.
That's awful. Right up there with a charity telethon, isn't it?
Well, Jim, on the topic of running your own shop and starting up your own shop, that's what Tony Khan did a few years ago. Just a little guy with a few $1 billion that he has access to because his dad said sure. And he started up the little engine that is AEW. Last week's ratings caused a panic amongst AEW friends and family and defenders. This week, you have to figure, has to recover. But before we get there...
Yes. You know, there's going to be some... It can't get much worse, but go ahead.
Well, let's just briefly, because we've been mentioning it the last few weeks in comparison. NXT on June 25th this past week, 8 to 10:05 p.m., was watched by 611,000 viewers on average. So that's down from 724 last week.
So what do they attribute the drop to? Or do they attribute the drop to anything?
Well, according to WrestleNomics, NXT was number 4 in prime time on cable in the key demo, behind Fox Sports 1's coverage of the Copa America and History Channel and History Channel's The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch. I mean, Skywalker Ranch was George Lucas's home. Is there a Skinwalker Ranch?
Yes, it's right across the street from the Bunny Ranch. And they've got a special. If you're an NBA player with drugs, you get in 2 for 1.
All right. Well, that's NXT. Let's go.
NXT did 611. Okay. Well, they beat last week's AEW mark, but let's see what AEW did this week.
AEW this past week, Wednesday, June 26, 2024, 8 to 10:08 p.m. on TBS. On average, Jim, 680,000 viewers.
Oof. Okay. Well, they bounced. I don't know if it was a bounce or just kind of a sideways wobble. Maybe they need a little more air in their ball, but they bounced back somewhat from 502,000, but with their regular lead-in and no sports tournaments or playoffs or whatever, they still only did 680,000.
Well, let's see what the quarters tell us. The story will come out. This is compiled by WrestleNomics. AEW Dynamite on TBS, June 26, 2024. Quarter 1. 8 to 8:15 p.m. The MJF Daniel Garcia Will Ospreay live promo, 846,000 viewers.
Ouch. Okay, they're back to a normal handoff from the big bangers. And with their average, I can only assume that there is going to be a massive break in an elevator cable, and this thing is going to plummet to a fucking fiery finish.
We go to quarter 2, 8:15, 8:30 p.m. Swerve Strickland's backstage promo. Hiromu Takahashi, Shingo Takagi, and Titan.
I swear to fucking God.
Versus Claudio Castagnoli, Jon Moxley, and Wheeler Yuta with picture-in-picture. 706,000 viewers.
Oh, it snapped early. 140,000 people right off the bat said, oh, this would not be for me.
And we've always said Q2 is the true number. The true starting number for this show is probably Q2. And there it is. Q3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. The continuation of that big six-man match. The post-match with Tetsuya Naito and Bryan Danielson. An ad break. And the start of Rey Fenix versus Jay White. 631,000 viewers.
Oh, good Lord. So that six-man tag did wonders for him. In 45 minutes, they have lost 215,000 people. They almost have to come up somewhere at this point to make their average, don't they?
Well, we go to Q4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. The continuation of Rey Fenix versus Jay White with picture-in-picture. The post-match with the Bang Bang Gang and the Patriarchy, the Young Bucks backstage promo, and an ad break. 613,000 viewers.
Well, apparently they don't have to go back up too soon. There went another rubber tree plant. They've got high hopes. So they are down 233,000 from the start in the first hour.
Well, we go now to the big 9 o'clock hour, Q5, 9 to 9:15 p.m. The Acclaimed and Billy Gunn and the Elite's live confrontation. Mark Briscoe, Kyle O'Reilly, and Orange Cassidy's backstage promo. Anna Jay, Harley Cameron, and Saraya versus Mariah May. Did I say that already? I don't know. Everyone's name sounds the same. Mina
Saraya.
Mina Shirakawa and Tony Storm with picture-in-picture. 707,000 viewers.
Holy shit, so...
The Pervs come alive at 9 p.m.
The Pervs come out. At 9 o'clock, the Lollipop Guild for once didn't run people off because they put vagina immediately following them, something that the Buckaroos have never had anything to do with. So you got variety. It's a variety show now.
Well, Jim,
they haven't seen one since they came out of it.
The variety continues in Q6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. The continuation of the six-woman match, the post-match, the Stephanie Vacour video, the Mercedes Moné promo, the Learning Tree, Minoru Suzuki, Samoa Joe live promo and angle with Hook and Shibata. 717,000 viewers.
Good Lord, they actually got 10,000 more for that. Well, bless their little pea-picking hearts.
But do you remember what happened the last couple times when they had Jericho at the end of a segment for a little while?
Yeah, I do.
Now imagine that natural reaction from viewers combined with Q7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. An ad break. Kyle O'Reilly versus Zack Sabre Jr. with picture-in-picture. 637,000 viewers.
Okay, so there went another 80,000 people. So they're still now 209,000 from where they started from. They're up from their low of 613,000 people. Go ahead.
Well, we go to Q8, Jim. I remind you, there is a 7-minute overrun. Q8, 9:45 to 10 p.m. Kyle O'Reilly versus Zack Sabre Jr. continued. The post-match with TMDK, Undisputed Kingdom, Gabe Kidd, and Tomohiro Ishii. An ad break. And the start of Swerve Strickland and Will Ospreay versus the Gates of Agony. With picture-in-picture. 615,000 viewers. 7-minute overrun. The continuation of the match and the post-match. 617,000 viewers.
Gee, that's just
by the
bathroom break fluctuation. Go ahead.
The average, not counting the first quarter or the overrun, is 660.
Yeah. So they artificially inflated only 20,000 people with their manipulation, and it still didn't. That's start to finish. 230,000 people. 30, 31 or 30 or whatever the fuck. That was wait a minute, what is 200 and what percentage? Now I've asked you these things before. What percentage is 230,000 of 846,000? How do you do that?
All right, hold on. Give me a second here. What
percentage of 846,000 is 230,000?
Give me the first number again. 840?
846 is where they started.
846.
230 is what they lost. What percentage did they lose?
230.
Carry the 3.
27.18%. Quarter of their audience.
Almost a third. Closer to a...
Yeah, actually, you're right.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Well, there it is, Jim. A historical look at historical ratings. Forget about where we are today or where we were before then. This specific period of time.
Wait a minute. That sounds like some fucking Strawberry Alarm Clock lyrics.
Yeah.
Forget where we are now because we are where we were then. Come together right now. You know what? They should call them hysterical instead of historical ratings. But that's what we've done there, and we've committed it to posterity. And there ought to be some people committed over this whole thing to begin with.
That's right. We hope you enjoyed Volume 3. There will be a Volume 4 in the future. Stay tuned for that. But until then, for Jim Cornette, I'm the great Brian Last. Tally-ho!